Stafford Beer. Cybernetics and Management. During the last decade, one of the features of the business and industrial scene has been an upsurge in the application of scientific methods to the solution of problems. The idea that scientific methods can help the businessman or the industrialist is not new. It has a history extending back at least as far as the early days of the Industrial Revolution. There has recently, however, been a quite outstanding increase in the efforts devoted to the solving of the more difficult problems in the businessman's life. It seems to be true that the greatest interest has occurred in the United States and the United Kingdom, but it is by no means common to these countries. There seems to be a general tendency for industrial problems to become more complex. There also seems to be a general tendency for RMS to grow larger. This may be due to amalgamation of small RMS to form larger ones, to purchases or to problems of survival where the bigger RM always seems to stand in a more favorable position. It is also true to say that over the years the accumulated bulk of knowledge on how to run a business is sufficiently well ingrained into the social structure of the countries concerned for the more elementary problems to be at least amenable to some form of treatment. The problems exposed are therefore the more recondite ones, and although there is a popular belief that all business problems can be solved by the judgment of the chief executive concerned, nevertheless it must be admitted that on occasions the chief executive may be mistaken. This mistake may be anything from a minor embarrassment to the RM to a major calamity which will be followed by the dissolution of the RM. This belief, that the voice of experience or air will solve all business problems, is no more just than the opposite view that any business problem can be solved by scientific means. What is true, however, is that there are very few difficult business problems that cannot to some extent be lightened by scientific treatment. The scientific approach and the collection of data, its analysis, the deep understanding of the mechanisms of business that may come from such a study, calculation of chances, all lead in the direction of making business decisions less uncertain, or at any rate moving much of the uncertainty from the mind of the man who takes the decision. This series of textbooks is being published in the belief that executives faced with difficult or novel problems may end in them some guides to action which will be useful. There are certain types of problem which can, of course, be solved with something very near completeness. Some of these lie in the field of stock holding and of transport and distribution. There are other classes of problems which are perhaps less certain, but, taken all together, the books are intended to offer the business executive an opportunity of reading about those parts of scientific method which have been successfully applied to business problems and to learn about current researches which are directed to the application to business problems of scientific disciplines so far not applied. In the latter field much of the work is so new that satisfactory illustrations of successful applications are few and far between. This is no reason whatever for denying the businessman the opportunity of obtaining a fresh approach on his affairs. These texts are intended to be suitable for consumption by a very wide audience. It is not necessary to be a graduate in mathematics to read them or prod from them, although it may be necessary, on occasion, for some applications, to call in a great deal more expert knowledge than is a normal requirement for an executive position in a business. It is hoped that anybody who has a professional qualification of use in the business world may be able to read these books. There may perhaps be the occasional mathematical expression which is rather difficult, but the object all the time is to explain in as simple language as possible the application of scientific ideas to the business problem. It has been said that what is measurable is science, and management science is largely concerned with placing decision-making on a quantitative basis. The parts of these books which can be found elsewhere are mostly found in advanced mathematical treatises or journals which are far from suitable for the business executive. Many of them in fact are not very suitable for anybody except the author's use. There are however some things in these books, for the sake of completeness, which may be found in other works, but this is mainly in order to give a link up with previous work in the field. Author's Preface. In November 1957 I received an invitation from the Royal Swedish Academy for Engineering Sciences to lecture on the subject of cybernetics, with special reference to industry. The engagement was held on April 26, 1958 in Stockholm. Through the great kindness of my hosts, and the support of the Swedish State Council of Technical Research, I was able to spend a week in Sweden. The original address became extended, through seminars and conversations in Stockholm and Uppsala, into quite a comprehensive statement. The Academy asked that a written version of the address should be prepared. The difficulty was that by this time the account of cybernetics I had presented was extensive, it had altogether exceeded the narrow scope of a paper. Something of book length would be required to set out the whole exposition. However, the interest shown in Sweden had been greatly encouraging, and a further stimulus to embark on the work had come from Belgium. In 1956 the International Association for Cybernetics was founded at Namur. For some time the founders had been urging me to write a general account of the standpoint from which my work on this subject was being done. This book is the result of all this encouragement. It is not a textbook, nor a technical treatise. It is a general exposition of the new science, written for anyone interested in the problems of control. This does not, I fear, mean that the text makes light reading. These are difficult questions, and the cybernetician's insight into them is still rudimentary. But they are also very exciting questions, they offer new and promising work to the scientist and thinker, they offer challenge to the manager. It is to the scientifically educated and imaginative manager that this book is primarily addressed. For he is the man who can see cybernetics and make it work for him. I have tried to present a story which hangs together, a story which provides a balanced picture. The origins of cybernetics are recounted, the new thinking is set in the perspective of the history and philosophy of science, the relevance of other sciences and lines of thought emerges, the industrial importance of it all is suggested. These are broad and ambitious lines on which to work, especially when the overriding aim is to be brief. The audience for which I write has no time to wrestle with a very long book. And so the outcome is imperfect. It is an attempted compromise between two intolerable strategies, to be terse, precise, and obscure, to be clear, detailed and tedious. In trying hard to avoid either extreme, I have concentrated on one superlatively important intention, to demonstrate the whaleness of the subject. Some people think that cybernetics is another word for automation, some that it concerns experiments with rats, some that it is a branch of mathematics, others that it wants to build a computer capable of running the country. My hope is that after reading this book people will understand both how these wonderfully different notions can be simultaneously current, and also why none of them is much to the point. This preoccupation with the breadth and wholeness of the subject, coupled with a desire to be specific and factual, has meant bringing in many illustrations and allusions. They are there to indicate how cybernetics ties into and draws from contemporary science. The need for brevity, and for not losing the thread of the argument, has kept out full parenthetical explanations of all these points. In many cases, the reader will know all about them himself. Sometimes he may end, however, that he does not, and that too little has been said about a strange term or theory to make sense. In such cases, he is advised to go on and forget about the troublesome point. The occasional pieces of mathematics make good examples, they are given to help those who are used to algebra to see the point of what is being said. Anyone who is not used to algebra can afford to leave them out. The same cannot be said of new words. Every science has its vocabulary, and there are two reasons for facing up to the basic part of it and mastering some of the fundamental new terms. Firstly, if there is an important control device for holding an operational variable between desired limits called a homeostat, then it is sensible to make repeated reference to homeostats rather than to control devices for holding an operational variable between desired limits. Secondly, if the reader is to make use of the understanding acquired from an expository book, he will want to read new, brief papers on the subject. If these prove meaningless to him because they use words he has never seen before, he W011 LCL be right to complain against the author of the expository book. So, while I am all in favor of the plain English school, and dislike sheer jargon as much as anyone, I do not think we should be silly about it. To insist on talking about politics, for example, in basic English would be neurotic. Sophisticated ideas require names by which they can be brought into the conversation, otherwise the conversation will not get anywhere, and will drive the participants to fury on the way. The policy here, therefore, has been to develop the basic language of cybernetics as the book proceeds. Whenever a technical term has been introduced, it has been printed in bold-faced type and explained if there seemed much chance that it would be unfamiliar. The newcomer to cybernetics is warned, on this account, against trying to read the book out of order. He is likely to run into language that he does not understand. On the other hand, it is all too easy to forget the meaning originally ascribed to a word when it is met a few chapters, and perhaps a few days or weeks, later. For this reason, the page reference to the RST use of a specialized word or RM has also been printed in bold-faced type in the index. If a word seems to have lost its connotation, the index may be, introdument to metamat/zamats- might suggest some further light reading. That suggestion would be misplaced. The introduction is already a classic work, but is an exhaustive treatment for logicians and mathematicians. Since this is not a textbook, there seemed no point in providing an enormous list of impressive references to whole subjects in other elds. At this point explanations must end, and the book must speak for itself. What, in the long run, is it trying to say? Here is some guidance on this point. Gigantic new forces are being unleashed in the world today, the forces of nuclear energy, of new nations emerging to condense in their potential strength, of rabid ideologies. One cannot detect a comparable development in the technique of control, neither economically nor politically, neither socially nor industrially. Science has sought the ultimate source of energy in the physics of the sun itself, in the release of energy from its basic transformation, the hydrogen-helium fission. Science now seeks the ultimate source of control, in the cybernetics of natural processes, in the evolution of the nervous system and brain itself. The importance of research into control increases yearly, as the magnitude of uncontrolled forces continues to rise. If the need for the work is obvious, and the promise of cybernetics great, it is perhaps puzzling why progress is so slow and the scientific ability channeled into the abright so restricted. I think the answer is simple and very human. Cybernetics is a new science, of mixed pedigree and high pretensions, an upstart in the society of science. Its speech sounds uncouth, its manner looks pushing, it is young and enthusiastic. None of this is endearing. The new science is open to derision, and is not yet academically respectable. Not very long ago, however, atom splitting was derided, yet more recently, space travel was not respectable. Some rapid somersaults have been performed in the drawing rooms of science in recent years. The possibilities for brain-like control machines await their turn in the lobby. How long must they wait? The answer depends on the vision and energy of scientists and managers, universities, and governments. Support and encouragement is needed for those. Work from those who need the results. The inertia 001_ bits of thought has yet to be overcome by both. As usual in the advance of new thinking, the real barrier to success is not the intractability of the problem, it is the intractability of men. This may be sad, it also gives condensed that the new thinking one's worthwhile. For nothing worthwhile is ever gone easily, and only powerful concepts evoke powerful opposite. On the context of this phase in cybernetic development is clean. The highly industrialist societies of the West are due to meet intense pressure, economic and ethnic. From the East it is difficult to speak of these matters in a sophisticated society without sounding absurdly sententious, but somehow we have to survive in a world where the opposition is prepared to throw human comfort, security, and dignity into the ballam, which we are not. Countries such as Russia and China are prepared to pour the national income into research and development, whatever the standard of L.LV1I1G.WLCL1 we are not. Therefore they are absolutely certain to eclipse the more hedonistic West in the N-on L_S we can keep the lead we have traditionally held in the exploitation of the human intellect. IC signs are frankly bad. The tremendous rate of advance in Usha, for instance, has not been the product of iron resolve and self-abnegation alone. Sputniks are not sent into orbit by Elsling and prayer. In Britain there is little to claim in such phase as space research, because there is never enough money. 511 TE programs required. In the eld of industrial pronation, new methods and inspired management are GGMGMGSI to have transformed British industry. The fact remains that the index of industrial production has not moved up for our Y1_at5. We desperately need some radical new advance, something qualitatively different from all our other efforts, so LILF MG, which exploits the maturity and experience of our C11 to RILE candidate, is the SC1CILC 6.0F control. Cybernetic research could be driven ahead for little enough expedited compared with rocketry, for example. And if we do not do it, someone else will. SB. Contents. Author's preface. I. Orientation. Part I. Basic notions. Connective summary. 2. The context, systems. 3. About being controlled. 4. The ubiquity of feedback. V. Purposive systems and information. 6. The black box. Part 2. The logical theory of cybernetics. Connective summary. 7. The new science. 8. Logical origins. 9. Completion from without. X. The power of binary decisions. 11. Theory of automata. Part 3. The biophysical theory of cybernetics. Connective summary. 12. Mathematical biophysics. 13. Experiments in adaptive behavior. 14. Machines that learn and teach. 15. Intelligent machines for adaptation. 16. Sketch for a cybernetic factory. XVM contents. Part 4. The analog theory of cybernetics. Connective summary. 17. The analogy of fabric. 18. The analog UE of mechanism. 19. The analog of uncertainty. XX. The analog of language. References. Index. Chapter I. Orientation. There have always been thinkers to believe that the eld of human knowledge betrays a fundamental unity. In modern times, people ready to discuss this unity have come under grave suspicion. Surely, the critics argue, no man is so presumptuous as to imagine that he can comprehend more than a tiny fraction of the scope of contemporary science. What is more, says a second group of critics, anyone who starts talking in terms of the underlying unity of knowledge runs the risk of convincing himself that there is some secret key to the universe, some basic concept which alone will enable man to understand his destiny. Such a concept is a metaphysical will-o'-the-wisp. And yet there are still men prepared to pursue the path of unity, and to discuss problems in an interdisciplinary fashion. That is, without regard to the specialized viewpoint of any one branch of science. Some 15 years ago a group of such men formed in America. They were eminent scientists in many different fields, but they were united by a common interest in a particular kind of problem. In a nutshell, this was the problem of control. The time was ripe for some new thinking on this topic, some thinking which would not be constrained by the orthodox boundaries of a university syllabus. Particular manifestations of the control problem were arising at this time because of the Second World War. But more than a national emergency is required to bring about the birth of a new science. The intellectual climate must be right. In fact, several rapidly developing lines of thought, originating in quite different spheres of activity, were coming together. People were busy with the design of electronic control machinery of various kinds. Mathematicians were trying to help by discussing the behavior of information inside these electrical systems in terms of mathematics. Elsewhere, people were developing a theoretical interest in the way in which information can be coded. They were trying to answer the question, how can we measure the content of information in a message, and how can this be expressed exactly? Statisticians, too, were beginning to discuss the O of information in the animal body as the basis of physiological control. They were using the theory of probability, in a form which had been developed to handle the problem of uncertainty in the new physics, and which had become embodied in the subject known as statistical mechanics. But biological scientists had also shown interest in problems of control, and in the way information behaves in the body of an animal. They were beginning to make attempts to discuss such questions formally with the help of mathematics. Logicians, engineers, psychiatrists, all these and others, too, were ending roads which led to the same basic topic, the notion of control itself. Gradually some of those concerned began to realize, through the terrible barrier constituted by their different professional languages, that they were talking about the same thing. This group of scientists originally centered round the dynamic guru of the American mathematician, Norbert Wiener. By 194-7, they had decided that their work had indeed uncovered a new field of scientific endeavor, and they named this science cybernetics. A story told by Wiener dates from that very year. Let it stand now as an illustration of the exciting discovery that was gradually becoming more clear, the fact that some underlying unity did indeed exist between control mechanisms in various different sciences. Two members of the group had been designing a machine to enable the blind to read. It was not a new idea that a photocell could be used to scan a line of print, and to produce variable audible tones which would in some way represent the letters and words concerned. If a means could be found of combining the sounds produced in this way into patterns that would be as easily recognized as the visual shapes on the page, blind people who were not deaf could be taught to read with their ears. The main difficulty in this idea is that the pattern of sound must be substantially the same for a given pattern of letters, whatever the size of the print. The apparatus proposed by these two men involved selective reading by an automatic scanning process. A schematic diagram of the layout of the machine, with its banks of photocells and oscillators, was prepared. This diagram, quite unexplained, came, according to Wiener, to the attention of an eminent anatomist who belonged to his group. He asked, "Is this a diagram of the fourth layer of the visual cortex of the brain?" That is an early example of the way in which a theory of control began to arise from the merging of established sciences. Who could fail to be excited by the fact that these two men, who knew little of each other's professional fields, had the same formal insight into so deep a question? Nor was this synthesis of ideas to prove a futile coincidence. The scientists, stimulated by the incident, produced a theory about the anatomy of the part of the brain dealing with vision, and its physiology, in terms of a mathematical description of a scanning process. Now any scanning process involves a cycle time for its periodic sweep. In the case of this new kind of brain theory, the period underscore was found to be dictated by the time taken to pass information through certain nerve paths. The periodic time worked out on this basis, was found to approximate to the period of the alpha rhythm of the brain, a value already known by direct physiological experiment. And so the amalgamation of knowledge continued. Perhaps this preliminary note about the historical origins of cybernetic investigations, illustrated by this anecdote of the way in which the subject developed in its early days, will prepare the reader for the more systematic, and not chronological, attempt to explain the scope and perspective of the subject that will now be made. During this attempt, many topics will have to be discussed which will be familiar to any one reader. But cybernetics, in drawing its threads of thought together, is almost certain to involve any one reader in several foreign concepts. For this reason, all topics are broached at the RST in a simple way. To those who are well versed in them, and indeed this tiresome, apologies are tendered in advance. There is one null word to be said about the intentions of this book. Several attempts have already been made to give a systematic exposition of the science of cybernetics. These have drawn attention to the relevance of cybernetics to various orthodox fields. Some biologists have been quick to realize the value of cybernetics to them. Some engineers, too, are well aware of the importance of the subject to engineering, and to automation in particular. The social sciences are conscious of their need for a formal framework of a cybernetic kind. The distinguished anthropologist Margaret Mead was a member of the American Pioneer Group, and Cernon's essays in this sphere are notable. Economists, too, have seized a similar point. but this exposition is directed to the relevance of cybernetics to industrial management. Now it is not difficult to talk about management problems and to introduce cybernetic ideas in a general way, it has been done before. This does not, however, make clear what is the real scope and meaning of the new science. Thus this work is concerned first and foremost with cybernetics, but the illustrations are taken from the industrial management ELD. Part I. Basic Notions. Connective Summary. Cybernetics is the science of communication and control. The applied aspects of this science relate to whatever ELD of STUI one cares to name, engineering, or biology, or physics, or sociology. The formal aspects of the science seek a general theory of control, abstracted from the applied ELDs, and appropriate to them all. In the lowing VE chapters the basic notions underlying the new science of cybernetics are displayed, laying foundations for both the formal and applied aspects which are intermingled in this book. The RST of these jive chapters discusses the kind of thing that can be controlled. This is found to be a system, any cohesive collection of items that are dynamically related. More formally, the items may be regarded as points connected by a network of relationships. Instead QF classing these systems and networks by orthodox criteria, a more general classification is developed. This is done by assessing the degree of complication of the system, and by considering whether the network is XED or variable. Next, the very notion of control itself is discussed. What does that notion really conceal? It is suggested that society normally accepts as control a kind of regulation which is no more than coercion. There are, however, more subtle methods of control available, those used in nature, particulars by organic systems. The system to be controlled emerges as a very special type of machine, for every system does something, and what it does can be regarded as the purpose of the machine. Control is the machine's strategy for achieving that purpose. The argument, then, passes to 1zy the most fundamental principles of control, feedback. Most treatments of this topic are concerned with its engineering or mathematical features. Here the concern is to demonstrate its universality, its importance in every kind of context. So although the idea is introduced through what are familiarly called machines, it is traced in other sorts of system too. Special examples psi feedback are examined in the economy zy the country and in the way the brain remembers. The ground has been prepared for the introduction of specifically cybernetic techniques used to study these matters. A number of the key concepts now appear, and the use of a concentration of special terms is explained. A system or machine can be replaced by a logical description, and a change or state in the machine can be represented as a transformation of the logic. The dynamic system or machine is thus described by a model, together with a set CG rules for making it change state. To ensure that enough information can go inside the system to account for its observed behavior, its capacity to communicate internally can be measured. Perhaps the most important of the cybernetic techniques is an ability to handle the notion of a black box. This box stands for the control mechanism of the system. It is called black because it is unknown in its operational details. This concept is vital, because cybernetic systems are exceedingly complex, and their controls cannot be deemed in specific detail. If they are to be described, imitated, and controlled, a method which explicitly recognizes this is essential. The behavior CG a black box is studied by discovering the logical and statistical relationships which hold between the information that goes into the box and the instructions that come out. The aims of these VE chapters are these: to sort out the factors which influence the control problem to which cybernetics is addressed, to discuss its real nature, to mention the basic techniques available in science for tackling such work, and to introduce and explain some of the ideas and terms that will be needed later. Chapter 2: The context. Systems control is an attribute of a system. This word is not used in the way in which either an office manager or a gambler might use it. It is used as a name for connectiveness. That is, anything that consists of parts connected together will be called a system. For instance, a game of snooker is a system, whereas a single snooker ball is not. A car, a pair of scissors, an economy, a language, an ear, and a quadratic equation, all these things are systems. They can be pointed out as aggregates of bits and pieces, but they begin to be understood only when the connection between the bits and pieces, the dynamic interactions of the whole organism, are made the object of study. The study of systems let us note straight away that the definition of any particular system is arbitrary. It is legitimate to call a pair of scissors a system. But the expanded system of a woman cutting with a pair of scissors is also itself a genuine system. In turn, however, the woman with scissors system is part of a larger manufacturing system, and so on. The universe seems to be made up of sets of systems, each contained within one somewhat bigger, like a set of hollow building blocks. Just as it is always possible to expand the system to a scope of wider perspective, it is also possible to cut down the system to a smaller version. You might think that the pair of scissors just mentioned is a minimum system, but what happens if we break the rivet and consider one blade? From the old standpoint, this is no longer a system at all, it is a single solitary inexhaustible object. It is certainly no longer a system for cutting. But if we put this single blade under a microscope, we see that it is a system of metallurgical components, all interacting in special ways, depending on the temperature at which the blade is held. The components of this system are different varieties of grains of steel. And yet if we take one of these, it is still possible to see that it contains a system, this time of atomic characteristics. The point to seize on here is that if we wish to consider the interactions affecting one single entity, then we shall have to deem that entity as part of a system. The system we choose to deem is a system because it contains interrelated parts, and is in some sense a complete whole in itself. But the entity we are considering will certainly be part of a number of such systems, each of which is a subsystem of a series of larger systems. So the problem of stating the system we wish to study is by no means easy. Let us assume, however, that we have succeeded in isolating and describing the system with which we wish to deal. We will now represent the bits and pieces which make up this system by a series of dots on a piece of paper. The connectiveness of the system can now be introduced into this picture by drawing lines between the dots. Some dots may well be connected to all other dots, but in some cases a dot may be connected to only one of its fellows. In this way, we come to look upon a system as a kind of network. And the feature of this network in which we are interested is the pattern created by the lines. This pattern will probably change from moment to moment as the system interacts within itself to operate in the way this particular system does operate. The nature and the extent of the control which the system displays is revealed in the behavior of the pattern of this network. The task of studying a system in a scientific way is therefore rather a special one. A system consists of n elements. Before we started talking about systems, this would have meant n investigations to find out what the set of things was like. Once we declare the set of things to be a system, however, there are not only the n elements themselves to examine, but n relations between the elements to be examined. Think of a system with only 7 elements. This has 42 relations within itself. If we deem a state of the system as the pattern produced in the network when each of these relations is either in being or not in being, then there will be 2 different states of the system. This is a fantastically large number, more than 4 millions of millions. This is the basic and formal reason why the rigorous and exhaustive study of systems is so difficult and so unusual. A system in a dynamic state, that is to say, one which is operating, may pass quite rapidly from one state to another for an indefinite period, and accounting for this behavior will obviously require a vast investigation. But it is only by these means that the problem of control can be understood in any given system. To talk about the matter at all, we shall need some terms. The lines depicting the network of our system are in fact its attenuations. The state of the lines at any given moment reeks the amount of information in the system. The structure of the communications and the nature of the information which goes through them to one of the elements of the system will determine, at any given moment, whether this element is in a given state or not. If we liken the system to an electric circuit, then the existence of power in some portions of the communication network is a form of information reaching the elements concerned, and will switch it on or off. This is fundamentally a decision-making process. If the entity is a manager to whom various sorts of information are represented, he will take a decision. If he does nothing, he has decided by default not to decide. Similarly, although the use of the word here is rather unusual, the state of information in the communication network denning the system that is a car, will at any given moment determine whether a cylinder rests or not. The engineer may be surprised to hear us say that the sparking plug has taken a decision to but this is indeed the case. There is no need to become muddled simply because decisions are sometimes self-conscious and sometimes not. What is important is that a choice has been determined. So decisions are the events that go on in the network that constitutes a system, and they are describable in terms of the information in the system, and the structuring of communications. But within the description that has been offered of the nature of a system, there is still such a wide diversity of types that it will not be very clear to anyone what is being discussed unless we catalog certain types of system in some way. Let it be emphasized at once that this is not to say that systems do actually group themselves conveniently for the purpose of cybernetic discussion. What we do need is some kind of classification, which will certainly be arbitrary, as a starting point for our thinking. An arbitrary classification of systems. It will be useful if we base the arbitrary classification of systems on two distinct criteria. One obviously valuable criterion is that of the system's complexity. Adopting this criterion, it will be possible to discuss systems according to a threefold scheme. The least complex with which we shall be concerned may be called simple but dynamic. A system which is not simple, but which has become highly elaborate and is richly interconnected, will be called complex but describable. Thirdly, we may discuss systems which have become so complicated that, while they may still be designated as complex, they cannot be described in a precise and detailed fashion. Such systems will be called exceedingly complex. The second valuable criterion on which this classification will be built concerns the difference between deterministic and probabilistic systems. These inelegant adjectives are readily explained. A deterministic system is one in which the parts interact in a perfectly predictable way. There is never any room for doubt, given a last state of the system and the program of information by denning its dynamic network. It is always possible to predict, without any risk of error, its succeeding state. A probabilistic system, on the other hand, is one about which no precisely detailed prediction can be given. The system may be studied intently, and it may become more and more possible to say what it is likely to do in any given circumstances. But the system simply is not predetermined, and a prediction affecting it can never escape from the logical limitations of the probabilities in which terms alone its behavior can be described. A sewing machine is a deterministic system. You turn the handle and the needle goes up and down. A dog acts in most cases as a probabilistic system. You offer it a bone, and it is likely to come towards you, very likely. On the other hand, it may suddenly run away. The status of the difference between deterministic and probabilistic systems is most important to understand. There is no genuine scientific knowledge as to whether this difference is a fundamental and unrenewable one or not, although some philosophers claim to know. The point is whether a probabilistic system is really a deterministic one, which we do not fully understand. It is obviously quite possible that a complete knowledge of the physical universe would do away with probabilistic systems, since everything would be fully predictable in terms of understood causes and effects. Some would call this statement obvious, some would call it meaningless. The point is, however, a theoretical one, and this argument need by no means concern us here. The status of the distinction that is being drawn is empirical. We accept as a matter of experimental fact that whereas we are able to describe some systems they were deterministic, we are able to describe others only as if they were probabilistic. Sometimes the self-same system has to be described by either term at different times, and depending on what we want to say. For example, the probabilistic dog becomes a deterministic dog if discussion concerns the scratch rex. This adoption of two criteria, one threefold and the other twofold, produces a classification system of 6 categories. Let us now discuss briefly what is implied by EAC. A simple deterministic system is one having few components and interrelations, and which reveals completely predictable dynamic behavior. The window catch on a casement window, for example, is of this kind. A force applied to the handle disengages the tongue from its catch, that is all there is to it. Equally, a game of billiards, deemed a progeria bleu, belongs to this class. Deemed in this way, billiards is a system of dynamic geometry of quite a simple kind. It is entirely deterministic, because a given shot always has a fully predictable EE. This system becomes probabilistic only if it is adapted in order to describe an actual game. Then the imperfections in the table, balls and cues, not to mention the ineptitude of the players, will introduce so many imponderables into the system that it will become probabilistic. The same careful distinction is needed in evaluating the third example of a simple deterministic system, for which we turn to industry. The layout of a machine shop belongs to this category. A problem of this kind may be studied in terms of the movement of material along a preordained route, and distances which material must travel may be minimized within the meaning of such a system. When it is required to study what actually happens when material begins to O, the system at once becomes probabilistic. For this example imitates that of the billiards game, while it remains an abstraction the system is deterministic, it loses this character once it is constrained by the vagaries of real life. Similar considerations apply when we come to consider the complex deterministic system. Instead of a window catch, we might consider an electronic computer. No one who has looked inside one of these machines would dream of calling it simple. It is an extremely complicated mechanism. On the other hand, it is entirely deterministic. A computer will do only what it is precisely told to do. Insofar as its behavior is not fully predictable, it has gone wrong. Thus the standard form of an electronic computer, as it is today, is an excellent example of a complex deterministic system. For a second example of this, the billiard table may be enlarged to cosmic proportions. Consider the whole behavior of the visible universe. The search for laws in this system has been sufficiently successful that the movements observable in the heavens are predictable. If in any degree they are not, then the scientist merely posits a small gap in his knowledge, and seeks to LL it. The slight variations in the predicted movements of orbits, for example, have not been ascribed to their probabilistic nature. On the contrary, they have been used as a basis for the formulation of further cosmological hypotheses. Such a procedure, as an actual method of science, is only reasonable insofar as the system may be assumed to be deterministic. Turning once more to industry for a third illustration of the complex but deterministic theme, we may consider the automatic factory-automation. Again we have a complex system. And again any deviation from a fully predicted course on the part of, say, a battery of transfer machines would be regarded as a breakdown. The regulation system is automatic, deterministic. Let us now consider further these two levels of complexity when the systems involved are not deterministic. Firstly, there can be such a thing as a simple probabilistic system. For example, consider the tossing of a penny. Here is a perfectly simple system, but one which is notoriously unpredictable. It may be described in terms of a binary decision process, with a built-in even probability between the two possible outcomes. Hitherto our second examples have concerned systems characterized by their movement. Once we turn to a probabilistic system, however, the second level of example can concern itself with LJ. For an illustration in the simple category, we may consider the behavior of the jelly sh as a whole animal. Here is a remarkably simple organism, but one whose movement, even in completely still water, is not predictable except in terms of mathematical probability. Retaining a third, industrial, example, we may next consider statistical quality control in the factory. SQC, The well-known control chart technique whereby critical limits on a machined piece may be sequentially checked in terms of the risk of ultimate rejection, is undeniably a simple system, and one actually employed because of its probabilistic nature. Next we come to the complex probabilistic system, and to the RST example the physical kind. Think of a stock. This stock may be on the shelves of a retail shop, or in a warehouse, or it may be the buffer of material between two works processes, or the inventory of stores held against production breakdown. This is a physical system, things arrive and are put into stock, a call for something stocked arises, and things are withdrawn from the stock. How far can we go in describing this as a system? The answer is a very long way, because both the AIILVB process and the departure process are describable in terms of mathematical statistics. That is, they are probabilistic in their nature, but they can nonetheless be described. Even when the stock holding situation is very involved, with a great many sources of input and of demand for output, the system can be treated within this category. Again, in our second example of a complex probabilistic system we encounter a living process. Let us take the example of a conditioned reax in an animal. Here is a system of stimulus response, with a neural mechanism to connect the two, and a pleasure pain mechanism to condition it. Again we have a most complicated system, with outcomes in general predictable by statistical methods. The third example, from industry, shall be the concept of probability. The system for making a product in a manufacturing situation is essentially a complex probabilistic problem. A change is made. Perhaps in a local sense this might conceivably be a simple deterministic move to increase profit through a change in the situation affecting a single product. But almost certainly this change belongs also to a bigger system of the kind we are now considering. Making the change has the effect of scattering instances in all directions. What these instances encounter, and how the whole system is moded until it settles down into a new balance, cannot be exactly predicted. The null effect on probability is, the management hopes, an overall gain. But the scientist, if he can estimate it at all, must do it through the theory of probability. So far we have considered 4 of the 6 categories we set out to consider. To this point no mention has been made of the exceedingly complex systems mentioned at the outset. Now we have deemed such systems as so complicated that they are virtually indescribable. For this reason we shall declare the category of exceedingly complex deterministic systems empty. Any fully deterministic system, such as the astronomical system considered earlier, can eventually be described in detail. However complex the system may become, it will in principle be possible to specify it completely. Thus we shall claim that there are no members of the exceedingly complex class in the deterministic category. In the exceedingly complex probabilistic category, however, the story is very different. The country's economy, for example, is so complex and so probabilistic that it does not seem reasonable to imagine that it will ever be fully described. The second, living, example, the human brain, is also described in this way. Moreover, it is notoriously inaccessible to examination. Once it is dead, it is no longer a dynamic interacting system, and in any case it disintegrates rapidly. Surgical examination is not very helpful and extremely risky. Inferential investigations about its mode of working, from such studies as psychiatry and electroencephalography, are slowly progressing. Probably the best example of an industrial system of this kind is the company itself. This always seems to me very much like a cross between the RST2 examples. The company is certainly not alive, but it has to be very much like a living organism. It is essential to the company that it develops techniques for survival in a changing environment. It must adapt itself to its economic, commercial, social, and political surroundings, and it must learn from experience. This classification of systems, arbitrary though it be, is helpful in viewing the cybernetic problems of description and control. It puts them into a useful kind of perspective. For the 2 criteria adopted by which to create the perspective, reeked the approach of science to the study of each class of system. The catalog is therefore repeated now in the form of a table. This will be convenient for reference. But the warning must again be repeated that the system is arbitrary. This means that the lines dividing the classes should be thought of as very hazy, bands of likelihood. Now the RST big point about this classification as a framework for the exposition of cybernetics that is to follow, is that it groups systems according to the kinds of control, and hence the scientific methods, to which they are susceptible. Negatively speaking, it breaks down the idea that the right way to classify systems can be derived from contemporary orthodoxy in the matter of organizing science. If one insisted on looking at this problem through the eyes of a university, for instance, the outcome would be very different from that put forward here. There would be a category of formal systems, such as mathematics and logic, a category of mechanical systems, such as engineering, a category of physical systems, such as chemical compounds and thermodynamics, and a category of living systems, from the many fields of biology. A classification system on some other basis than the one chosen here, such as the one just derived from the organization of modern knowledge, would of course be perfectly legitimate. A great many equally legitimate and even useful schemes would be possible. The one we have put forward is deliberately impertinent towards the narrow-minded specialist. Like Wiener, all cybernetic ions are interdisciplinary, their subject is control. Deterministic window catch electronic digital C0M empty pewter billiards planetary system machine shop layout automation probabilistic penny tossing stock holding the economy gellish movements conditioned reexes the brain statistical quality industrial probability the company control. Yet the problem of control in each of the VE categories discussed here is not equally difficult, nor of equal interest to the cybernetician. As far as industry is concerned, the subject of production engineering has grown rapidly and effectively to cover the treatment of control problems in both the simple and the complex deterministic systems. Add to this the subject of applied statistics, and the category of simple probabilistic systems can successfully be invaded too. It is only when we reach the last two categories, of complex and exceedingly complex probabilistic systems, that we reach our proper fields of study. The RST of these is, in round terms, the province of operational research, the second is the province of cybernetics. The field of operational research has been surveyed in many places. In a companion paper to this too I have carried out such a survey, and also tried to show how the corpus of techniques called OR does in some sense actually give rise to cybernetics, which is a science in its own right. Elsewhere, again, an examination 3 has been made of the relevance to each other of the two methodologies concerned in these two subjects. For the present purpose, however, it is enough that the specific area of cybernetics in the general perspective of the study of systems has been identified. Eli. Chapter 3. About being controlled. The last chapter did not furnish a rigid set of categories, but a set of perspectives. The RST point on which to become clear is that cybernetics does accept its region of the exceedingly complex and the probabilistic. The cybernetician knows that this fact demands from him new techniques, and new thoughts. There are qualitative differences between cybernetic systems and those of the complex determined type. And this is by no means platitudinous comment. Many people seem to imagine that problems of whatever kind will ultimately yield their secrets to ever larger computers. So long as the stores can be made sufficiently extensive, the output punches fast enough and the supply of programmers inexhaustible. This is delusory. That kind of attack approaches the wrong target altogether. Secondly, it becomes clear from the examples already considered that living systems have a special relevance to the cybernetic region of study. The facts are importunate. The effectiveness, the cohesion, of the living system qua system is greatly superior to the non-biological examples. Consider an example. If someone, quite unexpectedly, were to throw a ball to me, I should probably succeed in catching it. In order to do so, however, my body must engage in an extremely large number of events. My whole being must turn itself into a machine for catching a ball. I become a vast information network involving thousands upon thousands of decision functions. Consciously, I suddenly see a ball coming towards me, I determine to catch it and I do so. Little else about this process percolates to my consciousness. Consider, however, what is going on inside the ball-catching machine. A general-purpose visual scanning system, on a constant watch, RST detects the ball. A complex set of inductions in the brain very quickly hypothesizes what is happening and puts a volitionary system into operation. As a result of this volition, special visual tracking mechanisms come into play and another set of motor events begins. Somehow, my angers have to be brought into the ball's path in time. This may well involve my inging my body into the air. To do this successfully, and without falling on my face, I shall have to make all sorts of postural adjustments to my stance, inging out arms and legs in exactly the right way to avoid equilibrial disaster. These maneuvers in turn demand special physiological measures, unusually large supplies of oxygen will be gulped in, muscle tone will change, the general attentiveness of the whole nervous system will alter its balance and so on. It is an interesting thought that a complete textbook could probably be written on the multitude of activities that must go on in this machine for catching a ball through a clock time of about the order of a few seconds. None, or at least very few, of these activities ever reach the level of consciousness, possibly not more than one of the millions of decisions that will be taken inside the machine is understood. These sobering thoughts reveal why the human being is so successful a cybernetic system compared, for instance, with a factory. The speed of response, the integration of information, the ability to induce sufficiently reliable conclusions from hopelessly incomplete information, these are just a few of the animal attributes which are so impressive by contrast with man-made systems. The biggest lesson of all is surely, however, in the interpretation that is placed on the notion of control itself. P. The fact is that our whole concept of control is naive, primate 1ve and written with an almost retributive idea of causality. Control to most people is a crude process of coercion. A traffic policeman, for example, is alleged to be in control. He is in fact trying to determine a critical decision-making point on much too little information, by a fundamentally bullying approach. Consider a comparable, but rather larger situation, that which arises when passengers disembark from a ferry boat. The boat approaches the quayside, its passengers ready, the port officials await its arrival. The whole situation is a system, a machine for disembarkation. And what happens? A great deal of shouting and turmoil begins, and continues for a long time. In the course of this passengers are pushed to and fro, their luggage trampled, their tempers increasingly frayed. After some long delay of considerable discomfort and worry their trains eventually leave the quayside, probably at times grossly different from those forecast in the itinerary. These passengers, luckless people, philosophically accept the situation as typical of modern life. They accept that they are being controlled. The inference is presumably drawn from the fact that there are actuals standing about wearing badges of voice and issuing instructions. The resemblance to any form of control found in nature does not even begin. For the big feature of natural, and especially biological, control mechanisms is that they are simply homeostats. It is essential to understand perfectly what a homeostat is. Now a thermostat is, of course, a machine for holding temperature between desired limits. A homeostat is an extension of this kind of machine. It is a control device for holding some variable between desired limits. The classic biological example is the homeostasis of blood temperature. As is well known, the body temperature varies very little, although the body pass from refrigerator to furnace room. The same mechanism, homeostasis, is found everywhere in nature. To take a quite different example, consider the homeostasis of animal populations. There are succulent caterpillars to feed birds, and to eat vegetation, and to provide an adequate supply of butterflies and moths. Yet we do not normally have plagues of caterpillars. The system is clearly homeostatic, although the food webs are so intricate that the precise details are hard to discover and to state in particular cases. However, the systems may be sufficiently isolated to study properly. For example, the prickly pear plague in Australia was ended by the cactus moth, and was not then available in such quantity as food for the moth. In this way the two populations are now mutually controlled. In a homeostat, a critical variable is held at a desirable level by a self-regulatory mechanism. It is not even meaningful to say that the value for this critical level must be invariable, with the remarkable exceptions of those few natural physical constants that guarantee the logical continuity of the universe. Values found in nature may be expected to vary. What is important to a natural control system is that the variation occur within physiological limits. This means to say the value is always at its mean desired level to a known standard of approximation, and that there is a compensatory mechanism in the system which edges it back towards that mean whenever it begins to wander away. And so, with homeostasis, we encounter the vital principle of self-regulation. This is not the place for a detailed analysis of the notion of homeostasis. The point is succinctly made for our present purposes if the difference between control, in the common repressive sense of the word, and in the self-regulatory sense, is understood. For with this third characteristic of a cybernetic system we do accomplish an initial insight into the science of cybernetics. We are discussing exceedingly complex, and probabilistic, systems of homeostatic character. Once we forget the various living systems answering to this description in which we are surrounded, and of which we are ourselves examples, the whole idea becomes obscure. It is hard to detect a system in industry or society which answers to all three of the basic cybernetic criteria italicized above. The case for industrial cybernetics is, quite simply, that industrial systems should be designed as cybernetic systems. The consequences of such a revolutionary outlook are not difficult to underscore one, and for once it is fully understood, they will emerge as far as this book is concerned all the time. At this stage, the general principle which can be deduced is that a cybernetic system is no loose connex of events, but a TLGHTLY network of information. It is characteristic of a cybernetic system that one can hardly discuss it with any meaning at all except as a whole organism. For example, it certainly means something to talk about the direction being taken by one department of a large factory, and to contrast it with an alternative direction being taken by another department, and later to compare each of these movements separately with a totally different set of movements detected by market research methods among the company's customers. But one simply cannot talk about the direction in which one's left foot is moving, contrast this with the alternative direction being taken by one's right hand, and compare these two movements with the sensory information reaching the body through the organs of perception. Now suppose the factory were a highly advanced one, and that operational research methods had been used to optimize its behavior through a mathematico-cybernetic model. The factory would then have been treated, as cybernetics would advocate, as a whole organism, and no longer would there be any meaning in discussing local trends. It is in fact these local treatments, made by specially efficient local, sectional or functional managements, which lead to the sub-optimizations which operational research workers have shown to be so dangerous to the survival of the organism as a whole. This early insistence on biological models for the behavior of industry may lead to the question, how can one discuss the interaction of men and machines in a way which suggests that they form an indivisible synthetic system of a higher type? The clue to the understanding of this possibility lies in the kinds of coupling by which systems are linked. Enough has already been said to show that the systems ought not to be considered in their appearances, but in their formal structures as information networks operating as sets of decision functions. A horse and its rider, for example, are to normal appearance at least quite separate systems. To make a higher, indivisible system to be called horse and rider, the Martian might then say, surgical operations would have to be performed to connect the two bodies physiologically. But this is absurd. We know that a machine for being a horse and rider can be constructed without any physiological ties by a learning process. The two individual systems can each be conditioned to react to the other, so that they become fused in terms of information. This wreaks common human experience, and it is not limited to sentient systems. For a man and the engine he is driving may equally become fused into a machine for doing something specialized. The engine is designed to react to certain activities on the part of the driver, while the man is trained to react to the performance of the engine, and will speak of nursing it. So the idea that cybernetic systems can be discussed formally, and independently of their particular appearances, is a rather fruitful one. It breaks down many conceptual barriers, and it teaches us to appreciate how our education, experience in particular, ways of talking as 20th century men have conditioned us to believe that some classes of machine are in some way impossible. At once we begin to understand why there has been such a public outcry at the suggestion that machines for learning or thinking could be built. We are confronted by a pseudo-religious insistence that some kinds of activity are proper to sentient creatures alone. These thoughts will be developed in more detail later in the book. At present we are concerned with the general context of the development of cybernetic thinking. To complete this general survey, it is now necessary to disrupt the careful classification of systems so recently developed. It will be remembered that we have always insisted on the arbitrariness of this classification. It is useful only as a tool for imposing perspective on our field of study. By now it will be clear that we are using the word machine as a name for any purposive system. And while there could clearly be machines, in this sense, for operating within any of the VE arbitrary categories that were set up to classify systems, we cannot pass on without considering possibly the most important class of machines of all. This is the machine for cutting across the classification system. A machine that is originally deemed as belonging to one of these fictitious categories can be changed into another machine belonging to another category by a transformation. For example, a simple deterministic system can be transformed into a complex deterministic system quite easily, usually by enlarging it sufficiently. Thus a number of separate pulleys can be linked together to make a vast set of pulleys so difficult to comprehend in their mechanical behavior that the way in which a weight hung at the end of the system will behave when force is exerted at the start of the system is by no means intuitively obvious. The principles of mechanics must be applied carefully in order to discover what this outcome will be. And this process of transforming one kind of system into another has its formal counterpart. 4 special logics can be developed in which to discuss such transformations. But in addition to what we decide to do by way of transformation, there are certain tendencies in the way systems behave of their own volition when left to their own devices. The convenient analogy for one of these processes is found in the second law of thermodynamics. An ordering process goes on, for which the name is entropy. This can be explained without technicalities as the tendency of a system to settle down to a uniform distribution of its energy. The dissipation of local pockets of high energy is measured by an increase in entropy, until at maximum entropy all is uniform. According to this model, order is more natural than chaos. This is the reason why it is convenient to discuss cybernetic systems, with their self-regulating tendency to attain stability or orderliness, in terms of N0 pi, a term which has been taken over to name a key tool of cybernetics. But there is another kind of natural tendency towards transformations which is opposed to this thermodynamic process of running down. When a machine belonging to one of our VE categories is left to its own devices in nature, enough free energy is available to transform it from a less to a more complex machine, and to inject into a less probabilistic machine more fortuitous behavior. This latter tendency is in part a property of the formal classification system itself. We said earlier that a game of billiards, DTNED appropriately, is deterministic, but when the system runs free, and becomes an actual game, the system imports error and becomes probabilistic. In speaking, then, of a machine to cut across the classification system, we were epitomizing a counter-tendency, a controlling movement, to these natural transformations. An orchestra is, for instance, such a machine. On paper, an orchestra may be described as a deterministic system for playing a score. Bring it into action, however, and it has a natural tendency to proliferate variety by importing error into the interpretation of the score by individual players, and it will also tend to develop extra probabilism, owing to the lack of communication between the players. The conductor has the aim of reducing the clement of complexity, by urging some 80 men to play as if they were only the number of instrumental lines scored, and he has the aim of enhancing the system's probabilism by cohering the performance, and, with his personality as conveyed through gestures and presence, to reduce randomness. The captain of a football team is also a machine for transforming a system to less complexity and less probabilism. S0 is a captain of industry. Only with this category for destroying categories does our classification become complete. It also completes our preliminary survey of the contextual ideas through the understanding of which cybernetic studies of whole organic systems becomes comprehensible. Chapter 6 The ubiquity of feedback. It is inevitable that the word control must be used frequently in the forthcoming discussions. I wish to state explicitly at this point that henceforth it will be used in a special sense. It will never denote the repressive and mandatory type of system which customarily passes for control. It will always carry the extensive connotation brought out in the last section. In short, the word control will normally mean a homeostatic machine for regulating itself. Here, as usual, the word machine means a purposive system, and the control, although a machine in its own right, is certainly likely to be an intrinsic part of another machine for doing something else. On these bases it is possible to detect the key idea that underlies control. This idea is called feedback. The basic idea of feedback. The word feedback itself is quite descriptive, and the activity it describes simple to comprehend. Yet the real significance to control of feedback mechanisms is little understood, even by those who are quite familiar with the concept itself. If this were false, our control systems would in general be much more effective than they are. For some reason, we have learned to make good use of feedback in some pieces of machinery, engines, guns, ships, and certain industrial plant, but it is almost unknown elsewhere. There must, it could be inferred, be some difficulty in the idea that makes it hard to transfer to social, economic, and managerial control systems in the minds of most people. Yet these systems require designing. They present engineering problems to the cybernetician as much as do the pieces of machinery that are the normal province of the engineer. We can perhaps bridge this unaccountable gap between engineering and other aspects of feedback by developing the notion from its simplest basis and observing that the transition presents no real problem. It is appropriate that feedback be introduced in an elementary way with a simple deterministic system, and as the what governor is usually regarded as the RST of the man-made and deliberately contrived feedback mechanisms, we must surely start with this familiar example. For nearly 180 years this mechanism has attested to the elegant simplicity of feedback, and demonstrated its power as a regulator. Yet it is still possible to say that its real significance is not fully comprehended. An engine turns at an increasing speed, with it turn-weighted arms, also at an increasing speed. The arms are mounted on pivots so that they are free to rise by centrifugal force as they revolve. The arms operate a valve which admits power to the engine, so that the valve is closed in proportion as the arms rise and the speed grows. Hence we have a homeostat. The more the machine tends to exceed a given speed, the less it is supplied with the energy to do so, while should it fail to reach this given speed its energy supplies will be increased until it does. Thus the desired output is attained by self-regulation, the input to the machine is adjusted by the output itself, and both settle down to steady operation. Why is it suggested that the importance of this simple mechanism is not properly understood? Firstly, notice how the feedback governor appears almost sentient, watchful, never missing its job. Notice how in this it dilates from other types of controller. A prison governor, for example, takes many measures to see that the variables he is paid to constrain do not run away. But it is possible to circumvent his measures. A wall is scaled while a guard is asleep, a warder is bribed, a prisoner walks out in disguise. However good the control mechanism, it is always possible to escape in principle, at least. With a feedback governor, however, it is inconceivable that the variables should not be constrained, for so long as the mechanism does not break. The reason is that the move towards freedom from constraint itself operates the control. The two things are inexorably coupled. Hence the feedback controller cannot fail to succeed, and this is obviously of vital importance in itself. But the corollary of this statement is the really vital point. For the feedback controller not only is guaranteed to operate against a given kind of disturbance, but against all kinds of disturbance. Without any special or highly complicated design, the feedback governor will keep in check a large number of sources of possible variation. In particular, it will take care of disturbances to the system whose causes are quite unknown. We have now reached the precise point that reveals the true importance of this concept. For in cybernetics, as was explained in the last section, we are concerned with exceedingly complex systems, systems so involved that they are indescribable in detail. To entertain the possibility of the control of such systems, we must be able to envisage a control mechanism which is capable of dealing with problems which are not known to us. The feedback governor can do precisely this, hence its importance and hence, too, the key etymological role it has been asked to play in naming the science of cybernetics. For our word governor comes from the Latin word gubernator, which in turn derives from the Greek word ikvep-jv11s, which means steersman. Wiener and his associates decided on this name for cybernetics in 1947, and he records that the steering engines of a ship are indeed one of the earliest and best developed forms of feedback mechanisms. Plato had used the word cybernetics in his time, and Ampere had borrowed the term also as a name for the science of government, but Wiener must take the null responsibility for the currency of this ugly word, and also the credit for its great aptness. The example of feedback so far quoted, that of what's governor, illustrates negative feedback. This is because the difference between the homeostatic parameter desired in the machine and its actual output will be detected as positive deviation, and the feedback action is to counteract this. Sometimes, however, part of a control will involve a positive feedback, in which it is the function of the control mechanism to amplify a measured deviation. For example, power-assisted brakes use machinery which detects the small manual movements made, and enlarges them until the force applied is capable of stopping a vehicle in motion. Now these simple deterministic systems, when combined together, are capable of constructing a complex deterministic system. In fact, this kind of architecture is the very exercise that leads to automation. But it is vital to understand that these principles apply throughout the field of the study of systems, to those in the probabilistic category, and to those outside the scope of engineering itself. Indeed, the argument can be carried a good deal farther. There are many kinds of effective control inside deterministic systems, and feedback is only one of them. The most reliable control method is, after all, direct coupling, which can be used in the absence of natural variation in what is connected. In the probabilistic category, however, feedback offers the only really effective mechanism for controlling endemic variation. Let us review, in the shortest possible space, the instance of feedback on living organisms. These are especially interesting to the cybernetician for reasons already given, and in this present context autonomous functions make a particularly interesting study. This is because they can be regarded as deterministic in their simplest forms. It is only when the input and output values begin to show real variation that we are forced to consider them as parameters of statistical distributions and therefore to regard their parent systems as probabilistic. Virtually mechanical feedback of the what governor type appears, for example, to occur in the operation of the snail's heart. The contraction of the ventricle forces blood out into the open blood system, and there are no elastic connections to the snail's external skeleton which would assert themselves to open out the heart again and to fill it with blood. It has been proposed, instead, that the contraction of the ventricle sets up negative pressure in the pericardium, the cavity which contains the heart, and that this pressure automatically pulls fresh blood into the auricle. If this explanation is correct, we have a deterministic feedback system in which the output both sponsors the action and governs the amount of the input. Similar, but less readily set down, feedback mechanisms control the digestion of even the lower animals. For example, the stimulation of the nerves in the gut of an earthworm increases the production of digestive enzymes opposed to feedback. The cycle can be traced even in protozoa and bacteria. Proceeding to digestive systems in higher forms of life, the vertebrates, we end the most complicated connections in which the O of juices is brought about by feedback using a variety of different mechanisms: direct physical and chemical stimuli, hormones, and nerve impulses, all interconnected to give the required result. Conditioned rexes were mentioned previously as examples of complex probabilistic systems, and the archetype of these is surely the Pavlov dog, in which salivation is conditioned to respond to an unnatural stimulus. Here is a digestive feedback most analogous to our electrical ones, since the salivary glands are under exclusively nervous control. These elementary physiological examples lead up to advanced behavioral feedbacks, those governing posture through muscle tonality and all the other bodily homeostats. By the time we reach an integrated activity, such as the ball catching discussed earlier, we begin to appreciate the dependence of the living organism on an incredible variety and number of interconnected positive and negative feedbacks. The vital importance of some of the great feedback systems to be found in biological models has already been recognized within the compass of cybernetic studies. For instance, there is an obvious analogy between my ability as a man to chase a running criminal who is taking evasive action and the ability of a guided missile to reach its target. But there are many other examples which have not been exploited. Anyone with the least grasp of the functions of endocrine glands in human beings must be aware that life would be impossible without them, and that in their malfunctioning can be traced a huge variety of human disorders. Someone with this knowledge, moreover, is also competent to consider how an industrial organization lacks any counterpart of this marvelous machinery, and only poverty of imagination will prevent his recognizing in some of our industrial ills the analogues of endocrine imbalance. HERC is another cybernetic model, perhaps as powerful as the goal-seeking model, that is ripe for industrial exploitation. But at this introductory stage we do not wish to spend much time with biological feedbacks, since the point about them is probably sufficiently made. It is better to proceed to two specific illustrations of feedback systems from other ELDs, where, perhaps, the appropriateness of this particular concept might not be recognized. The RST of these is an illustration, albeit a simple one, of the thinking Professor Tustin has developed in the discussion of economic systems through recognition of the importance of feedback. The second example is a brief account of Dr. von Foerster's work in applying the feedback notion to the problem of memory. These two examples, added to the now completed general discussion of feedback in mechanical and biological systems, will have occupied a good deal of space in the hope that the full richness and versatility of the feedback concept for the whole of cybernetic thinking will have become apparent. Feedback in an economic context: it is possible to construct a representation of even so complex a system as the country's economy if one is prepared to simplify the system. Some cybernetic techniques suggest that it will ultimately be possible to construct such a model without special simplification. For the moment, however, we are interested in the importance and versatility of the process called feedback. The economic model to which Tustin IV has applied this process is the simple one proposed by Keynes. In the RST part of his General T/WAG, Keynes proposed a model for the economics of production and consumption. He expressed himself in sets of equations, and his idea was to demonstrate various sorts of dependence between the factors he used. Let us follow Tustin, by representing these dependences as an engineering model. The total of all incomes is made up of money spent in producing things. All these incomes are spent in consuming things. Let us divide the money spent in production into two classes: that spent in producing things which can be directly consumed, and that spent in producing capital goods which is an investment itself. Similarly, we may divide the money spent in consumption into two classes: that spent in buying goods, and that saved. Now if this little model is to be stable, that is to say if the input to and output from the national income are to be in balance on the average, then there must be a regulatory feedback from consumption to production. This simple model ignores stock holding and other special effects, and restricts itself to the main themes. Thus, for such circumstances, it is true that the level of consumption directly regulates production. Here one's the whole picture, shown diagrammatically. The propensity to consume is a fraction /c of 1, therefore savings amount to what is left, Lk. Other factors can all be represented as of unit value. Now suppose this were an engineering system with feedback, says Tustin. What could be deduced? The existence of a closed loop in the system at once reveals certain properties. Let us see what these are. 339, in a system connecting A, B, C and D by X, Y, and Z, the only inyans acting on B is X which derives from A. But once we insert a feedback loop F, from C to B, the inyances on B are more complicated, thus, equals XA plus FC now equals YB so that equals XA dash phi B. This gives B slash A equals X slash 1J, equals X. This argument may be applied to the loop in our economic model. The propensity to consume is fed back to 1, and this has the effect that the inyans from investment on income is not just the unit value we originally put upon it. This value is multiplied by the feedback coefficient worked out above, 1/1, K. This factor is none other than Keynes-Wu's investment multiplier, the factor by which any increment of investment is to be multiplied in inyansing income. A further result may be quickly obtained. If 1/=1, then 1 equals R equals S. This is Keynes' result that investment equals savings. The value of this approach may be gauged from even so brief an example. Tustin has continued in his book to elaborate this basic model so that it takes account of many more factors and many more elaborations. Even so, no one would claim that the model is wholly comparable with a real-life economic system. What has been achieved, surely, is insight into economic mechanisms, and an implicit promise that a scientific attack on certain limited economic problems may prove possible. For the cybernetician especially, there is the insight that an economy of whatever size is homeostatic, that it includes feedback controls which can be adjusted and measured, and that its oscillatory behavior is therefore in some ways predictable and controllable. With the aid of the simulation techniques of operational research, then, it must be possible to construct a model of an economy competent to handle at any rate some real-life problems. With the aid of analog engineering it may further be possible to experiment on the model, and to use it as a guinea pig. And if all this is possible, then the economy becomes a subject for cybernetic control rather than guesswork and the vaporings of political theorists. Feedback in a psychological context: we talk of the storage unit in an electronic computer as a memory, but this is a most naive metaphor. In cybernetic machinery we shall be more than interested in creating a useful analog of memory as we know it subjectively. This, surely, is something which stores but stores selectively. Moreover, it does not store indefinitely, it also forgets. Often this is extremely annoying to the brain whose memory it is, but there are many reasons why unimportant information held in either a brain or a cybernetic machine should gradually fade away. We may want to arrange for this to happen by machine in a way that imitates the animal method, on the argument that the animal method has been evolved to give the right rate of forgetting. A possible cybernetic approach to this problem has been made by von Foerster in his quantum mechanical theory of memory. 5 This well illustrates cybernetic method and provides also minor illustration of the more intricate patterns which the feedback idea can follow. The sense organs which admit information to the brain in the RST place consist of great numbers of small elements. For example, there are 100 million receptors in the retina of each eye. Suppose that an event creates a number of elementary impressions, one for each tiny receptor, and call the actual number no. After a time that's elapsed, forgetfulness has resulted in a loss of memory. Applying the principles which scientists know customarily apply to the decay process in physics and chemistry, we shall argue that this can be considered as the destruction of some of these elementary impressions. Further, we should expect the rate at which the number of existing impressions changes to be proportional to that number, call it /v. For the mathematician we may describe this expectation as a/at equals av, or, to solve the equation, we may say, /v, \/0, 0. In short, a forgetting curve has emerged from this thinking, a hypothesis about the level at which we can expect to retain arbitrary information in our memories as time elapses. We may plot the percentage remembered against time. The curve falls away very rapidly and is soon approaching zero. Now this is contrary to observed fact. Accurate memory soon decays, it is true, but quite a good recollection is retained for a very long time. \V hat is the reason for this discrepancy between the emerging cybernetic model and real life. In making his study, von Foerster realized that this forgetting curve could be forced into a nearer correspondence with reality by introducing other forgetting coefficients than the one original A into the equation. Working on these lines, he realized that some of these forgetting coefficients would have to be negative. But what is negative forgetting? It can only be learning. To explain the kind of curve of forgetting which psychologists actually obtain in memory studies, then, the cybernetician has to invoke an element of learning or, as it turns out, of relearning. The sort of process we are describing is one in which the memory is recapitulated from time to time. Consciously or unconsciously, or both, the memory which is otherwise steadily decaying is reinforced by the process of recollection. At any given moment, the subject's examination of his memory reveals a certain proportion n/n0 of elements still carrying information, and this same proportion is fed back into the memory's free spaces newly created by the process of forgetting. This proportion is relearned. Afterwards, then, the memory contains the proportion of retained impressions expected by our original formula, plus some more impressions fed back. The free spaces of this memory are, namely the number of elements which have lost their impressions. Some proportion of this free space will be employed by the feedback. The RST factor which will control this proportion is obviously the number of elements still holding information, that is, JV. The proportion will also be affected by a second factor, it, which is a sort of efficiency factor for the relearning process. It is meant to reach both the effectiveness of the transfer and the frequency of the memory scanning that results in transfer. So the negative forgetting feedback is a learning factor which can be written as U/V factor added into it. Thus, it/V/4, Z_IJV-1M/ Foerster solves this, calling JV/new equals n the proportion of remembered items, and K equals none the memorization. This yields K equals RR\7W. Not only does this curve no longer soon tend to zero, even when calculated for a time value going to infinity there is always a residue of remembered items. Furthermore, it was found to accord with the experimental evidence of human memory very closely indeed. In this brief account no explanation has been given of the interpretation offered for this theory in terms of quantum mechanics, nor have we dwelt on the sort of learning involved and its statistical assumptions. Enough should have survived, 3 however, to illustrate the general approach. And the reader may not be surprised to hear that from this springboard von Foerster manages to explain hallucinations and weird experiences of the I've been here before variety. Where this particular piece of work leads is not yet clear. L3UT as S0.on_ as one really concentrates on the contemporary IL21 LLST1C idea of memory in electronic computers, one observes how naive it is, how unselective and inelastic, by comparison with biological memories. Sooner or later, cybernetic eons will be building machines with storage capacity and storage rules which add up to something more viable than a total and indiscriminate record of information handled. Like the memory attribute of a brain, such a system should be more economical, more adaptable, and more useful than an endless array of uncoordinated and unpatterned facts. Chapter V. Purposive systems and information systems have already been deemed as cohesive collections of items, and machines as purposive systems. That is to say, a machine for doing so and so is a system which, viewed from a particular standpoint, is organized to that end. Now a complex system may be several different machines at the same time. A motor car would normally be regarded as a machine for transporting human beings, and with reason, this was the purpose for which it was built. But if we were studying the wearing qualities of metals, we could with perfect validity call the motor car a machine for wearing out piston rings. As economists, on the other hand, we might call it a machine for operating garages et a prod. And so on. The important point here is that when a scientist wishes to study a given ET, he would do well to look for and to deem the particular system that is the machine for doing E. Machines as purposive systems. If the effect E has any continuity or pattern at all, then some kind of machine must be producing it. Such a machine may be complex and probabilistic, it may be difficult to recognize because of its apparent dispersion through another system, or because its purpose is not the apparent purpose of its own system. Now the kind of machine we have been examining is an organism, having its own unity and purpose, thus the metaphor machine is appropriate for mechanical, or animal, or social, or formal descriptions. It is this concept, in all its variety, which underlies the search for pattern in most good operational research. It may be called the cybernetic model. Through the insight conferred by this cybernetic approach to operational research, it is likely that the scientist will modify his whole outlook on industrial affairs. Consider a plant in which planning is in confusion, productivity is low, delivery promises are not kept. The plant is certainly a machine for producing a particular output. Orthodox consultancy treatment would probably consist of examining this machine for some defect, something gone wrong that can be put right. This attack usually leads to piecemeal attempts to set the plant right. Measures are taken which, though reasonable in themselves, do not properly succeed. Let us go back. The plant is a machine for producing a particular output, we said. Very well, providing its technology and engineering are up to standard, that precise machine is in working order. Now let us seek out the secondary machine, the machine that lives inside the RST like a parasite, the machine slowing down and stopping the plant. There must in fact be a machine controlling the effects which are causing concern, and it is the consultant's task to discover it, in all its ramifications, and to redesign it so that it becomes a machine for facilitating production. Before this kind of thinking can be exploited, a further cybernetic vocabulary must be developed. This is the object of the present section. We are concerned with the nature and control of kinds of system which we have called machines. Unless some terms are made explicit, it is difficult to talk unambiguously about these machines. A brief explanation of those terms which seem essential to what follows will be given, but attention is drawn to the Book 6 by the British cybernetician Ross Ashby, in which a truly exhaustive account is given of the system's terminology used in this science. If a machine is a purposive system, then the machine's description will be given by an account of the successive states of the system as its purpose unfolds. This succession of states is given by a set of transitions of one item to another, and this set is known technically as a transformation. When the transforms obtained from a transformation include no fresh item, but are concerned with rearranging the items that are there already, we speak of a closed system. If each item transformed becomes only one transform, then the operation is called single-valued. This case may itself be subdivided. If a single-valued transformation provides a solitary transform for each item which is not shared with other items, then the operation is 1-1. Not, then several items are each changed to the same transform, and the operation is MERI-RME. Now what we have been calling a machine must be a closed system. For if state S plus 1 involved any item which was NP, present at state S, the purposive system will have no unity and cohesion at all. We shall seek to deem a machine, in fact, so that it is a closed system, only thus will its behavior make sense. An item which plays a machine only at a late stage will be included as a quiescent or latent item from the start. In the early stages its own transformation will be that of IO change. Next, we shall probably be considering single-valued transformations. For a machine which used a one-margi operation would be importing something into the system. TN mode machines the transformation is on1, example an interna, combustion engine. Sometimes it one's MERI-1, example %1 cupola furnace which transforms 8 varieties of pig iron into a single homogeneous melt. But machines such as these are being considered in an absolute sense, they are not being considered as interacting with something outside themselves. We may demand a more important class of machines, those which are considered not as absolute, but as having inputs and outputs. THPS3 machine may be a closed system, operating a single VAUG transformation for each of the possible states of its set of transforms constituting its output. A machine OTS kind is called by Shanoif's term a transducer. For example, a weighing device operating electrically from a set of strain gauges, is transforming its own internal states proportionately to an input in the form of mechanical stress, into a special output, say a series of holes on a punched tape. Each next stat of a transducer is determined by its state, together the values next taken up by the keyword transducer has, in this context, easy familiarity for the automation engineer. But consider also how a production planning system may be a transducer in the formal sense. The development now reached involves coupling two MA, for the input of a transducer is itself the output of some other machine, and the nexus provides for the interaction of the two systems. Notice that the word interaction appears when on the face of it we ought to speak of the action of one machine on another. The reason is that it is usual for two machines which are coupled to affect each other. Even when the machine with input is purely an apparently passive recorder, it is notorious that the recording process is likely to affect what is being observed. By this route of cybernetic development by classification, then, we reach the formal statement of feedback which was discussed earlier. Machine B conditions the behavior of machine A as a result of taking A's output as its own input, applying an inbuilt criterion, and affecting A accordingly. A feedback coupling between two machines offers, in this way, the simplest kind of effect regulator that is possible. At the level of simple systems, a regulator of this kind is likely to involve an isomorphism between the regulated machine and its regulator. Isomorphic means having a similar form, and one system is said to be isomorphic with another when, in formal terms at least, they could be interchanged. The model building by which science proceeds to study nature is an activity devoted to the construction of isomorphic machines. For example, a mathematical account of some physical or operational process ought to be a model of the system it purports to describe, so that experiment upon it will yield predictions about the physical system concerned. To the extent to which the mathematical model is isomorphic with the real system, it will generate useful predictions. Hence a simple regulator, such as the Watt governor, involves a secondary machine which is isomorphic with the primary machine. Finally, we shall need a slightly more advanced concept, and this is homomorphism. The building of models for complex systems is unlikely to result in perfect isomorphism. In the case of exceedingly complex systems, that result will be by definition impossible to verify, if not to achieve. The system being studied has RST to be simplified by a many-one transformation. This is what happened in the Keynesian model of the economy studied by Tustin. That model is a homomorphism of the real system. Very often in operational research, and in cybernetics itself, we are studying an isomorphic machine which is not a transducer of the interaction of two large systems, but a model of that interaction studied through a homomorphism of each major system. All that has been said in this section concerns the ways in which it is possible to talk about cybernetic machines, and in a short space about a dozen special terms have been introduced. These terms will be used in what follows, and it is hoped that their meanings are sufficiently clear. The theory of information we have adduced the three main properties of cybernetic systems as exceedingly complex, probabilistic, and self-regulatory. Some discussion has already been devoted to the last named characteristic in its use of feedback, and we now turn to the second mentioned property, probabil 1sm. In the initial analysis and classification of systems, indeterminacy was traced through systems of varying complexity. At the level of simple systems, the crudest notions of statistical thinking were adequate for discussion. Passing to complex systems, these elementary statistical notions had to be replaced by advanced operational research insights. Statistically speaking, these involve the wide range of stochastic processes. A stochastic process is a series of events separated by random time intervals, for which it is nonetheless possible to specify both the average interval and the ultimate pattern to which the frequency of these intervals will tend to conform in the long run. At the exceedingly complex level, however, we encounter a whole new subject called information T/IE. This work is primarily associated with _SH_anon, and Wiener and has its origins in Gibbs' statistical mechanics. Information theory has been applied especially in the design of communication systems, but it has a quite general relevance to cybernetics, as will become clear. Consider one of these large systems, cybernetically, a machine. It is, by definition, exceedingly complex. This complexity is measured by the system's variety. Variety 1's a suitably descriptive name for the number of distinct elements in the system. Let us now consider this cybernetic system as a machine for handling information. Very often THLS is precisely what a cybernetic machine is. Even when some physical mechanism is involved, the sense in which the operation of the mechanism depends on its ability to store, transmit, and modify information is quite evident. This information handling machine has large variety, and therefore high uncertainty. For it will be recalled that systems of the exceedingly complex sort were said to be describable only in terms of probabilities. The greater the variety, the very much greater the permutative capacity of the machine's possible states. A machine in its pristine state is therefore full of uncertainty, its content is chaos. Once the machine begins to operate, however, a degree of order is introduced, and this ordering begins to eliminate the ruling uncertainty. This is what enables us to handle cybernetic systems. It is information. Information kills variety, and the reduction of variety is one of the main techniques of regulation, not indeed because it simplifies the system to be controlled, but because it makes it more predictable. Noise in the system increases the variety without increasing the information. We are still dealing, however, in probabilities rather than directly measurable quantities. Information in a cybernetic system can be discussed only in terms of statistical distributions, since all the factors which would be required to build an isomorphic model are not known. Historically, the development of these ideas become locked at this point in a logical difficulty. The probabilities which had to be discussed in the theory of statistical mechanics had to be expressed as an innate sequence of examples. But the proper mathematical apparatus for handling this type of probability theory rigorously did not become available for many more years. Confirmation of Gibbs' brilliant intuitions was later obtained by its use. In the meantime, however, a new understanding of probability was emerging. The vital outcome of all this work is now known as ergodic theory, which is concerned with the ways in which probabilistic systems settle into certain predictable forms independently of the temporal conditions in which they start. In other words, there are probability aspects of the systems in which we are interested which are invariant to certain kinds of transformation. These properties are worth mentioning here because they alone have made possible a coherent theory of information which is independent of any particular communication system. In this, they contribute to the possibility of the science of cybernetics itself. The aim here has simply been to establish the belief that there can be such a thing as a general theory of information, and that this theory would have to concern itself with the probabilities with which a machine's states can be ordered. This is to say that we must be able to discuss the information content of the machine. To do this a measure is required. Consider a formal machine for stopping people from putting their heads out of the window. Here it is. Do not lean out of the window. How much information an English message of this length can contain can be measured by saying that each of 29 places has to be LLED by one of 27 letters. In all probability that a given space will contain a given letter is not 1 in 27, because each letter of the alphabet has a different and known frequency of occurrence in Standard English, and because even then the chances also depend on the particular run of letters that gets into the preceding places. But for the sake of illustration, let us suppose that the chances are not affected like this, and are 1, 27. Thus the RST letter contains enough information to specify a unique selection from 27 items. So does the second, and so on. To measure the information in the whole message, we wish to accumulate the uncertainty that has been removed at each place. The selection of each item from 27 is in fact killing the variety of the unorganized machine, which would consist of 29 empty spaces and a box of 29 alphabets. But although we wish to accumulate the information from space to space, we shall not have a satisfactory model of the machine if these probabilities of L27 are simply summed. Any one letter/space can combine with all other possible groupings, the overall probabilities are multiplicative. Hence, if we wish to accumulate probabilities from space to space, we should sum their logarithms. Logarithms to any base would serve the purpose, but in information theory the base 2 is used. This reduces our thinking to the simplest possible terms, as it poses the problem of selection as a yes-no decision between a pair of alternatives. This two-valued decision can obviously be expressed by a number that has two values to a binary digit, and the abbreviation of this phrase to the word bit provides us with the standard term for a unit of information. The concept is particularly convenient when it comes to building machines, because a bit can be so simply represented as a switch which is either on or off, a current either owing or not owing. In this way the amount of information in the sample verbal machine as organized for stopping people from putting their heads out of the window is H equals 29 log 2 27 bits in all, or simply H equals log 27 equals 4 to 75 bits per space. Generalizing, we may express the number of possible selections per space as a fractional probability, written as 11, for the ith space. Thence the general expression for the average information content per space is H, 2 underscore, pi 1 degree 82 pz, and this is called the entropy of a selection. This word is the one used for statements of a similar form to H in statistical mechanics, but it really derives from thermodynamics as mentioned in Chapter 3. Nor need this dual purpose be misleading. A thermodynamic system attains maximum entropy when its heat is evenly shared, the system has no available energy remaining. In information theory, H reaches its maximum when the probabilities are all equal. This happens when the variety is maximal, the system is undifferentiated and contains no information. It follows that if there is a tendency for the entropy of a system to rise, the machine is running down, becoming less differentiated. With the definitions given here, this is true of both thermodynamic systems and cybernetic machines. If the machine is not to run down, moreover, it will be necessary to inject more information into it, for the natural behavior of any system that has the capability to adjust its probabilities is to gain in entropy and therefore to lose information. This work is fundamental to cybernetics, because its thinking provides standard measures for discussing any machine in terms of its semantic organization. This means that tendencies over a period of time can be measured, and also that different machines can be compared for efficiency in terms of the number of binary switches one would have to use to construct them and cope with their variety. Let us take an example. By comparing the number of these switches we should have to use to specify our original message in VE different languages. The formula for H is applied to measure the entropy per space and multiplied out for the number of spaces. Since each of these messages is using a different amount of binary information in order to transmit the same idea, it is evident that the languages vary in efficiency for this purpose. That is, they include varying amounts of redundance. Quite how much redundancy is there depends upon the language taken as the absolute standard. If the above VE languages alone were possible, the redundancy of the other four could be measured in terms of the absolute efficiency of the German. But suppose that an international convention were developed by which all windows had to be marked either O or X according as it were or were not safe to put out one's head, and that the probabilities of meeting one or the other were about equal. Then the entropy of our machine for stopping people from putting their heads out of the window would be just 1 bit. Against that standard even the German admonition would be highly redundant. Cybernetic machines can be compared for the efficiency with which they carry out their function of being machines for doing so and so by measures of this kind. Industrial control systems, for example, are often highly redundant. Others, again, for the same variety, tend to gain in entropy, because they are badly designed, and cannot retain the differentiation imposed upon them, it leaks through the system. This does not mean that they are becoming more rich in information, for they are not adding to their structure. They are losing information by becoming less and less differentiated. Chapter 6: The Black Box. The approach to the cybernetic characteristic of self-regulation is through feedback to homeostasis. The approach to the cybernetic characteristic of probabilism is through statistics to the theory of information. We are left with the third characteristic of cybernetic systems, extreme complexity. The approach to this is through the black box. An exceedingly complex system was earlier deemed as one so complex that it had to be accepted as undeniable in detail. Now apply the fundamental operational research technique of model building to the problem which this fact proposes. We want a model of this system, a model which, although in all basic respects behaving like the original system, is nonetheless more easily handled. Consider a small and in principle deniable system that is totally inaccessible. It is enclosed in an opaque case which can by no means be entered. Wires are seen entering and leaving the sides of the case, and these convey the inputs and outputs of the machine. This little box, although deniable in principle, is not deniable in practice because it has been made inaccessible. And so it is called a black box. A black box is homomorphic with a cybernetic system, because the latter has undergone a many-one simplifying transformation without losing its key characteristic. This homomorphism is therefore a useful and valid model of an exceedingly complex system. How far in fact is it necessary to simplify such a problem if the black box is to be invoked? It is important to note how much variety is contained in such a box, because variety is the URI characteristic of an exceedingly complex situation which attain the present concern. How extensive must the input/output system of a black box transducer be before the internal possibilities of the machine can contain enough information to simulate variety at the level of industrial experience? For example, consider the box mentioned by Bowman, in which there are merely 8 inputs and 1 output, a sufficiently simple machine one might imagine. Adopting the usual constraint, that each input and output can take on one of only 2 values, how many possible machines can the box represent? There are 28 input states. Now with an output of 2 possible states, the number of possible machines which the box can simulate is 2, where n is the number of distinguishable input states. So the number of distinguishable machines is 228 or 22. Just how large a number this is becomes fully apparent when it is compared with Eddington's COSM-Eichel number, for according to Eddington 9 the total number of protons and electrons in the universe is % 136. $225. Thus so simple looking a box has sufficient variety in its distinct manifestations to parallel the variety of the universe. The importance of the black box technique in cybernetics cannot be overrated. An exceedingly complex system has to be controlled, it has high variety, and that variety cannot be ignored. It must be represented, and deployed homeostatically. Often one hears the optimistic demand, give me a simple control system, one that cannot go wrong. The trouble with such simple controls is that they have insufficient variety to cope with the variety in the environment. Thus, so far from not going wrong, they cannot go right. Only variety in the control mechanism can deal successfully with variety in the system controlled. This vital conclusion must be adopted as an axiom in the process of destroying the variety of complex systems. The principle has been named by Ashby 6 the law of requisite variety. A suitable black box model of a cybernetic system will contain enough information to handle its variety, and of course this competence can be measured. If there is sufficient permutative variety to provide a 1-1 transformation from the controlled system into the control box, then it is evident that there is requisite variety. It comes down to the problem of matching the entropy of a selection from the control box with the entropy of a selection from the controlled system. This isomorphism, taken with a set of rich interconnections between the two systems of environment and model, is the formal requirement for control. Having given that formal introduction to the black box concept, it remains to consider something of its practical role as a technique in the investigation of systems. And the RST point to note is that most scientific investigation concerns itself with black boxes from the very start. When Harvey enunciated his propositions about the circulation of the blood, he had not directly observed the phenomenon. From what was directly observable, in fact, notoriously false conclusions had been drawn by scientists before Harvey. Galen's doctrine had been that the blood ebbs and flows between the liver and the right ventricle. The analogy of irrigation was put forward, by which the tissues were thought to absorb blood. In the absence of the necessary tools, for instance of any technique of magnification through which to discern the capillary vessels, these scientists were confronted with a black box. They had certain information about this box, notably that it involved a set of one-way valves. Harvey had this information, and also his own experimental evidence of the expansion of the aorta following the contraction of the heart. On this limited information, Harvey had to envisage a model of the system, and he drew it, as the operational research man docs today, from current thinking in another sphere. In the 17th century, hydraulic engineering was a vital technical development. Harvey was presented with the model of a pump. Much scientific discovery has followed this pattern. The box with which scientists are presented is indeed black because it is inaccessible. Today science has gained access to the blood system, and no black box has to be entertained. But this is scientific hindsight. At the time of discovery, a mystery has to be considered. Otherwise there would be nothing to discover. This mystery constitutes the blackness of the box. It is the same with a child who has to unravel the mysteries of his environment. When he is older, the child will understand precisely how the side of his cot is constructed to be lowered. As a child, however, the system is inaccessible to him because of LL1's own intellectual limitations. So he adopts a black box strategy. He manipulates the inputs. And he discovers that by a combination of shaking and rocking he can obtain the desired output, the collapse of the side of the cot. S0 The box is familiar to everyone, in mundane as well as in scientific contexts. Always the system is inaccessible, sometimes literally, because of an inadequate technology, sometimes curatively, in a relatively low intelligence, sometimes by mere default, as when the radio set remains a black box to someone who could perfectly well understand its connections and modus operandi if he took the trouble. All that Cybernetics does with this familiar object of the box is to set it up to describe an absolutely inaccessible system. The brain provides a good example. Present-day knowledge of the brain is fast developing, but consider for a moment its complexity. The brain is a machine with a large input of sensory brains, say 10 million binary channels. It has a rather less number of outputs, say a million. Thus, drawing again on Bowman, we may observe that there is a vast number of possible brains. The inputs may be permit for all permutations of the output. The number is of incredible magnitude. As Bowman remarks, this must surely be the largest integer even seriously considered scientifically. Presumably it is in principle possible that in some remote future age all these machines will have been investigated. Within this era, however, this box is absolutely black. And so it is with other essentially scientific systems, the economy, for example, or the industrial company. This discursive account of black box notions has been given so that the points it has to offer as a technique may be readily grasped. These may be summed up in saying that the methods we should use to handle exceedingly complex systems are those of input manipulation, output classification. They are not those of cause and effect analysis. This may sound obvious, written at this point. If so, the foregoing discussion has been worthwhile. For consider the currently orthodox methods of industrial control, they rely implicitly on cause and effect analysis. Up to a point this is UCL, non-standard processes. Can be examined, unduly high costs highlighted and so forth. But from the point of view of cybernetic control, the whole approach is basically wrong. It deals with a homomorphism of the real situation, one in which cause-effect relationships are assumed to hold. But they do not hold. Consider this example: we are supposed to believe that the cost of a product varies as a discoverable inverse function of the level of output. Any economist will give us the theory, any manager will explain that the law does not work. The system is too complex, and its connectivity too black, to endow the idea of X as a discoverable function of E with meaning. When we identify a system as an absolutely black box, we are in effect saying that F is by definition undiscoverable, an enigma. The arguments of this paragraph are of paramount importance. By making this approach, we should have advanced our understanding of the control problem. But has the black box notion anything more to offer? Yes, it provides a fundamental clue to the actual technique which ought to be used in handling the vast permit variety of exceedingly complex systems. The selection of an item from so vast a number is the critical operation. The ability to make a correct selection is, after all, a basic definition of intelligence. The variety deployed as intelligence to make the selection must, by the law of requisite variety, parallel the variety to be controlled. The most icy and searching procedure, then, is the one offering the highest entropy at each selection. Suppose, for example, there are just 10 items from which the right one must be selected. If a procedure is adopted which examines each in turn, the entropy of the selection is H equals 2,11, logs 11 equals 0 to 469 bits. To increase this low entropy to its maximum, we shall have to raise the probabilities to equality. Then H equals 05 plus 0 to 5 equals L bit. It is thus shown that the most efficient selection procedure consists one in a series of dichotomies. This strategy of search employs the variety of search to its fullest advantage. There are reasons in formal mathematical logic why a black box of the form mentioned earlier, allied with this search technique, is a most promising tool of control. Simply translated into words that have already been deemed, it amounts to saying that the cosmically huge variety of states in the box can be in effect reduced to manageable proportions by a random search process on the high entropy pattern of equal divisions. And this is because whole sets of input transformations will be discoverable for which runs of output are invariant. Consider one or two examples which illustrate the control power of this kind of arrangement. A busy town at rush hour is teeming with vehicles. These vehicles are all following different routes at different speeds. They are motivated by devices whose aims are independent of each other, and they are subject to innumerable random variables. In other words, this is an exceedingly complex system of very high variety. How is it that these vehicles do not pile up into one vast appalling crash? That they might is one output state, that they do not is the other output state. So we have a black box with the binary output survival of the system, and a large number of input variables which permute themselves and their interconnections to represent the environment of the system and the relationships of each car to its neighbors. Part of the definition of the system is that it consists of roads, along which it is possible to pass in two basic ways, on the left or on the right. Now by constraining the system by one simple rule of the road, left/not right, an enormous amount of control is introduced. Without this rule, then, clearly there would be chaos, and the output would go to non-survival of the system. Here we have the power of the dichotomous selection procedure. The law of requisite variety is obeyed, because information is brought to bear on EZU/2 vehicle. But the transformation from all cars moving arbitrarily between left and right streams to all cars moving in left stream is mignon. This is what kills the variety of the system and suppresses its concomitant dangers. So far, so good, the traic is moving smoothly in two left-handed streams. The next difficulty occurs at the intersections of two roads. Again we end dichotomous selection. Traic lights, or policemen, are used to apply the rule, this/not that. A rudimentary control of the exceedingly complex system is built up in this way. It does at least leave the output of the whole system invariant at survival. Of course, the control mechanism is appallingly crude, mainly because of its absence of full information, integration, and feedback. Much will one day be done by cybernetics to improve this situation, I forecast. Meanwhile, however, Here in this traffic example is quite a cheap application of black box theory to a problem which, if we can only visualize it without the controls to which we are also used, would be one of hideous disorder. Transfer, then, this thinking to those industrial situations whose control we seem to understand so little. The black box approach will certainly help in bringing under control the vast variety of production possibilities inherent in any shop or planning problem. Consider a shop housing a number of processes. It is possible to program incoming material onto any number of these processes, in any order, and to sell the product at any stage. Admittedly, a real factory will probably constrain this situation by declaring whole areas of the possible permutation technically infeasible. But no matter, this example restores the balance by considering only a small shop. How many courses are open to the planner of this little plant? The answer is, G1, and this means that in a shop with no more than 10 processes there are almost 10 million possible plans. It is all very well to imagine that an optimum answer to the problem can be obtained by experience, but the precisely right solution can be found only in the context of a particular set of orders, factory and labor conditions, and so on. This is, in other words, a dynamic problem. It demands continuous solution in an ideal factory. Elsewhere 1 degree I have explained how the operational research tool of linear programming can be used to obtain absolutely the optimum solution to this class of problem. But consider the difficulty instead in terms of black box theory, whereby the balance of a program can be studied continuously under changing conditions. Suppose that the 10 million possible plans are scrutinized separately, and that this can be done at the rate of 1 a minute. Working continuously, then, day and night, it will take 19 years to ND the best plan. By using the high entropy search method, however, on a machine constructed to work at a similar rate of 1 comparison per minute, the job can be done in about 20 minutes. It is not impossible that this aim should be achieved provided the proper logical methods are invoked. We have stated the minimum selection procedure required to solve the problem. The black box must be designed to operate that procedure effectively. This it can do if it has a set of criteria of success to impose upon the scansion it is going to make. It intends to behave homeostatically between the variety of the problem and the criteria of survival, by interposing a high entropy controller fed with requisite variety for transforming the states of the system experimentally. In operational fact, the machine will do exactly what is done in the brain of the human planner. His equivalent cerebral mechanism enables him to eliminate whole sets of nugatory possibilities without conscious consideration. And so a cybernetic machine, doing this job in a shop containing 10 processes, ought to propose the same program as the human planner. More particularly, in a huge factory containing thousands of processes and thousands of special constraints, the machine ought still to obtain the best answer. The unfortunate human planner in these conditions is reduced to guesswork. His brain is big enough to specify the problem, but it is not sufficiently specialized along the lines of the high entropy selection procedure, with its vast set of possibilities and strangely coupled subsets of criteria, to solve it. In concluding this introduction to the cybernetic approach to extreme complexity, it is worth noting that the points put forward merely formalize the ways in which nature itself handles this problem. Throughout the realm of natural science we ND that the deep laws, the rules governing the operation of the basic homeostats, are of black box form. Inputs are innately permitted, variety is innately promoted, and there is a notorious prodigality which wreaks the permittability of the whole system. But simple, comprehensive decision processes come into play to cut down the unwanted variety. These are many one transformations which have so far kept the output of the natural order in general at survival. What is more, a natural system teaches itself these rules, without even recognizing what they are. Consider the natural analog of the man-made traffic system mentioned earlier. Forget the cars on the road, and consider the humans on the pavement. They have no left/not right transformation to apply, and so they meander indiscriminately across the pavement. But, as the pedestrian traffic increases, this random movement ceases. Patterns form, in small pockets, which themselves ebb and flow. Local rules of the road are followed as people being to move in streams. This pattern making represents a vast reduction in the variety of possible crowd-on-pavement systems. But it does not come about from the application of formal rules, nor yet from intelligent cooperation. It arises naturally, as the result of the interaction of the parts of the random system because these have information, and feedback. It is a primary aim of industrial cybernetics to harness this ability of a system to teach itself optimum behavior. To do it, however, we must know how to design the system in the RST place as a machine for teaching itself. There must be exactly the right flow of information in the right places, rich interconnectivity, facilities for the growth of feedbacks and Mignon transformation circuits, and so on. The exceedingly complex system must be designed as a black box. What I think we are beginning to understand is that this design is probably quite simple. It will generate its own requisite variety. For this is what happens in nature. The discoveries of exploratory science reveal ever-widening frontiers, ever-expanding details, ever-increasing proliferation of variety. Simultaneously, the discoveries of explanatory science reveal still fewer principles, of still wider scope and still more potent influence. A cybernetic system, from the universe to the brain, one's an immeasurably complicated but elegantly simple thing, as is a polygon with an innate number of sides. Part H. The logical theory of Cybernetics. In the RST part, the fundamental ideas on which the science of cybernetics is based were marshaled. The natures of cisterns and of control itself were examined, and the basic concept of feedback was introduced. Then some the major cybernetic techniques were mentioned, and especially the important theory of the black box. From this foundation the development of the new science can be built up. But is cybernetics really a science? In the RST place reasons are given for calling cybernetics a science. Its place in the history of scientific development is easily discussed, and the requirements of any subject making this claim are suggested. They are, a theoretical science, the pure aspect, a descriptive science, the practical technique, and an applied science, the way the theory and the practice are brought into real use. This part deals primarily with the RST of these three aspects, the other two are the main subjects of parts 3 and 4. The thought that cybernetics is drawing on an ancient pedigree of thinking is further developed through the history of logic. Cybernetics deals in information, and the old problems of how we know everything and what can legitimately be said about that knowledge are examined in a fresh light. An historic paradox, which has fascinated philosophers for 2000 years, is followed to its modern solution. This solution is incorporated in the black box technique, and is applied to an actual industrial control problem. The immediate object of tracing the logical origins of cybernetics is to reveal the true nature and genuine novelty of that application. But this insight into the relevance of my logic has still more valuable uses. Cybernetics, in both its theory and in its practical engineering, uses the binary notation. The power of this algebra CG decision lies in its logic. It is more than an electrical convenience, and 4 deep reasons are put forward for using it as the calculus of cybernetics. These logical developments reach fruition in the theory ZY automata, the machines which imitate the behavior of other systems, notably organic ones. 2 archetypal theories are expounded. JBR the construction of such automata, and it is shown that the limitations generally supposed to apply to such machines do not really exist. Machines can be built capable of imitating certain behavior hitherto thought to be the prerogative of living creatures. They can be made to adapt themselves, to work in a brain-like way, to reproduce themselves, and even to evolve in so doing to more complex machines. Part H deals, then, with the logical theory of cybernetics. This is essentially a theoretical structure, but it is not therefore abstruse and dry. The development of brand new ideas in the science of control from ancient beginnings is in fact extremely exciting. Without understanding that development, moreover, it is not possible to understand the astonishing theoretical possibilities which have been laid bare. These, referred to in the previous paragraph and reached at the end of this part, R cent y10 discounted equals O means it does not hail. Before long, Boole had developed a whole algebra on this basis. It hails but does not rain is y equals L. It neither rains nor hails is equals 1. It either rains and hails together, or it neither rains nor hails is ky plus equals 1. Enough has been said to indicate Boole's general approach, and it is perhaps credible that the validity of complicated arguments can be studied algebraically in this way. The technique can in fact be used in industrial operational research. It is a pleasure to acknowledge, for instance, that Soper 12 has applied pure Boolean algebra to sort out a variety of industrial problems concerned with, for example, the right application of a highly rammied set of technical regulations, or the consistency of managerial responsibilities. But we cannot pursue these general questions farther. This account was given solely to establish the semantical basis of the binary notation. By now the importance to Cybernetics of the system 0,1 should be much more evident. Finally, in our FTH comment on the binary notation, we touch on a subject too complex to be explained in any detail. But it must be mentioned, for the sake of its relevance, and also because it ties up some ends left loose in the earlier discussion on undecidable sentences. The paradox of the liar will be recalled. In general, the paradox of the class of all classes that do not belong to themselves. It is to be hoped that the importance of this problem to cybernetics is now clear. Brie, it is to say that a cybernetic machine which sets out to imitate or amplify a human aptitude, by producing an analog of some aspect of the brain's function, must be designed in terms of a sound underlying logic. The incompleteness theorem is far from being an academic curiosity for cybernetics. It could so readily ruin a cybernetic system. Perhaps, as was seen in the production control example, the danger would even pass undetected. There are several ways in which this paradox can potentially be circumvented. In the RST place, the incomplete language can be set inside a language of higher order, a meta-language. This was done in our example, and, as was fully predictable, the result as seen from inside the control language was indeniable, a black box. The full-scale logical theory behind this approach to the problem is Russell's theory of types, in which whole classes of things belonging to one type are precisely the members of a class belonging to the next type. This theory has a number of variants, but all seek to avoid the dangerous paradox by limiting what can properly be said in any one language. Undecidable sentences are then not uttered. What needs to be said can be said about the object language from outside. A second, and quite different, method of avoiding the paradox is to take away its basic framework. This, after all, says, either this remark is true or false. That framework is implicit in the whole history of logic, in which any proposition must be either true or false. Yet if we once admit that there can be propositions which are neither true nor false, but something else, there is no paradox left. This approach has been made by the so-called intuitionist logic, with which the name of Broca is associated. It is full of interest to logicians, but of less immediate usefulness to cybernetic eons. For there are good reasons for using a binary notation, as has been shown, and this is usable only for a two-valued logic. A three-valued logic would require a less desirable notation. An n-valued logic would need one still less efficient inside a machine in terms of entropy and cost. This brings the story to a third possibility, one associated primarily with the name of Skolem. He it was who devised recursive arithmetic. Imagine that the verbal paradox under discussion is transformed into numerical terms by any of the techniques already mentioned or any other. The paradox is then in the form of a number, defined in terms of itself, and involving an internal contradiction. Using recursive arithmetic, however, a new definition of the number becomes possible. This does not involve the paradox because it does not acknowledge the existence of the number as an explicit thing. It provides instead a J's process for ending, one after another, the whole class of numbers of which this number is an example. Thus in effect foolproof arrangements are made to stumble on the number, rather than to declare its existence. This approach is a dynamic one, an operational one, conforming well to the whole spirit of cybernetics. The logic of a machine can be viewed as a semantic continuum, and there simply are no determined classes to be members of themselves or not. Now, apart from the satisfactory treatment which recursive number theory offers for dealing with undecidability in the control languages of cybernetics systems, it has another interesting characteristic. Dening a numeral by recursion means stating a process which will inevitably stumble on the numeral concerned. To do this, we start with an unexplained variable x, and apply to it repeatedly a rule: replace x by x plus 1. Hence, to den the numeral 6 by recursion, it would be possible to form the statement at il plus 1, and to nominate x as 3. But then the numeral 3 must be dened, perhaps as x plus 1-1l, where x equals l. What then is the numeral 1? Clearly it is x plus l, where x is o. In this way, the operations of a recursive arithmetic are reduced in logic to generating a numerical process by repeated applications of the two rules: replace x by x plus l, and ultimately, replace x by o. The whole arithmetic is reduced to the vocabulary 0, 1. In this way, and for the fth time, the binary notation emerges as the best way of handling information, whether logical or mathematical. And this time, in a sense most powerfully of all, the notation is there explicitly to circumvent the problem of the undecidable sentence. The point brings to an end the train of ideas set in motion by recognizing in the paradox of the liar, set out in antiquity, a root cybernetic difficulty of the present. 1. Chapter 11. Theory of Automata. What is a machine? A special connotation has been used for this term in this book. We no longer think of a machine in cybernetics as primarily a collection of hardware, cogs, and levers. A machine is a system for doing something, and cybernetic eons are intent on deciding how far machines can go towards performing such animal-like functions as learning and recognizing. It is all very well for applied cybernetics to work at the construction of such machines. A genuine science must include in its basic pure theory proofs of the extent to which such constructions are logically possible. Investigations on these lines demand some sort of archetype of a machine about which to talk. We have already agreed that this will not be an actual collection of hardware, it will have to be an operational description, in logical terms, of a rudimentary system capable of the minimal transformations required to carry out cybernetic activities. Two such archetypes are available. They are known as automata, and have already provided theorems about cybernetics which throw a blazing light on the ultimate limitations of machines. Or perhaps one should say that the theorems reveal mankind to have had some poor intuitions about such supposed limitations, many of which are not real. Outstandingly, what has been shown is that the complexity and ability of a machine is not, after all, limited in the long run by the intelligence of its designer. This is the result which, in my opinion, does more than any other argument to show that cybernetics must be taken seriously. That conclusion comes from a study of the RST of the two archetypal machines. From the second come conclusions about the limits of accuracy with which information can be handled in relation to other information in the system, and in relation to the timescale of the system. This leads to a formal analysis of error in the machine. For perhaps the RST time, science is not working on a perfectionist model which assumes that nothing ever goes wrong. Cybernetics has accepted that mistakes, breakdowns, and random interferences occur in any system, and has shown how these things may be taken care of in the design of a machine. And from this has derived another startling conclusion of tremendous importance. This is that a machine can be so designed that it will produce correct answers regardless of any level of error one cares to assume in advance to be at risk. We now have denied proof that the output of such a machine can be made just as accurate, and just as reliable, as we wish. However uncertain is the effectiveness of the machine's components, or the connections by which they are joined together. Results of this power and unexpectedness are not lightly to be disregarded. Their proper proofs cannot be given here, but it does seem important that their basic nature should be understood before the reader can be asked to believe in the results. What are these archetypal machines whose study is so vital? The RST group of such automata is called Turing machines, and the second group deals with logical nets. The outstanding reason why some time has been spent in discussing the logical theory behind cybernetics is to provide and specialist insight and terminology to describe the general theory of automata, to make it clear why these strange machines are representative systems through which to obtain results of this kind, and to make these results accessible to the reader. Without this equipment, no one can really be expected to understand why such archetypal systems are interesting machines at all, still less how theorems about them prove anything of general importance. The two groups of automata will be described in the remaining two sections of this chapter. Turing machines' qualitative information, such as is found in verbal arguments, can be reduced to the form of binary statements. Quantitative information, such as is found in arithmetical arguments, can also be reduced to the form of binary statements. In short, the notation of bits will convey any information at all with universal competence and absolute identity. Hence it will be no surprise to hear that an archetypal cybernetic machine will deal in bits. The operations of this machine will themselves be required to attain to highest efficiency. We know this can be cloned by designing the machine so that its activity takes the form of binary decisions. With this preamble, an ARM recollection of the cybernetic methods described earlier, let us specify a basic machine. It will be a physical system, and therefore finite in extent and components. It will be recognized by its ability to exist in one of a number of states, a finite number, since the states must be some moded permutation of the finite parts. The machine will operate by changing from one state to another. If the machine is to do something useful, rather than to ruminate within itself, the changes of state will be the outcome of some external happening presented to the machine. How is the machine to become aware of external happenings? Obviously, they ought to be represented in binary notation. S0 if the machine is fed with an endless tape printed with a succession of OS and LS in single li, any desired environment can be coded and presented to it. Now the machine must have a mechanism for reading this tape, so we shall equip it with means of detecting whether a given character on the tape is an O or a L. Next, the environment will have to affect the machine, so we shall specify that having read a given character, the machine will change its state. But the machine must actually interact with its environment, and so reading a character will also allow the machine to move the tape and to take some action itself. It can move the tape by one space to left or right, and can then print a symbol. That means confirming what is in the new space already, or printing AL where there was nothing, or erasing AL and leaving nothing. The tape, after it has been processed in this way, becomes the output of the machine. It can, of course, be translated back into terms of the particular environment from which operations started. This is a Turing machine. It is truly an archetype, for it is at once clear that all machines can be fitted to this pattern. To summarize, a machine has been deemed as a device which is capable of detecting something going on outside itself, of changing its own state, of shifting its position to detect something else, and of taking some action which alters what is happening outside it. A typewriter can be fitted to this description, so can a starch, a steam hammer and a brain. But observe what has been gained by a formal specification. The machine is a set of states undergoing tram-J formations. It handles information exclusively in bits, its own internal behavior is completely described by a two-valued logic, and its whole operation can be deemed recursive / I have italicized the key words in that description. We have already seen what a wealth of theory and technique is available to handle these ideas. So this formal version of the automaton is a most important device. It is much more than it seems to be at RST site. Next must come a word of historical explanation. The Turing machine is named after the British logician and mathematician, A.M. Turing. He invented this specification in a famous paper 13 written in 1936. His immediate object was to prove that certain formulations in mathematical logic cannot be proved. The resemblance to Gödel's incompleteness theorem is apparent, although the problem Turing solved was a rather more complicated one posed by Hilbert. But from this start Turing went on to even more momentous results. In discussing these we should note that Turing was interested in computable numbers, that is, he was investigating the possibility of computing various types of mathematical series. Cybernetics has since seen the work with fresh eyes. For an innate series of O and L digits can, as we know, represent environmental information. And in studying his problem in terms of an archetypal machine, Turing was also proving that a machine of the given characteristics could in fact be built. Suppose, then, that a Turing machine is presented with a series. It receives this in the form of a innate sequence of binary digits on a tape, sufficient to deem an innate mathematical series. Can a Turing machine, using the operations already explained, succeed in mastering the series? That is my word, mastering. It is meant to convey the idea that the machine should adjust itself to the series so that it can go on covering tape indefinitely with further terms of the same series. Turing showed that his machine can do this for my series, which can img be produced by average other machine. It was this conclusion that led Turing to call his machine a universal automaton. This is a staggering result. A Turing machine is a simple little device. But if it is supplied with the full specification of a series produced by a vastly more elaborate machine, a series so involved for example that the human mind cannot grasp its pattern, the Turing machine is capable of mastering that series, and of continuing it. It is in fact capable of turning itself into the more elaborate machine, insofar as it can do the same work. Already we have the justification for the earlier statement that machines are not limited, as everyone supposes, by the intelligence of their own designers. But there is more to follow, and here the account passes from Turing to that prodigious American mathematician, von Neumann. By 1948 he had extended the compass of this thinking in a memorably cybernetic way 14 by asking, why should the arguments be restricted to computing machines? Von Neumann adapted the theorems to deal with machines that control construction. There is, we said, a finite number of parts in a Turing machine. Put a large number of these parts in a reservoir, said von Neumann, with a Turing machine in the middle. This machine is set to master not a presented series this time but a series of its own operations, in detail for each component. The output of this automaton is then a tape, giving its own specification. Such an output certainly belongs to Turing's class of computable numbers. But if an automaton can be constructed to do this, as it can, then one can also be constructed to produce other similar machines, instead of tape. All that is necessary is for the mastering process to be directed towards the parts of the machines in the reservoir, instead of to the printing of symbols on tape. No doubt there are engineering problems involved in this idea. But von Neumann showed that Turing's result meant that it is logically possible to have a self-reproducing machine. More needs to be said. If a Turing machine is fed with a description of a much more elaborate machine, which is the output of that machine when engaged in specifying itself, then the simpler machine can master that specification also. So that if the parts of the elaborate machine are available in the reservoir, the Turing machine will be able to construct these elaborate machines too. Naturally, we are suppressing all the detailed argument. But this is the gist of von Neumann's demonstration that it is logically possible to construct a machine capable of producing other machines more complex than itself. The resistance which this conclusion meets is interesting. Two of the foremost minds of our era have collaborated to reach it. Both Turing and von Neumann are now dead. Their contributions to science stand, beyond questions of reputation and personality, as completed achievements. Here are recorded not their intuitions, but their demonstrations. There is no question but that the theorems, on which these comments have been directly based, are correct. It is worth answering the question, why are the results so difficult to accept? I believe the answer to be simple, and give it in operational research terms. We ND the idea that a machine might produce another more complex than itself difficult because we argue from the wrong model. A machine is a product of engineering, we say, and subject to the laws of physics. One cannot get more out of a machine than one puts into it. One cannot even get as much out as is put in, there must be losses in the conversion of energy in efficiency, lost heat. All this is true. And regarded as a heat engine, it may well be that a Turing machine is very wasteful. But cybernetic conclusions are nothing to do with machines qua hardware. They are to do with machines qua information systems, organisms in an environment. So although we speak of a machine, it is misleading to leap to the model of a heat engine. As was said at the outset of this part on logical theory, the setting of machines RMLY on the inanimate side of the animate/inanimate dichotomy is an historical accident. The most revealing model for the present purposes comes from biology. The whole history of evolution shows the natural order evolving from the less to the more complex. More particularly, the development of an individual specimen shows its evolution from a single cell to a whole organism of many millions of cells. Once thinking begins on these lines, using a viable model, the results we have obtained cease to be incomprehensible and achieve the status of more important discoveries, that of being so obvious why did I not spot it? The biological model, although not to be interpreted mystically so that machines are endowed with some new life force, is a valuable isomorphism. In his own exposition, von Neumann is seen tracing the similarities of his machine reproduction program to those of genetical reproduction, and identifying that portion of the machine's instructions which is roughly affecting the functions of a gene. Again, attention is drawn to the importance of looking at a Turing machine in its historical logical context. The wonderful economy of this artifact, its simplicity and elegance, together with the incredible power to demonstrate conclusions not hitherto imagined, these attributes do not make their just impact on the mind unless they are appreciated as pure logic. We devoted a whole chapter to the power of binary decision so that the information handling of the Turing machine might be savored, its high-entropy search system approved and, above all, its method of recursive denition understood as solving a terribly difficult and abstruse problem. It is from all this underlying theory that the machine derives its immense power. The invention can be contemplated with the same awe and wonder as a masterpiece of the arts. These RST conclusions about the limitations of automata are aired strictly in terms of their historical importance to cybernetics. They are not proposed as an entry into some nightmare world of science fiction in which machines will breed, and evolve into some ever more frightening species. We do not know whether man will ever wish to develop this kind of machine, nor, if he does, whether he will succeed in mastering the engineering problems involved. We do know, however, that the great investigations that have been described are the RST results of a cybernetic program to investigate the limitations of machines by fully scientific methods. We have wrecked a constraining structure for thinking that has held back progress for hundreds of years. Finite automate. The RST archetypal automaton which we have discussed, called the Turing machine, is nite in its parts and states, but it is strictly speaking an innate automaton, because the tape on which it operates is of no specied length and could be continuously fed into the machine forever. The second archetype, to which we now turn, is, however, nite. Let us begin, as before, by discussing a possible machine to serve as an archetype. A machine is a system, a set of points joined together by certain specied relationships. Therefore we may set up as its model a simple network. Each of the dots in the network represents some binary situation, that is, any one dot is a cell in the machine or system which at any given moment is either activated or not. The lines by which these dots are connected reveal the possible modes in which the system can operate. The activation of one dot will be taken to imply that a pulse travels down the connection linking it to another dot, and that on arrival the pulse itself may have a binary EECT, either it activates the cell at which it has arrived or it inhibits that cell's activity. A schematic diagram, using these conventions, can obviously be drawn to describe both the internal operations of a machine and its connections with the environment. This diagram will bear a marked resemblance to any representation of an electrical circuit. Suppose, in the RST place, that the machine we seek to describe is in fact a doorbell. The network shows that as soon as the environment acts upon the machine in the form of a anger which closes the switch, certain consequences follow which are named in the upshot bell ringing. Large numbers of machines can be described in exactly this way, even when they do not embody electrical circuits. For example, the mechanical system of cams and trips by which a piece of production machinery may be organized to machine a workpiece is susceptible to this description, because its parts have precise connections, and are either set in motion or left alone at any given stage of operation. Now it will be observed that this kind of archetypal automaton is most readily applied when the cells of the machine operate on an all or none basis. It would be difficult, although not necessarily impossible in view of our knowledge of binary logic, to describe an analog computer, for example, in these terms. The important limitation on the description so far set down, however, is that most machines do not operate in a XED way. That is to say, the description so far given applies only to deterministic systems, whereas many we shall wish to describe are probabilistic. This difficulty can, of course, be met by ascribing probabilities to each move in the network. Under this regime, a pulse which reaches a cell will not necessarily take effect. It will activate or inhibit the cell only if the probabilities ascribed to it at that moment by the machine are higher than the threshold at which the cell is prepared to operate. This extension at once makes the model useful for a vast new range of machines. The night automaton as now envisaged is a familiar archetype of natural machinery, in particular, from that of sense perception to that of atomic physics. The historical origins of this second class of cybernetic archetype are most interesting, because they arose in the context of living machinery, the description of nervous activity. In a classic paper 15, McCulloch and Pitts used the concept of a network to discuss the behavior of a system in neurophysiology. They had realized that neural events and the relations among them are open to discussion in terms of propositional logic because of the binary behavior of neurons. They developed a logical calculus for these discussions, and at once reached a number of important conclusions. Firstly, and remembering that the primary task of a pure cybernetic theory is to investigate the ultimate limitation of machines, it was proved that the network model for night automata is in fact adequate to represent any logical system. Given a machine or cybernetic system, then one can always ND a net which will behave isomorphially with the machine described. The naivete of a true general application of the basic idea of notation soon emerged from this study. As time unfolds, the behavior of the net is determined by its specification as a night automaton. Given a complete specification for the state of the machine at a given moment, together with details of the next event, it is possible to work out to what state the machine will next move. But it is quite impossible to construct the history of events by retracing them in time. This is because there are many disjunctions in the network. Once a few of these disjunctions have been passed, one cannot say in retrospect which of a large number of possible routes the machine has in fact followed to its present state. Moreover, a rather more subtle logical argument shows that it is not possible to work out in retrospect the correspondence of the machine's states to the passage of time. Hence, argued McCulloch and Pitts, the human being's knowledge of the external world is necessarily incomplete. The human brain is compelled to abstract from its experience, and is incapable of becoming a machine for the slavish repetition of its own reactions. Not, of course, that this is disadvantageous. The process is in fact precisely the one which enables us to systematize, codify, and make use of our experience. This is an interesting cybernetic result for anyone who too crudely conceives of the machine's storage of information as involving the permanent unselective recording of every piece of data. Once this archetypal machine, the night automaton, had thus been invented, a number of workers began to exploit its potentialities. Klein, mentioned earlier here for his work in metamathematics, applied these advanced logical procedures to the study of the representation of events in night automata. It was he one who proceeded to deem exactly what kinds of events could be represented in this archetype. George 17 is one of the British cybernetic eons who have helped to develop this theory. A number of other developments and discoveries have been made, until by now the theory of nets is an advanced study in its own rights. The connections with set theory will also be noted, for the behavior of the network can be described as the relations between sets of its component points. Before passing on to the major example of the results obtained, it is appropriate to note the potential answer to an objection. Some may well feel that despite the work being usefully done on night automata, the schematic diagram implied as its specification will never be a satisfactory model for many kinds of cybernetic machine, and in particular for industrial operations at the policy level or the really large-scale study of the human brain. Schell, in a remarkable book, has shown from the point of view of an anatomist how effectively this kind of thinking can be assimilated into more traditional studies. While being quite aware of the work here described, Schell insists that a broad statistical model is a prerequisite for the study of operations in the brain. This conclusion is based on histological studies which show that it is impossible to rely on specific circuits in any description of neural activity. Thus it seems that we shall not only have to adapt the network model to probabilism by treating the interconnectivity of a system as a matrix of transition probabilities, but that the system as a whole will have to be regarded as infinite. In this light, the kind of schematic diagram which is at present being drawn to represent night automata may have to be regarded as a statistical measure of centrality for the system as it exists in time. One of the most stimulating features of cybernetics, which arises perhaps because it is a new science, is that a new and higher synthesis of disparate ideas can always be envisaged just beyond the horizon. The feasibility, in particular, of the synthesis we have just foreshadowed may perhaps be gauged by the last of the conclusions which will be drawn from this work. But this conclusion is of immense cybernetic interest in its own right as well. To discuss it we must again return to that great intellect, von Neumann. One of the marks of the new science of cybernetics, as was emphasized earlier, is that it accepts complexity in systems. It accepts this characteristic to the point of indeniability. It accepts real life as we nd it, and not as a perfectionist abstraction. Another of the three marks was its acceptance of variation, of probabilities in systems. These two notions come together in the Cybernetians' outlook on the question of error. Real life, in contrast with theories about it, whether in the field of natural or social science, whether in economics or industry, is likely to reveal error. Real machinery, in contrast with the blueprints of machinery, from the typewriter through the blast furnace to the night automaton, is likely to go wrong. Orthodox scientific research is prone to regard these errors as lapses from its own concept of the ideal. Operational research, through its tools of statistics, has displayed a more valuable approach. It sees error as something quite natural, something endemic to real-life behavior. An atypical response is not so much a lapse, but a member of a statistical population of approximations to a norm. It is this approach which informs cybernetic thinking on the issues of imperfection, miscalculation, malfunction, and breakdown in the multifarious machines which it studies. Error, then, is not some accident to be glossed over or gradually removed from a system. It is a natural and important part of the system's permanent behavior. Von Neumann recognized this, and in another of his tremendous papers 19 he laid the foundations for a new theory of error which should eventually become a standard basic tool of cybernetics. If any given machine be represented by the network archetype, that is the night automaton, then the arising of error can occur in two ways. Firstly, the basic organ of the network, represented by a dot, may not function properly. This represents the failure of some binary logical operator, the movement of a lever, the excitation of a neuron, the closing of a relay. Secondly, the transmission of information, represented by a line in the network, may fail in a number of ways. This represents the interference of a nonsense-inducing level of noise, the cutting of a wire, the rupture of a synapse, the seizing or stripping of a gear train. Von Neumann investigates the risks of these errors, and proposes methods for keeping the errors under control. On the RST kind of error he points to an apparent limitation in the capability of the circuitry to give a correct answer. The output of the machine is the immediate result of the operation of the last component. Apparently, then, the risk of error in the output cannot be less than that attaching to this null operation at the best. But this limitation can be avoided. The last component will be duplicated, triplicated. The information which activates this component will activate in addition a number of copies of the component. The output of the machine will give the majority verdict of these several copies. It is quite evident that if each of these is liable to the same risk of error, the null output will now be liable to a less risk. Von Neumann proves this point for us rigorously. Naturally, what can be done to control the level of error in this last component can be done for the last but one, and so on. Probability theory enables us to quantify these arguments, and thereby to undertake the design of a machine with an output liable to an arbitrarily small risk of error regardless of the risk of error in each component. The technique for handling the second kind of error, that deriving from the information transmission inside the system, is comparable. Von Neumann calls it multiplexing. Regard the automaton, he says, as a black box. Replace each input and output channel by a bundle of brays. We now drop the idea that any one input or output must either be activated or not. Each bray will respond to this binary logic, thereby conforming to the general conclusions of cybernetics about the handling of information, but each multiplexed channel will show a more subtle response than this. There will be a response threshold to the bundle itself. Thus, if a tertiary level of D is set at less than 0.5, the stimulation of .n brays in a bundle of JV means that the channel as a whole is active. It will be regarded as inactive, however, for a simulation of DJV brays. Between these two extremes lies an area of indeterminacy, in which the channel is not in fact active, but is increasingly primed to be so. Von Neumann shows that the number of brays conveying wrong information inside the bundle can be kept below the critical number dV with arbitrarily high probability. Thus the demonstration is made that good logical design of cybernetic machines can cope with any amount of expected liability to error in the component events and information circuits. In general, of course, the technique is one of deliberately introducing redundancy. Here we are learning from animal mechanisms. The redundancy in the brain is of a very high order indeed. In practical terms, however, these theorems generate tremendous confidence in our ultimate ability to build really advanced cybernetic machines in which real trust can be reposed. Contrast this future with the difficulties of the present, in which almost every piece of controlling or computing machinery has to be closely watched. The human invigilation of automata is an absurdity of the current phase of development known as automation, an absurdity from which cybernetics can be expected to release industry in due course. Two special comments on this development of a theory of error are worth interposing at this point. In the RST place, anyone absorbed in the analogy between the nervous systems of physiological machinery and the electrical networks of industrial control equipment may well have been struck by a puzzling inversion. The sensory part of the animal mechanism is mainly digital in form. For example, visual stimuli originate in the million retinal cells, each of which is either active or inactive at any moment. Tactile stimuli likewise originate in two-state sensory neurons. These sensations are processed in a way which suggests that by the time they are partaking in the higher operations of the brain they have been transformed from digital to analog form. For instance, even at the physiological level of perception itself, proprioceptive information seems to be analog-wise information. In industry, on the contrary, we tend to use analog sensory equipment, and to process this until the higher control centers are working in digital information. The load on a mill, the temperature of a furnace and other environmental measures of this kind tend to be taken in the form of a variable voltage, an analog device. Digitizing equipment in the form of binary-coded photosensitive disks then transforms the information for use in a digital computer. So orthodox automation techniques seem to invert the natural procedure. Does this matter? Perhaps the point is of no importance, but at this early stage in cybernetics it may pay to watch such departures from the physiological model warily. And here in the error theory approach comes the reversal of the automation tendency, a reversion to the physiological. For the von Neumann multiplex input is digital at the level of individual brays, and analog at the control point of the neuron F0 are there the excitation is based on tertiary probabilities. The second point we wish to make concerns the actual construction of machines. Standing back from the automata we build, and looking at them through the eyes of physiology, there is something rather absurd about the vast numbers of colored wires, all solemnly soldered to their proper contacts. Putting this point in its least controversial way, I personally feel disquiet at the inelegance and costliness of this internal mechanism. Putting the same point in its most controversial way, alternatively, we might say that this mechanism is downright unphysiological, it does not conform in the least to the animal model. Again, this idea may not be important, but again we should be wary, and again the error theory approach communicates a new possibility. For if it is possible to build a reliable machine with unreliable components and circuits, then it must be possible to build a reliable machine with arbitrary connected components. In other words, a network with enough variety, joined together more or less at random, can be made to operate reliably in imitation of any given machine, providing it contains enough redundancy. This is only another way of expressing the idea of design around tertiary probabilities, but it is a provocative and possibly important way of saying that error can be controlled. I myself believe that this really is important, and that the day will come when we shall not need to design or construct all these detailed, complicated and costly wiring systems. The point connects effectively with the earlier arguments in which we abolished the need for a cybernetician clever enough to understand his own machine's operation and results. Now we note that perhaps he need not even be clever enough to design it in detail. Part 3: The Biophysical Theory of Cybernetics. Connective Summary. As far back as Chapter 7, the need for a tripartite science was proposed, one branch to deal with theory, a second with description and a third with application. The whole of Part 2 has been devoted to the RST of these branches. What might be called pure cybernetics has emerged from that exposition, a formal account of the nature of control as it operates in exceedingly complex systems. This pure science has provided powerful and reliable insights which the cybernetician next wishes to employ in the real world. He has ambitions formed in his imagination, and these can now be viewed as ripe for achievement, rather than as daydreams. A guarantee of ultimate success has been obtained. The descriptive science, c.g. cybernetics, to which this next part is devoted, has to deal with systems wherever they occur. They may be psychological, or physiological, or sociological, and so on, in a word, biological. They may be mechanical, or electrical, or chemical, and so on, in a word, physical. And so this descriptive science, which has to deal with all these elds, is called by the portmanteau word biophysical. The abstracted, formal, element which runs through them all is a set of quantitative relationships, XED or changing, static or variable. In every science, such a set of quantities is desk-bed by mathematics and mathematical statistics. As is usual in this book, a large-scale algebraic treatment is avoided. But the ideas behind the algebra which cybernetic eons invoke must be made clear. They are introduced under the title RJ Mathematical Biophysics. In the 3 chapters which follow, a review is made of the actual descriptive work that has been done. By now the prior importance of adaptiveness in viable systems has been well established, and the RST task is to recount work done by pioneers to accentuate this ability to adapt to an environment. The actual machines built to illustrate the major points are described, and further extensive descriptions of learning automata are given. The third of the chapters explores the ultimate control ability, intelligence itself. The possibility of building a machine to amplify intelligence turns on how that word is deemed. When the mysticism attached to the notion of intelligent behavior is stripped away, various principles are revealed which do seem capable of imitation and even amplification. Finally, an industrial application is moved. Hitherto in this book, illustrations of many points have been taken from industry. These were factual examples of principles and possibilities which have actually been encountered in the author's work. Now, however, a sketch is drawn for a whole cybernetic factory. This, like its earlier counterparts, is recounted, like them, it demonstrates the fundamentally novel ideas of cybernetics in industry. Unlike those earlier illustrations, however, this treatment has not yet been brought into reality. But this book can afford to look ahead a little to the promise of the future. The sketch here given is certainly not a dream, it is a summary account of some research now proceeding in an actual factory. Some features of the control have already been installed, although completion is admittedly a long way ahead. The VE chapters of Part I, then, present a descriptive science of cybernetics. They explain how such a science operates, and tell much of what has already been achieved. They suggest, too, how vast a field of research has opened before the cybernetician, a field full not merely of unsolved enigmas, but of real and vital problems that should urgently be tackled. A detailed program research could readily be formulated, with every prospect of important success. Chapter 12 Mathematical Biophysics. A good deal of attention has been devoted to the logical theory behind cybernetics, because the claim of this subject to be a science demands a demonstration of the very possibility of a cybernetic science, and of its fundamental structure. The next phase, which we said at the start would next be considered, is that of the descriptive science of cybernetics. Now in many sciences, botany, for example, it is possible to do a great deal of useful work on the basis of observation and codification. Early physics, too, was of this kind. The behavior of physical bodies and their measurable characteristics could be studied, and on the basis of the observations taken empirical laws could be formulated. This early phase is still that of such sciences as psychology, but it is a stage which cybernetics cannot undergo. For, since the whole point about this science is that it is devoted to the study of system in every context, and since these contexts are so dissimilar in the eyes of the direct observer, there is no ordinary level of language adequate for the recording and the discussion of these observations. This fact has, indeed, been the very reason for the late emergence of this science. And so it is that we must pass directly to a more sophisticated stage in the construction of a science. When physics moved beyond its elementary empirical phase, it passed into the realm of a new kind of description, the lingua franca of mathematics. On the basis of mathematical models, physics has not only achieved a new statement at once more general and more profound, but it has also acquired the power to generate discovery. Thus, the existence of the planet Uranus and of the positron particle were predicted in advance of their physical discovery by mathematical physics. Cybernetics is concerned, as we know, as much with the biological as the physical sciences. Consequently, the generalist descriptive theory available to our subject is called mathematical biophysics. This again is striving to become a generalist, comprehensive theory, which is not only descriptive but predictive. The credit for originating this new kind of thinking must rest with Darcy Thompson in his great and classic work Growth and Farm, which was published over 40 years ago. It is still read and admired. In this work we ND the original attempt to put the universal phenomena of growth in the natural world onto the basis of classical mathematics, and to detect, at a more rigorous level than that of the perceptive eye, what is common to the structures of living things. Later, the relations between organisms were studied on a mathematical basis by such men as Lotka and Volterra, and specifically statistical thinking entered this field with the great Fisher and his work in genetics. But where these tentative beginnings become directed into a systematic study of specifically cybernetic importance is in the work of Rashevsky. A vast study has been made by Rashevsky and his collaborators of the mathematics of vegetative cells, and when this work proceeds to the more advanced studies of the behavior of peripheral nerves and ultimately of the central nervous system itself, the connection between this work and the logical theory of nets mentioned earlier can clearly be seen. Rashevsky and his followers go on to provide descriptive models of such activities as learning in the animal organism. In parallel with this massive and continuing undertaking on the part of a professor of mathematical biology run the sporadic efforts of many early cyberneticians over the last 10 or 12 years to discover specifically cybernetic insights in their knowledge of many individual biological and physical sciences. This book has already made mention of von Foerster's quantum theory of memory, These unifying principles were applied in fact to many sciences in the RST American conferences on cybernetics, to physics, engineering, psychology, anatomy, anthropology, zoology, ecology, and thermodynamics. It might help to illustrate these developments, quite briefly, by referring to the paper by Quasler 21 given at the 9th Conference in New York in 1952, because this so elegantly illustrates how, by that time, the basic approach of Cybernetics had been sufficiently well understood as to be applied with ease and precision to so apparently remote a subject as cellular biology. Quasler applied the theory of control to a process recognizable in even the simplest of biological systems, enzyme catalysis. In changing one chemical compound into another, living organisms use catalysts known as enzymes. A reaction of this kind must, of course, be controlled, otherwise the chemical reaction would persist and develop in a runaway fashion. The technique used by the body to control this reaction is a feedback mechanism, whereby the ultimate product of the catalysis is fed back as an inhibitor of the enzyme itself. This mechanism is, of course, a negative feedback, but a positive loop is also required to deal with the risk that an excess of the substrate, which is the chemical to be transformed, may appear in the system. If such a process then leads to an excessive production of the ultimate chemical, another negative loop is required to block the by now positively stimulated production of enzyme. In this way quite a complicated triple feedback mechanism to control a concentration of enzyme, substrate and ultimate product is involved. Quasler brings out this situation in terms of servomechanism theory, and traces it, with all its complications for the effect on the growth of an organism, in the animal Pararium mammalia. What is interesting here is that this is an acellular organism, one whose body substance is not partitioned into cells, that is to say a very simple animal indeed. It has nonetheless a most complicated control system, which Quasler proceeds to analyze in terms of information theory and so forth. Mention is made of this work, as was said a moment ago, for its demonstration of the descriptive mathematico-biophysical theory of cybernetics. But we can hardly fail to note, at the same time, how well this illustration supports the thesis made out from the start of this book that in modern society, with all its sophistication, and in modern industry, with all its progressiveness, we accept a concept of control which is completely overshadowed by even the simplest biological organism. In another paper 22 I have examined in general terms the huge eld for the application of scientific analogies to the problems of industrial control 0t/user than the obvious ones of automation. But in mathematical biophysics, and Rashevsky's work in particular, we ne down this approach to a specific, rigorous and expanding study of detailed behavior. The approach is basically set theoretic, and depends upon a process which Rashevsky calls biotopological mapping. This further development of the use of topology, which has been quoted before in this book, proposes the construction of a specification for the simplest possible organism, and proposes further that all real organisms can then be mapped topologically as isomorphisms of this primordial system. There is no doubt that this approach can be extended directly to questions of industrial control. The null point to be made in this introduction to the biophysical theory of cybernetics concerns the value of considering the mt/zoology of control systems, that is to say, what happens to them when they go wrong. The comparison between animal and machine systems under this heading RST becomes interesting in what is really a normal, or only slightly neurotic, condition. Most people will have had the experience of walking down a pavement towards someone else coming in the opposite direction. As the gap lessens, it becomes apparent to both people that they are going to collide. A movement to one side is therefore made, and this is quite likely to be made in the same direction by both people. Each thereupon corrects the movement and swerves in the other direction. As the gap lessens still further, this process of correction and counter-correction goes on, until the two people are brought to a standstill face to face. There is then nothing left to do but to feel a tree foolish, apologize and pass on. This familiar human experience is cybernetically equivalent to the process of hunting in a piece of production machinery. The two mechanisms will be described in control system language in exactly the same way, and each of these mild forms of neurosis, in THCS and in the metal, is due to an insufficiently subtle design of feedback regulation. The comparison becomes even more clear in a more strictly pathological situation. The human being is sometimes unhappily subject to a difficulty known as ataxia. This is sometimes called purpose tremor, and appears to be due to injury in the cerebellum. The patient is able to sit still when in a state of quiescence, but if he tries to perform an action, such as picking up a pencil, he cannot do so in any ordinary way. His hand moves out in the direction of the pencil. But whereas a normal human being is able to convey his hand to its target steadily and with accuracy, as the result of continuous feedback between the visual image of his action and his own motor nerves, the subject of ataxia is unable to make correctly the necessary adjustments through his negative regulation loops. Consequently, his hand begins to oscillate as it approaches the pencil in ever-increasing sweeps. Ultimately it is quite likely to hit the table some way away from its target. This distressing disorder is paralleled closely in many industrial control situations. For example, in a production control system which is fairly stable and set in its ways, the attempt to give sudden and special priority to a particular customer right through the system will usually result in exactly this kind of oscillation. The reason is identical: the regulatory mechanism is not sufficiently sensitive to achieve the desired object. Positive orders are given to accelerate various jobs, these get out of line with the general O of production, and undue delays then result from the arrival of these jobs at processes where it is technologically impossible to treat them on their own. Most industrial planners are familiar with this mechanism. If it is necessary to handle this kind of situation, a control system must be created with a great deal of information in its circuitry, a high level of variety in its planning centers, and a rapid motor response through a mechanism of programming onto the shop floor. These, then, are the origins of our descriptive science. We pass now from these cybernetically inspired treatments of a variety of topics taken from many scientific situations to the actual construction of machines. A rather special attitude of mind must be cultivated towards the developments to be discussed in the next 2 chapters. In fairness to the scientists concerned, it must be made abundantly clear from the start that they have in every case been concerned in the work to be quoted to investigate the cybernetic properties of machines, and not to invent brilliant new devices of immediate practical importance. With one notable exception, in the case of which a practical outcome is already demonstrated, this work is exploratory, and the inventors concerned are prone to speak of their machines as toys. If the reader is unable to see beyond this trivial level, it might be suggested to him with respect that his imagination is failing to rise to the high promise of these contemporary events. So have many watched unmoved the early experiments in every new discovery of man. The various devices mentioned all attempt to simulate the characteristic control and communication features of animal systems in terms of hardware. This is not for a moment to say that the machines can be likened to some kind of robot, the success or failure of which is to be measured in terms of its superficial resemblance to a living creature. Not at all. The idea is to study some particular mode of animate behavior in an operational sense, without regard to appearances. The inventory of these devices is doubtless incomplete. The aim has been to illustrate the main lines of attack, and the main kinds of living attribute which have been investigated in this way. Chapter 13: Experiments in Adaptive Behavior. As emerged from the rather arbitrary classification of systems with which this book began, animal behavior is always probabilistic, and, in all but the most trivial cases, complex. The most convenient operational research tool available for the description of this kind of behavior is the technique of mathematical statistics known as the study of stochastic processes. In brief, these are capable of describing the ultimate patterns of probability which such behavior adopts in the long run, and acknowledges that in the short run the behavior is random, or unpredictable. Thus we cannot say how many goals a particular football team will score in tomorrow's match, but we can say with remarkable accuracy what the distribution of the team's goal scoring will be over, say, 100 matches. Even the most crude study of even the most elementary animal behavior, then, will involve 3 operational aspects. Firstly, the logical area of possible activity can be deemed, that is, limits can be set to the behavior which an animal can adopt in any given situation. Secondly, the description will recognize that the next move is not completely predictable in any given circumstances, although the probabilities of all available moves may not be equal. This introduces the random element into the situation. Thirdly, the stochastic system, which is the ultimate pattern the probabilities adopt over a period of time, can certainly be determined. The simplest beginning for this kind of study is in experimental behavior, in which an animal is set in an artificial situation that can be accurately described and controlled as a laboratory experiment. The earliest experiments of this kind were made by animal physiologists such as Pavlov and Kohler. They were looking into conditioned behavior in escape situations. In other escaping from a maze, to which there was an available solution, the animal had to ND the solution by a random process of trial and error. What particularly interested the experimenters was to know whether repeated trials in the same situation would result in the animal's learning TLLE answer. A lengthy discussion of the nature of learning is out of place here, and for the time being we shall be content to say that if the time taken to solve the problem continuously decreases in a statistically significant way, then the animal is learning. Many scientists have concerned themselves with experiments on these lines. The most up-to-date and advanced treatment is made by Bush and Mosteller. The simplest way to envisage this work and its importance is to consider a rat which is learning to escape from a maze, and to enrich the situation by a system of rewards and punishments. If the rat takes the right turning, it is rewarded with cheese, whereas the wrong decision administers an electric shock. A large number of experiments reveals a distribution of times taken to learn this situation to the point of direct escape in a virtually infallible way. Mathematical models, using stochastic processes, can then be built. By the ordinary operational research tactics, it is then possible to simulate the behavior of these rats statistically, so that a competent experimenter would be unable to tell the difference between a set of results obtained from real-life experimentation and those obtained from statistical simulation. The Americans obtained so successful an operational description of this behavior that their statistical rats, or stat rats, were for the physiologist indistinguishable from the live animal. Now, once a mastery of some living attribute has been obtained to this degree, it is obviously possible to construct a machine which will behave on this pattern. A device embodying the specification for a stat rat can be developed. Maze-solving machines have in fact been built by a number of experimenters, such as the Americans Ross, Wallace, and Shannon, and machinery of this general class has also been investigated at Oxford. We may at once consider how a rudimentary approach of this kind might be developed to yield results in industry. Suppose we are confronted with a piece of industrial plant which is controlled by a foreman who needs to take decisions about the minute-to-minute operation of the system. Of 3 shift foremen employed on this work, 2 succeed in their task more or less, the third excels in the work, and when he is on duty control is manifestly much improved. Operational research study of his techniques, and his own introspections, are unable to disclose the strategies adopted to achieve these results. The cybernetician then has to regard the situation as a black box, in which the inputs are the normal events governing the behavior of the plant, the outputs are the products of control, as seen in ICIANT working, and the black box is the behavior of the foreman. If an operational model of this behavior can be obtained on a mathematico-statistical basis, then a control mechanism including the specification of the black box could conceivably be built into an automatic regulating device. In this way, automation of this particular plant's operation becomes possible with the addition of a cybernetic element in the circuitry. Within my own knowledge is quite a number of examples of situations in which this technique looks promising, and, as will be seen later, a successful approach on these lines has actually been made by another worker in this field to the training of aeroplane pilots. Consideration has been given to a class of machine which can ND its way out of a maze. Such an ability merges imperceptibly into another kind of attribute, that of seeking a goal. In fact, Wallace's machine, of which mention has been made, found its way out of the maze on a system of tracks more usually associated with toy trains. But the true goal-seeking machine is one where freedom of movement, rather than restricted movement in passages or on tracks, is possible. The device usually regarded as the prototype toy of this kind is Gray Walter's tortoise, which he calls Zymertrix. This little device does indeed look like a tortoise, having a tricycle undercarriage driven by an electric motor, and its mechanism hidden by a protective shell. Max/Xena Speculatrix has just two cells, one visual and one tactile. The visual apparatus is in fact a photoelectric cell, rotating on top of the device and looking for light. The machine runs about in a random way, simply exploring its environment. When an adequate light signal impinges on its receptor, the organism steers itself towards the light. The second, and tactile, cell is simply an electrical contact which operates when the organism touches some impeding object. This operation causes the photocell to stop working in the way so far described, and makes it work instead like an oscillator. That means that the tortoise makes brief retiring and advancing movements. With this simple sensory equipment of two cells, MS_/Gecularix is capable of remarkably lifelike behavior. It searches a room in an inquiring manner like some small animal, and when it has seized on a suitable goal makes for it. Encountering an obstacle, a combination of its two sensory inputs causes the organism to skirt round whatever obstacle is in its path, retreating temporarily from the obstacle, and then advancing again under the light stimulus, and so on. One aspect of this machine's behavior which is worth mentioning is one in which the inventor, Gray Walter, was taken by surprise. It seems that with a variety of only two cells, a device like this is capable of producing behavior which, if not strictly unpredictable, was not in fact predicted. Hence the surprise. This behavior came about in the following way. As a result of failures in the mechanism, a pilot light was mounted on the machine to indicate when the steering servo mechanism was in fact working. This is automatically extinguished whenever the light receptor is receiving an adequate stimulus. We repeat that this mechanism was installed simply as an aid to making observations of this machine. What subsequently happened is recorded in Gray Walter's book. When a reacting surface was encountered by M. Speculatrix, the light from the pilot lamp shone back into the photocell, and operated the mechanism which caused the device to move towards the light. This response automatically extinguished the light, so the stimulus disappeared. But this in turn put on the light again, which became the new stimulus, and the whole cycle was repeated indefinitely. And so the organism performed a clumsy dance in front of its own reaction, thereby, as Gray Walter points out, appearing to have some degree of self-awareness. Moreover, the same kind of behavior was exhibited when several machines were in contact with each other. Two specimens were mutually attracted by each other's lights, but each extinguished its own appeal for the other in making an approach, and so on. Thus there is also the appearance of an awareness of others, and an exhibition which in live animals would surely be described as a mating dance. No special or immediate industrial significance is seen in these experiments, nor in those of such scientists as Berkeley in America who were inspired by Gray Walter's machine to produce other goal-seeking devices. But no account of the origins of cybernetics could possibly ignore M/Lidspavulatrix, and there is surely a moral to be drawn about the stimulation of scientific research by such apparently useless experimentation as can provoke unexpected results of this kind. In its own amusing way, the anecdote also illustrates the black box notion, coupled with the principle of von Neumann's theorem about the complexity of design. For here is a most simple design, endowed with sufficient variety and a source of random information, so that its behavior is considerably more advanced than the inventor had in mind to produce. The accounts given of all these devices have special motives derived from this paper, and therefore do much less than justice to the devices themselves and to the experiments in which they were concerned. This is in no case more apparent than in the next example, the homeostat of Ross-Ashby. This machine is not superficially very spectacular as a device, but it enshrines some enormously important principles, and is based on a brilliant mathematical theory. We have already said a good deal about homeostasis, and have examined the principle that a well-controlled system acts like a homeostat. Ashby's machine, the homeostat, is precisely a machine for settling down again after it has been disturbed. Let us note, too, at this point, how all these devices embody the key concept of probabilism. They all have finite aims in life which they are designed to achieve, but their method of reaching these goals, which has been laid down only in general, is quite unpredictable in detail. Expressed in simple terms, then, Ashby's machine has a set of pointers which are disturbed by the input of random interference. WHC, and they have been disturbed. However, the homeostasis of the machine causes them to settle back to their stable positions. What is unspectacular about this proceeding is that the same effect could be achieved by hidden magnets, when the device would not be a homeostat at all. In fact, however, the procedure is roughly as follows. A stable state for the machine is deemed by its pointers. These pointers are governed by the internal operation of the machine, which is arranged in a complex system of feedbacks so that all the pointers affect each other. Stability is upset by random inputs from the environment, and the task of the machine is to search through its huge number of possible states in a random way, looking for one which will combine with the environmental information to set up conditions in which stability can again be achieved. The difference between this activity and the more obvious kind of self-regulating device is that the latter would produce direct feedbacks from the instability set up by the environment to restore stability. Such a device would, however, stabilize itself only within the framework of the variety implicit in the states of its pointers, and this variety might be inadequate to deal with unexpected changes in the environment. Ashby's machine, on the contrary, is endowed with a vast amount of added variety, inserted between the environmental instances and the desired stability of pointers. This enables the homeostat to cope with an unpredictable environment by setting up its own internal states in such a way that the more straightforward stabilizing of the pointers can best be achieved. This is a huge advance in the idea of self-regulation, and involves the concept which Ashby has named ultra-stability. And it can be achieved only by a cybernetic machine empowered to meet the random information conveyed by an environment of high variety with internally generated random information of equal variety. In the upshot, we are returned to the old issue of machine design, and that of adaptive behavior to situations not envisaged by the designer. An ordinary regulator can achieve stability only within the framework decided for it when it is designed. The homeostat RST adjusts itself to the external situation, it turns itself into a machine for dealing with that hitherto unspecified problem, and then solves it by a search for orthodox stability. Again we are faced with a machine that is very like an animal. It can adapt itself to an external situation, and proceeds on the basis of high variety to steer itself in an unpredictable way towards adapted behavior. If anyone should feel that this explanation is not very exciting, will he please believe that this is due to the quite extraordinary novelty and power of Ashby's discovery. To isolate the mathematical principle behind adaptive behavior in general is an achievement which can hardly acquire its full significance at RST reading, especially when the mathematics is not quoted. The basic idea has, however, been given, and some further glimpse of the importance of Ashby's work will emerge before this book is ended. In this chapter we have considered a number of the RST attempts to simulate the kind of adaptive behavior that cybernetics is all about. In the next, some further work will be described in a different part of the ELD. The simulators to which it leads are already very near to industrial application. Chapter 14. Machines that learn and teach. Firstly, let us consider a new sort of biophysical simulator, quite different from those described in the last chapter. It is a class of mechanism designed to throw light on neurophysiological organization. How is the brain able to recognize pattern, to associate one thing with another, and in brief to classify? For a machine to simulate this kind of biological behavior we turn to the work of such men as A. M. Utley and F. H. George. And the archetype of such machines is naturally enough the night automaton, with its basic theory about networks. For somehow the network of nerve brays with its two-state neurons is capable of classification. Somehow this process must be describable in terms of the statistical behavior of a logical network, then somehow a machine called 13 cents built to simulate this ability, in principle at least. A fairly recent paper 25 in which Utley investigates this problem is already a classic. Now it is easy to describe a particular pattern on a series of binary indicators, and it is not to imagine that such a pattern could be stored and compared with an input of randomly varied patterns on this same set of indicators. Recognition could be said to occur when the changing pattern coincided with the stored pattern. But there are two main difficulties with this proposal considered as a model of animal recognition. Firstly, a complex pattern is not usually presented instantaneously to the brain, it is spread out in time. The simplest example of this is a musical phrase. Each chord is a simultaneous pattern, true, but the shape of the phrase itself is a temporal pattern. Secondly, for the brain a pattern is recognizable even when it does not exactly reproduce the remembered original. We do not fail to recognize a table as such because 2 inches have been sawn off one leg, nor do we fail to recognize the opening bars of Finlandia if one of the notes is played at. The ability to classify must clearly involve a mechanism which can handle a system spread out in time as well as space, and also one that can handle incomplete patterns. Utley's classification machine can do both these things. It will in the RST place accept a temporal pattern. This is an input set up by pressing some sequence of buttons. The sequence of signals travels down a delay line and becomes coded into a spatial pattern. In this way all the information is collected together so that it can be examined as a simultaneous picture. But consider how it would be possible to have 2 such patterns identical at this stage, which did not in fact originate from identical sequences. For in the simultaneous presentation 2 indicators may both be registering, and the information as to which registered RST would be lost. So it is necessary to add another pattern, giving a coded version of the moments when each indicator changed from one state to another. All this Utley's machine can do, and this overcomes the RST problem. Secondly, the problem of incompleteness is also overcome by a network capable of comparing incomplete patterns with complete ones. This is where probabilism enters the system. The question whether the incomplete set really belongs to the full remembered set is certainly not capable of an unassailable answer. Information theory tells us that the amount of information carried by the partial set is not adequate fully to determine the answer. Mathematics tells us that there are degrees of freedom left which cannot be restrained. Logic tells us that the process under consideration is inductive and therefore by its very nature precarious. Through whichever discipline the question be approached, the result is always the same, no certain answer can be given. Subjective experience of this problem in the ESH does, of course, support this conclusion. It is all too possible to make a mistake in recognizing a pattern, to wave cheerily, for instance, to some perfect stranger across the road whom one momentarily believed to be a friend. On the other hand, I have never yet mistakenly identified a book as a cask of wine. It is evident, surely, that an incomplete pattern carries its own associated probabilities that it is really everything else. A classification machine must be capable of assessing the chances that a given partial presentation belongs to some known whole. It can then classify an input with more or less cadence. This is what the brain does, Utley's machine does it too. As a machine of this sort builds up experience of the probabilities with which it deals, it becomes more sure of itself. It will obviously classify an input more quickly and with less chance of mistake when the probabilities are high than before they have had time to accrue inside the machine. The mechanism is in fact dependent on something akin to facilitation in the living neurophysiological model. An input arrives, and has to be placed in the right pigeonhole. When we learn Latin, a long struggle for recall may ensue before the input mensa is diidently equated with the output table. Later, when the probabilities are adjusted by the building up of experience, the right circuitry is facilitated, the input is passed with speed and cadence to activate the right output. This kind of associative procedure is usually called learning. In the machine built by George, which is just such an associative or learning machine, the principle is brought out that to exhibit purpose a machine must be selective. This means that the mechanism is not openly exposed to all the chance factors which the environment may generate. The temperature in this room is constantly changing, and I am exposed to this information through sensations of heat and cold. But I am not thereby compelled to condition my whole behavior by this input, nor yet to learn what is the temporal pattern of temperature in the room. Two physiological mechanisms protect me from these absurdities. One is the mechanism of physiological threshold. Marginal changes of temperature do not get through to my consciousness. They are insufficient to trigger the necessary nervous procedure. If the temperature rises, however, above a certain threshold of perception, I shall become aware of the situation and open the window. The other protective mechanism is inhibition. If one is concentrating on work, a voice which would normally be perfectly audible may simply not be heard, because the nervous procedure for its impinging on the consciousness has been inhibited. Inhibitory impulses, in effect, alter the normal ring threshold of a neuron. They make the neuron less sensitive, so that a more rapid volley of activating impulses than usual is required if information is to be passed on down the nerve. Thus the animal protects itself from unwanted information, and saves itself from automatically trying to learn the patterns of fortuitous and trivial background noise in its environment. George's machine too has a mechanism for simulating this characteristic of learning. It can assess, like Utley's machine, the chances that some specious situation is tending to come about, and it can also assess what response should be made to a situation received as input to give the best probability of a desired output. Nothing has been said yet about the industrial relevance of Ashby's homeostat nor the classification and learning machines of Utley, George, and others. Readers with industrial experience may already have visualized a future for these early experimental cybernetic machines. Something more specific will in any case be said about the industrial potentialities of this group in the next section. It now remains to complete this survey with the inevitably brief account of one of the most remarkable machines of all, possibly the RST truly cybernetic device to rise above the status of a toy and reach the market as a useful machine. The very great credit for this pioneer achievement belongs to Gordon Pask. It is characteristic of public ignorance about cybernetics that the arrival of this machine on the market is not understood. It is too easy for those who hear about it to regard it as just another clever electronic gadget. To anyone who has already learned the marks of cybernetic equipment, however, and come to appreciate its novelty and its startling implications, the real importance of Pask's work must surely be clear. The idea of a learning machine capable of constructing a continuously changing probabilistic model of a given input situation has already been discussed. Suppose now that this input situation consists of a human being who is himself trying to learn something. A machine is constructed which itself displays the information that has to be learned, and the subject signals his response back to the machine. Now visualize one of the basic learning devices already mentioned as being installed in the machine, with the subject's responses as its input. This learning device has as its reference set at any moment the item of information to be learned by the subject. Then it receives a response, which may be right or wrong, after a measurable interval of hesitation. The machine, then, is itself in a position to learn about the subject. It can amass probabilities about the way the subject reacts, and thereby build a changing probabilistic model of the subject's learning process. If the machine now uses this model, through feedback, to condition the information it presents to the subject in the light of the subject's ability to learn, it becomes a trashing machine. Pask built a machine to do this, which included its own trainee, so that one part of the machine taught the other part. He called this trainee machine Eucrates, and on this experimental equipment solved the basic problems of his invention. From it has sprung a family of teaching machines for specific purposes. A brief mention was made earlier of a machine for teaching pilots how to use radar equipment, and this is a member of Pask's family. The particular adaptation now to be described, however, is simpler to understand. It is a teaching machine for keyboard skills, and the particular skill dealt with here is that required to operate a punch with 12 keys as used for preparing punched cards. Let us adopt the convention that you, the reader, have never before seen such a punch, and wish to be taught its use. What will happen? You are confronted with a punch, it has blank keys, for this is a touch typing skill. Before you, connected to the punch, is PASC's machine. Visible on it is a little window, and an array of red lights arranged like the punch's keyboard. The GUR7 appears in the window. This is an instruction to you to press the 7 key. But you do not know which it is. Look at the array of lights. One is shining brightly, it gives you the position of the 7 key, which you now ND and press. Another number appears in the window, another red light shines, and so on. Gradually you become aware of the positions of the GURs on the keyboard, and therefore you become faster in your reactions. Meanwhile, the machine is measuring your responses, and building its own probabilistic model of your learning process. That 7, for instance, you now go to straight away. But 3, for some obscure reason, always seems to elude you. The machine has detected this, and has built the facts into its model. And now, the outcome is being fed back to you. Numbers with which you have difficulty come up with increasing frequency in the otherwise random presentation of digits. They come up more slowly, too, as if to say, now take your time. The numbers you ND easy, on the contrary, come up much faster. The speed with which each number is thrown at you is a function of the state of your learning. S0 also is the red light system. For as you learn where the 7 is, so does the red light clue gradually fade. The teacher gives you less and less prompting. Before long, if you continue to improve on 7, the clue light for 7 will not come on at all. It was getting fainter on 5, for you were getting to know that position. But now you have had a relapse, 5 is eluding you altogether. Your teacher notes these fresh mistakes. 5 is put before you with renewed deliberation, slowly, and the red light comes back again, brightly. So the teaching continues. You pay little intellectual attention, you relax. The information circuit of this system of U+ machine goes through the diodes and condensers of the machine, through the punch, through your sensory nerves and back through your motor nerves, the punch, the machine. Feedback is constantly adjusting all the variables to reach a desired goal. In short, you are being conditioned. Soon the machine will abandon single digits as the target, and substitute short runs of digits, then longer runs. You know where all the keys are now. What you have to learn next are the patterns of successive keys, the rhythms of your own engers. Such is the teaching machine. This dramatist account has been easy to write, for it recounts my own experience with PASC's equipment. I began in total ignorance of the punch. 40 minutes later I was punching at the rate of 8 keys a second, as fast as an experienced punching girl. Of course, this skill has not remained, it has to be reinforced, practiced. But here is an innately wise and patient teacher, who seems to understand all the trainee's difficulties, and who nurses him to competence. What are the key cybernetic features of such an equipment? Outstandingly, there is the handling of high variety. The trainee is a human being, his reactions, his difficulties, are governed by hideously complex mechanisms, by thousands of interacting variables. His trouble with one key is due to a stiff enger joint, with another to overcondense, with another to some Freudian association from childhood. A machine to analyze this complex situation could not be built. Yet PASC can handle all this variety. How? His machine treats the trainee as a black box. It can control the inputs, it can measure the outputs, it does not care what the nature of the internal connections inside the trainee may be. It manipulates the inputs on the strength of its insight into the probabilistic relationships which it detects, that is all. Secondly, the machine itself is a black box. Its inputs affect its outputs, but again it is not possible to say precisely how. Probabilities build up on PASC's condensers, but unless they are reinforced, then learning is not taking place, and the charges just leak away. Thirdly, then, the whole system of trainee plus machine is one form of homeostat. For each black box is continually proposing new states to the other, and modifying its behavior by the other's response. The complete system is seeking an equilibrium deemed in terms of fast, accurate work. Moreover, the equilibrium state will be ultra-stable, rather than reaching mere stability. For this system's equilibrium is adaptive to unexpected environmental disturbances, it does not have to be designed or pre-programmed to deal with any particular cause of trouble. Thus, for example, if the trainee should seek to outwit the machine by offering contradictory responses, the machine will not be misled. It will go on indefinitely, seeking the consistencies in this strange trainee behavior. And the trainee is likely to get tired before the machine. Fourthly, the machine exemplifies cybernetic decision functions. These, as was argued before, are the real-life ones. The moves that must be taken, the outcomes, the decisions by the teacher, are never right or wrong. They are probabilistic decisions based on incomplete information, in specialized circumstances, on the basis of no preordained rules. They are cluttered and confused by virtually limitless variety and a great deal of noise. They cannot be computed, nor prepared in advance, nor be seen to be right afterwards. In fact, they are like the real-life decisions of, for example, industrial management. It is not, then, inconceivable that a setup of this basic type should handle policy situations. Fifthly, Pask's learner-teacher system perfectly illustrates the concept of cybernetic control itself. The system is gradually eased towards a balanced state, there are no rough and ready chopping at the system, no arbitrary orders, no sanctions. There is only evolution, a viable growth towards maturity. Such is the RST tremendous contribution of Gordon Pask 29 to the theory and practice of cybernetics. This review of the RST biophysical simulators, which has covered 2 chapters, is now complete. Apart from the work on maze running, which is primarily American, the machines described are of British origin. Perhaps similar work is going on in other countries, as it certainly is in the medical field of cybernetics. Even so, not everything in Britain has been mentioned. It will make the story a little more complete to mention the work of Mackay, of information theory fame, and that in the biological sphere of J.Z. Young, and W.K. Taylor. It is not out of place, moreover, to refer to the translating machines being studied by Booth in London and Mrs. Braithwaite in Cambridge, although these do not perhaps bear all the marks of cybernetic devices, for all their appearance as biophysical simulators. Machines for maze running, goal-seeking, homeostasis, classification, learning and teaching, between them, these cybernetic constructions cover, at least in embryo, a large area of animal behavior. Throughout all classes runs the key thread of learning, of adaptation to the environment. This is the overriding concept which the cybernetician seeks to study and to simulate. And for industry, in particular, the cybernetician seeks organic control. He has the industrial enterprise always in mind in the guise of a living organism, interacting with its environment, bent on survival. These brief accounts of rudimentary new machines will at least indicate how his mind works in these paths. Perhaps they will also suggest that his objects are, after all, attainable. Chapter 15. Intelligent Machines for Adaptation. Repeatedly in the course of this work, attention has been drawn to the fact that all machines are not mechanical, nor all machine functions connected with physical energy. The machines of which one normally speaks are in general concerned with the amplification of energy, from the radio loudspeaker in which a faint signal is amplified to the system of pulleys which amplifies a man's ability to lift a weight, and including less obvious amplifiers such as the lathe, which magnifies man's capacity for directing his energy with accuracy. By now, we have acquired an easy familiarity with the idea of new kinds of machines altogether, and this brings us to machines whose general object is to amplify intelligence. How objectionable is that assertion? It depends on one's concept of intelligence. People often use the word in a nearly mystical sense, as if intelligence were that quality in man which is immortal. To the scientist, intelligence is simply a statistical factor in behavior called G. Consider some test of a person's ability, any test. It is possible that a part of the subject's success in this test is directly due to the ease with which he handles words, or manipulates numbers, or uses his hands. Psychologists have studied such clearly deemed aptitudes as these, and the role each plays in a given test, by the statistical methods of factorial analysis. They account for the difficulty of the test in terms of the extent to which it is loaded by each major aptitude that obviously contributes to the test problem. It will be no surprise to hear that there is always something left over, an element unaccounted for by the factorial classification. This is the G loading. It is this negatively deemed but extremely positive operational attribute which is loosely called intelligence. So the ability named by this word is the pure problem-solving aptitude, something which is not tied to any special educational endowment, nor identified with any specific skill. It permeates the whole personality, it links specific aptitudes into an integrated ability which is perhaps after all indivisible. Human intelligence, thus connoted, is the factor which has brought man to the head of the evolutionary table. It is the factor with which emerges foresight, the power to imagine. It is associated with the development of the animal brain, and particularly the frontal lobe. It is associated with the increased span of immaturity before the onset of puberty. How one looks at the dominance of man in the animal kingdom depends on whether one is psychologist, anatomist, physiologist, and so on. If one is not a scientist at all, one is more likely to view the intelligence of man through its most sublime achievements in the arts or in piety. All this is said as limiting the scope of the question of intelligence, so that the next assertion does not appear out of context and therefore pejorative. For the fact is that G, in any one individual, appears to be innate and immutable. A man cannot develop his intelligence as he can his biceps. All he can develop is his skill in applying his intelligence. This is an important distinction which the layman does not ordinarily make. Nor, it must be admitted, can the psychologist make it quite as rmly as he would like. Perhaps it is only fully valid in ideal experimental conditions which are never completely achieved in practice. Nonetheless, the notion of innate intelligence as a constant, G, is at least an approximation to a real and fundamental human ability. Above all, it proves extremely useful in practical applied psychology. This particular aspect of the question is vital to the exploitation of cybernetic thinking. When man is confronted with the task, let us say, of extracting the sword Excalibur from a block of stone, the feat is not prima facie beyond human strength. It is reasonable to wait for an Arthur to arrive on the scene. But when the task is to raise the great building blocks of the Egyptian pyramids, the feat is manifestly beyond human strength. Intelligence must be applied instead to the amplification of direct muscular energy. Fantastically difficult intellectual problems, such as arise in mathematics, await by the same token the birth of the genius who eventually solves them. But when intellectual problems manifestly beyond the human intellect arise, the analogy breaks down. People have mistakenly assumed that modern problems of control in the social, economic, and industrial spheres are within human capacity to solve or can be brought within it by a process of education and learning. This is the fallacy with which cybernetics is ultimately concerned. In fact, the combination of size and specialization that the brain can bring to such problems is inadequate. The problem for solution can be stated from the analogy just given. Intelligence must be applied to the amplification of intellectual energy. Thus we reach the notion of an intelligence amplifier, the guarantee of whose very possibility is given by the Turing-von Neumann theorems discussed in Chapter 11. Ashby 29 seems to be the RST cybernetician to treat this question seriously. He points out that the amplification of intelligence by the same ratio as the amplification of physical energy already achieved by man would have extremely startling results. One of the classic measures of intelligence is that given when tests for G are equated to an average age scale, so that a subject's mental age can be established. This age, expressed as a ratio with actual age, yields the measure called the intelligent quotient. Naturally, the normal I.Q_, appears when the mental and chronological ages are the same, and the ratio is 100. Subnormal and supranormal intelligences register respectively as less than 100 or more than 100, and the scatter to which the intelligence of the human race conforms is given statistically by a Gaussian distribution. This means that there is an asymptotic upper bound to human intelligence, a fact with which must be coupled the other fact that for any given individual innate intelligence cannot be expanded by education. This is Ashby's approach to the question, an approach by which he seeks to bring home the futility of optimism about man's ability ever to solve his modern control problems by the unaided intellect. For, says Ashby, the amplification now required, and obtained, for physical energy ones of the order of 1,000, the workman's own OL horsepower ones amplified to 1,000 horsepower in present-day industry. A comparable amplification of his intelligence would provide an LQ of 1,000,000. Ashby does not go on, as well he could, to express the chances that even one man might arise having this level of intelligence. I will put the point in this form for the statistically minded: such a man would be about 620 standard deviations away from the norm. It is at this juncture that the line we have been following of toy machines is seen in its true light. We are not, after all, going to be concerned as cybernetic eons with interesting gadgets having possible side applications to industry. We must be concerned instead with meeting a desperate need. It has been argued above that our industrial problems are too complicated for solution by the unaided intellect, however much faith is put in education, and no one will deny that solutions to these problems are urgently required. Ill-based optimism has to give way to scientific attack. It is vital that an intelligence amplifier be constructed. And if the layman ought to put aside his optimism, the cybernetician must surely put aside his dilettante amusement in gadgets. That is not a plea to him, of course. The scale of his operations is dictated by his time and resources. It is a plea for the endowment of large-scale research into our problem, which exists nowhere in the world today. Let us now try to envisage how this kind of development might be made in industry, and to take stock of the leads we have already to hand. The basic approach to this task is still Ashby's. It would be impossible to overrate the importance of his brilliant thinking in these early and formative days. But Ashby himself does not deal with industry, and is writing in the context of his own research on the homeostat. We wish to consider the industrial problem, and to draw on all the developments which this present book has discussed. So no further acknowledgement will be made to Ashby other than to say here and now that the critical insight into the role of selecti/#91 in this problem is taken directly from him. The biological model of an industrial company is the living organism interacting with its environment. This is the model we have invoked before. It is still intended merely as a focus for thinking, and it should not be thought that the analogy to be drawn for this purpose will be pressed beyond the point of its general ecological relevance and utility. Here is the body, spread out on the ground in its physical unity. It is altering, growing and decaying organically to meet new internal and external pressures. The organism feeds on capital, labor, and raw materials. It produces more capital in the form of PROTs, social products, including human satisfaction, and an output of niched goods. Its internal services are like the bloodstream and the endocrine glands, they energize and condition its parts. Its communications are like the nervous system, a means to control and integration. The factory has this general internal resemblance to a living creature, and this is completed by its rexes, namely the responses built into it, such as its system of production control, and by its brain, which is management. Externally, however, the sheer bulk of the factory itself is transformed into the sentient creature of the industrial company which operates in an environment, its market and the social, economic, and political climate of the day. The whole organism must react continuously, within the framework of its general structure and nature, to the vagaries of the environment and its own internal changes and diseases. At one time, say early last century, we in Britain tried to consider this organism as a simple, deterministic system. The industrial autocrat had virtually despotic control of his inputs, capital was available in an economic boom, labor was available in a degraded social system, raw materials were plentiful in an age of mineral exploitation. The body itself, the factory, could on the whole be compelled to accept the rigid dictates of the brain, mainly because labor was both compliant and expendable. The environment was on the whole no trouble, because this was an era of international expansion. Today, modern management theory recognizes the company as a complex, probabilistic system. Its many management tools, such as work study, organization, and methods, and so on, have reached a present-day peak in operational RCA.RCH precisely because this is the activity which operates on the most advanced hypotheses about systems that are both complex and probabilistic. And it is at this point in the development of managerial technique that insuperable difficulties are reached. For the company is in fact not merely complex, but exceedingly complex. Or, in terms of the present analysis, we are working with the unaided intelligence on problems of control which are manifestly too great for that intelligence. This fact emerges clearly from the present model in the following way. If a management problem arises which can be contained, that is to say if a small area of the organism's behavior can be sealed off for study and improvement, this partial investigation is still in the complex class, and operational research can handle it. As a surgeon seals off an area of the human body to perform an appendectomy, so can management obtain treatment for an isolated problem. But what is the overall management problem? It is for the company to go on living. The subsidiary problems have to be solved in the context of survival. Thus, management may ask for a scientific decision on whether to close down a particular department. If operational research seals off this area, it can study the situation as a complex, probabilistic system. Its criterion must then be XED, what is the management trying to achieve? If it is highest prod, well and good. If it is economy of labor, the scientist can cope. If it is speed of throughput, or limitation of the stock investment, these, too, are all right. These are, in fact, the very kinds of problem with which operational research today is dealing most successfully. Yet all this assumes that the area can with reason be sealed like the surgeon tackling the appendix. But suppose it is the liver that the surgeon must study, or the cerebellum. If he does what seems best inside the sealed area, regardless of the organism as a whole, he may decide to cut out these portions of the anatomy. The surgeon, it will be objected, knows very well that he is dealing with a living organism. Management, too, will surely realize that the answer to the problem considered as a closed system may not be right for the overall health of the company. Two replies must now be made with some vigor. Firstly, and in practice, the management does not always recognize when it is illegitimate to seal off an area. Every practicing operational research scientist has surely met this case. He is expected to work on a pseudo-problem, pseudo because the unquestionably right answer for the local system is the wrong or even fatal answer for the whole organic system. Secondly, and this is more serious, the management may already recognize or be persuaded that the whole organism is involved. Then what become, QF the situation criterion? The company's whole aim, as a whole, is not prod alone. To apply the full weight of science to maximizing immediate prod is, perhaps, to sacrifice goodwill so that the organism eventually dies. No, if the company is to be considered as a whole, then Markle criteria must be set. An answer to any problem must meet these policy criteria in many different fields. The trouble is now this, the policy criteria will certainly be contradictory. That assertion is not accusatory, it is the major insight obtained from the biological model. The short-term aims of any living organization are contradictory. I may seek pleasure from drinking whiskey, but I cannot turn myself into a machine for imbibing the maximum quantity of whiskey without outing many others of my aims. Both the living creature and the organic company have many connecting short-term aims, and this is one of the main factors which tacitly insist on the description of the company as an exceedingly complex probabilistic system. That is unquestionably its rightful place in the classification of systems, just as it is the rightful place of a large biological organism. Once this point is reached, only the cybernetic approach has any validity. It alone of the possibly relevant sciences acknowledges and accepts indeniability, complexity beyond the grasp of human intelligence, and the solution of self-regulation where other kinds of control cannot be thought about, let alone used. Having made these concessions to the situation, and not otherwise, cybernetics can at least transcend the conflict of aims and return to a single criterion of success: ultimate, long-term survival. Now, long-term survival for an industrial company means an indefinite period, a length of time in which all manner of internal and external changes will affect it as an organization. This makes the analogy of the survival of an individual organism not particularly appropriate. In the lifetime of one specimen, its environment does not usually alter beyond all recognition. But a company, before it dies, may see many totally different ecological regimes. Hence its problem of adaptation is more clearly that of a whole biological species than of an individual member of that species. How does a species adapt itself to a changing environment? The answer is by propagate spawning and mutation. Suppose that a feature of the animal becomes less and less competent as generations pass and the environment changes. This feature is varying randomly, within limits, in each succeeding generation. The adaptive mechanism is this: the individuals in whom the critical feature tends away from the change necessary to survival may well die. The individuals in whom the feature tends in the necessary direction are prone to survive and to pass on the improvement. In this way a species tends to adapt itself, gradually moving its average characteristics in the direction of meeting environmental change. If we think of the succeeding generations as spread out in time, so that the organism has a temporal dimension consisting of its progeny, the species as a united whole is learning, it is being conditioned by a feedback system. To complete the picture, the species itself probably has in turn a considerable influence on its environment, particularly where its prey is concerned. So there is a kind of learner-teacher system existing between the species and its environment, which we may in passing relate to Pascal-Socrates' machine. But this is not a straightforward isomorphism for the industrial company, because the factory is not breeding, it does not beget progeny and die. Yet little alteration is needed to make this analogy a reasonably good model. Over the postulated long period, bits of the factory, bits of its system, bits of its various functions, do wither away and are replaced. And the replacements are not likely to be slavish copies of the original. Feedback will surely have occurred, adaptation is going on. The real trouble with this model is that whereas the biological species has been using a very wasteful system of random mutation in order to adapt its characteristics to change, the company has not been able to risk such adventitious experiment. Let us draw on our knowledge of transformations and information theory to discover in precisely what way the two systems differ. In the RST place, each system has teric basic variety, they are certainly comparable in this respect. Over a long period of adaptive change, each system has, moreover, a potential variety involving large-scale, piecemeal permutation on its basic variety. The factory will exemplify in another generation a large number of transformations of its basic variety, so that its machines have changed places, its capital is diurnally employed in plant and stocks, and so on. The animal species, meanwhile, has also undergone many transformations of its gene patterns. In the second place, both systems have survived, have succeeded in solving the problem of adaptation, in this respect also they agree. But on the third issue, a difference appears. The living representatives of the biological species are only a very small proportion of the total progeny, most of which has failed to survive through making the wrong mutations. The industrial company only faintly parallels this mechanism. Occasionally, its adaptation mechanism has taken the wrong turning, a phase of development appears in which several features are unfavorable to survival. But this does not happen often, and when it does, a new and highly directed corrective is applied. There is not likely to be a series of discarded factories littering the countryside as do the corpses of most of the progeny of our animal species. And yet the model holds overall, since both organisms, the company, and the species at large, have survived and adapted themselves. Both have in fact undergone the process called selection. In the animal, this process is actually called natural selection. The adjective natural is there to indicate that the selection mechanism is self-operating. The right mutations for survival are found because the wrong mutations are vetoed by death. Therefore, whatever lives on is right. In industry, the wrong mutations are vetoed by management. They are not indiscriminately embarked upon, as in nature, and allowed to work themselves to self-destruction. Management foresees that a particular mutation would have this effect, and vetoes it. Management also foresees that the right mutation is likely to have survival quality, and selects it. So foresight and selectivity are key attributes of management. They are also the major characteristics of intelligence. Now, foresight is a matter of constructing a behavioral model of a situation. The model is laid out by experience, and this is a learning process. The methods of operational research in assessing the probabilities of various possible outcomes, together with cybernetic methods of inducing a system to learn, will between them simulate the factor of foresight. This is in any case a precarious, inductive process, which achieves meaning only in terms of sets of limits of condense which probability theory can prescribe. It therefore seems best to visualize the prospect for intelligence amplification in terms of amplifying selectivity. The problem has now been analyzed into its components, the critical component has been found, and the whole research task is reduced to manageable proportions. For the notion of amplifying selection is not a difficult one to grasp. All management takes exactly this form. A manager is asked whether a blast furnace shall be lit next Wednesday morning, and he says yes. This is a one-bit decision. In taking it, however, the manager is selecting a vastly greater amount of decision. His primary decision also immediately selects the shift manager and the blast furnace crew. It delimits the possible raw materials that can be used, it constrains the variety of the situation in hundreds of ways, it selects which switches shall be pressed and roughly when, it selects the bracket of time within which the product iron will become available. In consequence, it helps to select which steel furnaces can operate and which mills. Ultimately, it partly selects the way in which orders are met and customers satisfied. There is virtually no end to the decisions set in train by this primary one-bit decision. They die away like ripples among the ultimate instances of other primary decisions. This management mechanism is a selection amplifier. It accurately parallels the power amplifier, such as a crane. For in that machine a small primary movement, such as pressing a button, sets in train all sorts of events which result in a 20-ton casting being lifted off the ground by the crane. In both cases, energy for executing the amplification has to be pumped into the system. In the case of the crane, electricity; in the case of the decision, human nervous energy. But in each case a small input of the relevant energy selects a set of further selectors, which go on to select others. The result is the amplification of the original input. How can this mechanism be envisaged in terms of an actual machine? We have already one answer in Ashby's homeostat. If two systems are each varying at random, they can be linked together so that the output of each is the other's input. The systems are now interacting, and their joint variety is very great. The RST system is constructed to change its states randomly until it achieves a particular condition, whereupon it rests. The second system is similarly constructed, and it has its own criterion for rest. But once the two systems are linked into an indivisible whole, for one of them to achieve its own stable states is not enough. As soon as it tries to rest, the other's output, entering as its own input, disbalances it again. Thus, as Ashby puts it, each of the two-part systems effectively has power to veto the decision of the other to come to rest. The whole thing can come to a stop only when each of the part systems is in its own preferred state. Now let a machine of this sort be constructed as isomorphic with some real-life situation. The manager takes two decisions. He must prescribe the state of the two part systems which he wishes to achieve. He can then go away, having made this primary selection, leaving this homeostatic machine to take all the remaining decisions. This it does by embarking on a process of random mutations in each system, trying to ND an acceptable combination of settings inside each part system to meet the overall criteria. This is the analog of animal breeding. The whole machine goes on vetoing possible combinations, which is the analog of progeny dying, until the stable state for the whole organism is reached. And this is the analog of survival. Let us construct an example to show what this is all about. There is a small production department producing one product, a small assembly, let us say. This is serviced by a store containing spare parts, machine tools, and so on. Here are the two part systems, each capable of a huge number of different settings. The setting for the production department is deemed as the program for running the machines, the setting for the store is deemed as the expenditure for each item in stock. A cost investigation is put in hand by the manager, from which he discovers that economic production in the shop requires the manufacture of at least 100 assemblies a day. He cannot sell more than 112, so his stable state for the shop is 100 to 112. He has exercised his managerial intelligence to ND this proper state, using the managerial aid of accounting. Next, he puts in hand an operational research investigation to discover the minimum cost of inventory stock required to produce 100 to 112 assemblies. The operational research team sets up a statistical model of the probabilities under which production is held up, when it is running at this level of output, for want of stores. This model is quantified by a study of past records, and a simulation is carried out on a computer to discover what is the minimum cost of inventory to guarantee stable production at an acceptably low level of risk. Since this is carried out probabilistically, the answer arrives as a bracket, say £800 L000. The manager has used another aid now, to exercise his managerial intelligence. Next, the manager discovers that the actual stock is VE times as great as he now knows it need be. The storekeeper says he cannot reduce his stock, because whatever he cuts down on promptly runs out, he must have all these stores. The shop foreman insists that he is using the best program he can for his production, and that if there are breakdowns or bad runs for tool where he must have the stores on which to draw. The cost accountant is powerless to help. The operational research team says that it cannot go further without simulating every item of stock separately against every conceivable shop program. This is an impossible task, but the fact remains that the overall target figure must somehow be achievable. What now is the manager's problem? The manager has used his intelligence to ND the optimum states of the part systems. He knows that there must be a setting for the shop and a setting for the store which will work. But his intelligence is not sufficiently powerful to perceive what these settings should be. The reason is the usual one: high variety in each part system, and their free interaction in which that variety is permitted to astronomical proportions. He can make the primary selection all right, but he must be able to amplify his own selectivity to carry the selection through all the supplementary variety, and out to a detailed set of subsidiary decisions. The cybernetic intelligence amplifier he requires can certainly be constructed. The shop part system is represented by an isomorphism in which the production machines are linked together by the conditions which govern their behavior in real life. This system, when operated under a randomizing instance, will eventually indicate all possible outputs from O assemblies produced to 187. Similarly, the store part system is isomorphically represented, to be capable of indicating, in the course of a long run under a randomizing instance, all possible capital commitments from £0 to £3,000. These two systems are linked homeostatically as mutually vetoing systems against the two managerial criteria. The intelligence amplifier then embarks on its course, proposing states and counterstates from one part system to the other. This is the process analogous to thinking the problem out. Whenever the shop isomorphism sets up a program which that part system evaluates as producing L0 or L2 assemblies, it proposes to stop. But if the store isomorphism at that time has a stock combination costing more or less than Q800 £1000, it vetoes the proposal, and vice versa. This thinking out of the problem takes place, it must be remembered, at electronic speeds. These are somewhat greater than the speed of thought, which has to be measured in terms of the average speed at which an impulse can be carried round a nervous network. When an ultra-stable state is reached, the amplifier stops, and the two settings can be read 0h and adopted. This, it will be noticed, is a black box model of a limited brain function, a cybernetic machine which accepts and successfully handles colossal variety, which accepts and successfully handles real-life probabilism, and which is self-regulating. The unaided intellect cannot reach this result because it cannot hold and evaluate any one pair of settings, cannot cope quickly enough with all the possible juxtapositions of settings, cannot simulate to itself the probabilities involved, and has no mechanism for reaching ultra-stability in this problem. The brain can, and does, do all these things if the problem is very, very small in size. It is to this extent that the brain's method of selection is simulated cybernetically. The commodity in which the machine deals is certainly that selectivity which we recognized as the key to intelligent behavior, and because it elaborates the details of a primary decision, it is certainly an amplifier. So the name intelligence amplifier is just id, and if this particular antitious example does not sound spectacular enough to warrant the use of this name, it is only because we have considered a very simple situation. In the next chapter this thinking will be extended to cover the whole company. Chapter 16. Sketch for a Cybernetic Factory. In the last chapter we studied the concept of intelligence amplification, and developed a relatively trivial example to show how a machine to adapt itself by this mechanism would be possible. Let us now examine the possibility of a much larger intelligence amplifier for industrial use, one still modeled on the homeostat, a system demonstrating basically the same characteristics as the one just discussed. Instead of treating this device as a machine for solving a particular problem, however, we shall design it as a machine for adapting a system to its environment. In this way a return can be made to the ultimate problem. If an industrial concern is to be looked at through cybernetic eyes as analogous to a living organism, what kind of organic control system can be proposed as pursuing environmental adaptation? The biggest differences between such a machine and the one last described are that this one does not consider a single optimum state in each part system, but a complex of mutually interdependent states, and that it does not run as a simulator outside the real-life situation, but as a controller linked to it. The RST part system is the company itself. Its setting is its state at any moment, as expressed in terms of available machinery, orders, work in progress, stocks, stores, manpower and so on. Its output measure this time is not one factor but the set of factors which managerial policy nominates as the company's aims: PROT, return on capital employed, size of labor force, its earning power, the keeping of delivery promises and so on. These are the short-term aims which, it was said earlier, cannot all be optimized at once because they are mutually incompatible as ultimate aims. They are tied together by complicated correlations. The null aim is in fact survival. For the moment, a simplifying assumption is introduced which says that survival can be deemed in terms of a particular set of values attached to these various measures of the system's output. This set of values is the preferred state of this part system. The second part system is the external environment. Its setting, too, is its state at any moment, as expressed in terms of the level of demand, the price of money, the availability of labor, the availability of materials and their price movements, and so on. This environmental part system is intended to represent not only the physical and temporal facts of the market in which the organism lives but also the prevailing economic climate. Some of the implications of this are met in the phrase the price of money, but it may be necessary to include in the list some other, less damped, index of business conditions. The output measure of this part system is again a complex of factors, concerning orders this time. For the way the environment impresses itself on the factory is through a complicated demand function, the size of orders, their frequency, how they are distributed by customers and products, how they are related to the reliability of previous service and to cost, and so on. Again, ILIS measures cannot be suboptimized. They too are linked together by correlations of a complicated kind. Once more, a simplifying assumption will be made. This says that the ideal pattern for this environmental output is already known. This set of values is the preferred state of this part system. The two part systems are then set in a homeostatic relationship. The output of each is made the other's input. Hence the present set of states of the company's policy criteria is proposed to the environmental part system, while its own present set of states is proposed to the part system representing the company. As before, these proposals are vetoed if the part system to which they are proposed is not already resting in the preferred state. Hence the total system, as so far deemed, is a machine for seeking ultra-stability. Before going farther, it will be well to comment on the cybernetics of this machine. The set of facts which is the actual setting of each part system has to be considered in this problem of adaptation. These facts are multitudinous, many of the factors involved cannot even be stated, still less measured. So each part system is exceedingly complex, indeniable. This variety is therefore handled as a black box. The input to each part system black box is the output of the other. And the output of each is a homomorphism. That is to say, the subset of the part system previously called the output measure is a homomorphic model of the part system itself expressed in that special set of factors which concerns the other part system. Such a model may be elaborate or relatively simple, the point is that it must be homomorphic. In practice, this means that the output measure must be susceptible to invariances from any bit of the parent system's variety. This is easily arranged. It is a device for absorbing variety, analogous to a row of VE soldiers defending a narrow pass against a horde. Each member of the horde is not marked by a defender, thereby establishing equivalent variety, but any member of the horde must nonetheless be slain by some one soldier. Any one of the vast number of factors in each part system must have sufficient channel capacity available to carry its effect through to the output measure model. One way of ensuring this is to include a factor in the output measure unspecified by the designer and to convey unaccounted variety there. In this way the black box technique takes the RST grip on the part system's indeniably high variety. At this point, standard control engineering methods would suggest that the present contents of the homomorphic model ought to be matched against the preferred state of the subset, and the differences measured. These differences would then be passed back into the same part system as a corrective feedback. To the cybernetician, this proposal is absurd. For the law of requisite variety shows that there is not enough variety in this feedback to kill the variety in the part system which is causing the displacement from the preferred state. This automation technique for correction would work in this case only if the output measure were an isomorphism of the part system. By definition, this can never be. To evade this difficulty, then, the feedback comes through the other part system. How does this routing meet the law of requisite variety? The answer is by implication. It will be recalled that intelligence involves as its paramount characteristic the capacity to select. Provided that sufficient variety is available as a raw material in the information circuitry, then any answer to any problem, however difficult, can be represented. This is like invoking the classic remark that a monkey left to bang the keys of a typewriter for sufficiently long would eventually write all Shakespeare's sonnets. Each part system provides unlimited variety in the present case. It is the function of intelligence to tap that variety, to organize it, to select. Now the input to each part system is the homomorphism of the other. Regard this homomorphism as a primary selection. Then because enough information carrying channels have been provided to transmit huge variety as a many-one transformation when the homomorphism is created for the output of a part system, and because the variety of each part system may be regarded as equivalent, then the mechanism is available for a one-many transformation of the part system's input. Such a transformation cannot, of course, increase the information contained in the input. The entropy laws of information theory prove this to be impossible. But this is not what is required. What is needed is the amplification of the primary selection, and it has been shown that this can be done in a homeostat. But our machine is a homeostat. Therefore the whole machine, which is both an intelligence amplifier and an adequate information carrying system, can handle the huge variety of the company survival problem and is capable of controlling that exceedingly complex system. The serious practical problem that this arrangement bequeaths is that of transmitting the full variety of the setting of each part system into its black box. This presents no theoretical difficulty, because the channel capacity has been made available. The practical problem lies in the suggestion that literally every factor influencing each part system should thus be represented, whereas many of the factors are unknown. Now this is a counsel of perfection. The question arises, how far in any case can human administrators themselves assimilate and incorporate all these factors? The answer is, not far at all. Psychologists will doubtless comment on the human ability to assimilate and incorporate in a decision more than a few factors, perhaps of the order of a dozen at the outside. This machine could certainly, as a practical possibility, incorporate many hundreds of factors, and thus eclipse the human faculty. Even then, further techniques suggest themselves. Firstly, it is known to be possible to treat a section of this input from the real-life situation as being itself a black box. The input of a ratio, which compares a limited homomorphic model with its alleged counterpart in real life, will perforce incorporate all the outstanding factors which have not been deemed, or even recognized, in the difference between the numerator and denominator. This technique has been successfully used already in a control system to incorporate variety at the exceedingly complex level. It has been described elsewhere. Secondly, a complex of inputs involving value judgments could be represented to the part system box as a single vector on a preference scale. This proposal would deal, for instance, with such environmental inputs as the future prosperity of customers as assessed by the commercial manager. Thirdly, there is a possibility of using inputs as slack vectors to take up unknown residual values, as is done in the dynamic programming studies of operational research. There is certainly, at any rate, cause to feel that full representation of the real-life situation to the part system black box can be approached. Having made these cybernetic comments on the control machine as so far envisaged, two further fundamental questions remain to be discussed. The RST is this. The sample intelligence amplifier described before brought its variety into action by randomization. This indirect activity did not matter, because the machine was a problem solver, unconnected to a control system. It could therefore make any number of fatal mistakes in its simulation before reaching ultra-stability without damage. The adaptation machine, on the contrary, is in control of a company. Can it afford to randomize as a means of securing the application of requisite variety? The second question is, how do we get rid of the simplifying assumptions made earlier, when it was said that the preferred state of each part system homomorphism was known? This qualification is damning, because if these states 16 are known, the machine is unnecessary. In fact, they simply are not known. These two questions are answered by the same feature of this possible machine, and this feature will now be described. First of all, these problems may be examined where they occur in the biological model, in which they are also linked. Consider again the evolution of a species. The species does not know what it is evolving towards. Its preferred state now is given by a basic gene pattern which each individual receives from its parents. This pattern is the preferred state of the species as the species understands the present environment. Within that basic gene pattern there is plenty of room for minimal changes from generation to generation, minimal, because no one mutation is likely to carry the individual right outside the preferred state. Yet these minimal changes are sufficient to keep the species operative as a homeostat. Favorable mutations tend to reinforce themselves by positive feedback, while the unfavorable ones are suppressed. Now the preferred states of the part systems in the industrial model were assumed to be known. This is satisfactory as a beginning, because the species does indeed consider these states to be known, however inexactly, they are part of its policy. Once the machine has been set in motion, however, small random mutations would be permitted to occur inside the homomorphic models, thus allowing the preferred states of the part systems to change slowly in relation to each other. In this, the cybernetician continues to learn from the biological model. A slowly changing situation inside both part systems must result in the adaptation of survival criteria in the company's internal character, and in the model it makes to itself of its environment. There are now random changes of state occurring for different reasons in the two black boxes, and in the two homomorphisms. Over a long period of time, both kinds of behavior will tend to ultra-stability, because that is how the machine has been designed. Therefore, in the long run, they will gradually learn. This is a fair analog of the learning process exhibited by an animal species, and both mechanisms are long-term in their effects precisely because each relies on a random source for deciding the change of state that has been called mutation. In the language of operational research, the succession of these states is a Markov chain. This means that each change derives directly and wholly from its predecessor, and has no regard to the earlier states which are part of its own history. Perhaps this assertion requires slight modification, insofar as information from earlier states percolates through the generations. The penultimate state from which an individual ultimately derives does itself enshrine previous states in the form of their genetical effects. But the Markov description thus moded is correct insofar as all individuals inherit an invariant proportion of genetical information from their ancestors. No individual can make use of either more or less than 1/8 of its great-grandfather's genetical information. Hence, if one of the 8 great-grandparents was superbly well adapted, the present individual is incapable of drawing disproportionate progenetically from the fact. The evolutionary process, then, is fundamentally Markovian, and such a process cannot of itself learn. Evolutionary learning as such derives entirely from the feedback loops which foster genetical Markov chains that are adapting, and cut short those chains that are not. This is a cumbersome learning procedure, which can be supported in nature only because the environmental changes to which adaptation is required are slow, and because the procreative process is proigate. The cybernetic industrial control machine, however, may have to cope with rapid changes, and it cannot afford the capital to proliferate possible solutions to its growth problem. Thus Markovian development, with feedback learning, is too slow. The machine needs to learn quickly, both for seeking and setting the goal of homeostatic ultra-stability. This it can do by weighting its behavior down the chain in accordance with its history. This is a non-Markovian stochastic process, and corresponds exactly to a learning machine. There are plenty of biological models for this kind of learning. The case of the stat rat will be recalled. In a nutshell, the probability that the system will next pass into a given state is not equal to that for all other possible states, but is conditional on its history of states. Conditional probability in this kind of chain means that if the state S has almost invariably been successful when used as a transformation of state 0, preceded by R, preceded by B, preceded by A, for example, and if no other state has been successful at all, then the machine when next confronted with the succession of states A, B, 0, Ti will almost certainly transform D to R. This, as is known from biological studies, is an effective model of a learning process, and, as is known from the Pasc learning teaching machine, it can be built and made to work. In this way the cruder features of the cybernetic control machine could be removed. It begins operations with an arbitrary target of preferred states XED by the limited human intelligence, and uses its unaunumeral random mutations to produce slow adaptions by Markovian evolution. Gradually the arbitrariness is replaced by purposive selection, the lack of economy by directed mutation, and the slowness of adaptation by rapid learning. And in this mechanism lies an interesting parallel to the black box. This handles its problems by drawing on the inexhaustible variety of its interconnectivity, tapping and selecting that variety. The learning element here postulated draws on the inexhaustible probabilism of its developing history, tapping and selecting that probability. Thus we are led to envisage an industrial control device which seeks an optimum homeostatic strategy, which implies the intelligence of its own human controllers, which learns from its own unfolding experience and which adapts itself to its environment. Such a machine seems to me the main target of industrial cybernetics. Something has been said here of the way in which cybernetic eons could tackle the assignment. A good deal has been said in earlier pages of the tools at their disposal. The theoretical possibility of such a machine has, in my submission, been proved. Of course, a vast amount of research and development is required, and it would be extremely rash to hazard a guess as to when a controller on this blueprint could be operating. But my confidence is unshakable and my conviction the thing can be done. A schematic diagram of the device is now appended, and here is anal note. The explanation just given has proceeded by stages, and these cannot withstand criticism as cybernetic machine, in their own right. Each stage must be viewed in the context of the null design. For example, the preliminary machine described in the last chapter was purely an exegetic device, and is probably not worth building. In operational research language, it is basically a Monte Carlo simulating 16th Saturn for a cybernetic Factory 151 machine. Further, given a favorable case, its problem might even be solved by pure mathematical statistics Q theory. Or, considering the mechanism suggested for black boxing the environmental input as a homomorphism, it might be argued that due attention has not been given to modern methods of econometric analysis. Such criticisms, in isolation, might well be just. But they are wildly off the point in the null design. The methods mentioned are absolutely constrained by the intelligence of their user, they are certainly incapable of handling the requisite variety, they cannot take account of conditional probabilism in the control situation, which alters the parameters of all the probability functions continuously, and they are not self-regulatory. So we end as we began with the 3 marks of a genuinely undeniable probabilistic system, and the same 3 marks of a genuinely cybernetic solution. The main doubt which the habits of conventional thinking leave in my own mind is the question of time. How long would the proposed machine take to do its job? This question cannot at present be answered in the rigorous terms with which most of the required theorems can be supplied. The unconventional fact which must be borne in mind seems, however, to be this. The cybernetic machine is not seeking the absolute solution, any more than management would pretend to itself that there exists such a solution to its decision problems. Scientists, even operational research scientists, are accustomed to think of correct solutions, of absolute optima, and this is misleading. Return once more to the biological model, and its problem of survival. Every one of the Earth's myriad species, from paramecium to man, including the coelacanth and the spotted woodpecker, has correctly solved the problem of survival, for they all survive. What meaning can the term correct possibly have in such a real world? The solution required to industrial, economic, and social problems is one that works. This solution, or a member of this family of solutions, can be found in a fraction of the time taken to detect the optimum solution. And the optimum solution is an academic concept indeed if the real world has passed on to a totally different pattern of events by the time it becomes available. No, the short answer to the time problem seems to be this. Human managers, who are homeostats, and intelligent, and capable of learning, have to act in pace with the real world. Yet they are distracted, and emotional, and they often have to guess. The claim for the cybernetic machine is that, in the same available time, it is likely to do rather better. Part 4. The Analog Theory of Cybernetic S. Connective Summary. Starting from its survey in Part I of the basic notions of the new science cybernetics, this book has now developed the greater portion of its story. A logical theory of cybernetics was put forward in Part H, to constitute an account of the pure branch of the science. From this merged demonstrations of the theoretical possibilities of the subject. Next, a descriptive science was evolved in part high. This showed how the theory is being translated into practical work with biophysical systems, how the RST cybernetic machines have been made, and what the potential achievements, both in general and in industry particularly, are likely to be. What else is needed to complete the account, c.g. the science? When the point was discussed in Chapter 7, an applied branch was said to be necessary. Applied cybernetics means using cybernetics in the real world. Pure cybernetics does not do this, except insofar as it provides insights that are immediately useful. The descriptive branch turns to the real world, certainly, it investigates real phenomena and builds real control mechanisms. But these artificial systems are concerned more with imitating the functions of organic systems than with installing permanent machinery or control. The lead into this kind of applied cybernetics was given in the last chapter. There a factory was described in cybernetic terms as an organism, and the description drew on theory and all that has been learned since. But suppose the cybernetician to be engaged in changing an existing factory to that description. What problems of application would he face? In the RST place, the cybernetician has to decide on the stew in which he is to build. His machine is a brain-like artifact, but he has no synthetic protein of which to construct it, no viable neurons, no responsive and repairing fabric. So far, he has tended to work with electromagnetic and electronic components. The RST of the next 4 chapters examines the limitations which this analog of organic fabric imposes. It discusses also possible alternatives, and stresses the need to develop unorthodox materials are the work. This problem is quite separate from the next problem of the applied science, which is to find the right mechanism to act as analog. It is observed that in upping cybernetics an analog of language itself is involved. This presents special problems in maintaining a clear and distinct idea of what one is trying to do, and of easing the reality and one's cybernetics from the emotive and other misleading connotations of whatever words are used to talk about them. With these 4 chapters on the application ZYF cybernetics, the book is complete. It has tried to convey the novel thinking of this new science, to display its historic development and to develop its pure, descriptive, and applied branches in an industrial context. It is in the problems ZYF application, discussed in this null part 4, that the challenge to its major achievements really lies. Chapter 17, The Analog of Fabric, T1NS review of the nature of cybernetics and of its industrial potentialities will not be complete without a consideration of the physical stuff from which it is possible to build cybernetic machines. For the ability of the constructor to achieve the ultimate realization of the logical and biophysical theories available to him depends on his ingenuity as a cybernetic engineer. However far we are able to go in specifying valid and effective mechanisms, the machines themselves will be constrained in their behavior by the actual method of construction. This obvious fact may have been noted, but it has been given very little serious thought as a problem. Perhaps this is because the problem is unrecognized, perhaps there is a feeling that the engineer will ultimately find the best way of putting such mechanisms together. Let us RST of all elucidate why there is such a problem, and what its nature may be. Consider a familiar machine, one of those already developed for the application of physical energy, say a crane. It is quite clear that the ability of this machine to lift heavy objects is limited by something more than its design. That is to say, the gear trains can be perfectly adequate to the transformation of lifting energy, but although this is a necessary condition of success, it is not a sufficient one. For if the steel members of which the crane is made are weak, they may bend or break when the full load is applied. Mechanical engineers recognize this as a limiting factor in the behavior of their machines, and ensure that the study of the strength of materials is carried forward. In this way, the limits of behavior can be thoroughly understood and research undertaken to extend them. In cybernetics we are discussing a different kind of machine, not an amplifier of physical energy, but an amplifier of intellectual attributes. The limiting factor for cybernetic machines in terms of their construction, then, is not likely to be the actual strength of materials, but some other attribute of their fabric. It is altogether too facile to suppose that cybernetic machines ought to look like mechanical machines, or that their constructor is not confronted with a parallel problem to that of material strength in physical ampliers. It is essential for the cybernetian to realize that he is constructing the analog of an animate organism, and that the best analog for him to choose may be any kind of system whatsoever. The analogy in which alone he is interested is a behavioral one subsisting between two exceedingly complex systems. He is not in the least concerned with adapting what he has been brought up to call a machine so that it will perform new tricks. It is not surprising, and certainly not a criticism, that the RST biophysical simulators of which we have already spoken have this appearance. When one is RST testing a scientific hypothesis, one uses the equipment most readily to hand and mind. But in the longer run this problem of the stuff of construction is likely to be of high importance. The best approach to the specification of a suitable STUI of construction, or analog fabric, is in the specification of the behavioral limits to which the cybernetician would like his machine to go. Initially, he should forget his early conditioning in the nature of orthodox machines. The fact that a binary digit can be transmitted by a relay, that a probability can be built up on a condenser and so on has nothing to do with the behavioral limits of the system. Attention is focused instead on such capacities as growth, excitability, decay, regeneration and repair. These are behavioral attributes of the animal qua animal, true, but they are also attributes of the animal fabric itself. The living animal is provided with the remarkable stew of living tissues and cells, highly adaptive, functionally malleable, and physically self-regenerating. In the absence of synthetic protein, the cybernetician has normally turned to pieces of metal and glass for the fabric of his machinery. However effective this analog may be in imitating functions, there is no analogy in terms of materials at all. As admitted just now, this is not in itself important. What probably does matter very much, on the other hand, is that the use of such completely rigid and unadaptive materials seriously limits the range of the machine's behavior. It is worth noting that nature herself sometimes accepts a limit of this kind, despite the availability of living tissue, and overcomes the problem by a change in the functional design of the organism. For example, crabs are normally built of materials which, by the development of an external skeleton, give adequate protection. But the hermit crab is extremely vulnerable to attack, and has to incorporate in its ecological controls a built-in program for obtaining an unoccupied shell, discarded by another animal, which it can wear as an external skeleton to make up for its natural deficiency. In the same way, a cybernetic machine, depending on a nervous system made of wire, can make up for the inability of its nerves to regenerate themselves in the event of failure by multiplexing its channels. This overcomes the limitations of fabric by better functional design. So this possibility can always be borne in mind. Nevertheless, it is important to realize that the most obvious kind of construction, and the most convenient materials, are not necessarily going to offer the best analog of animal fabric. Elsewhere 31 I have examined in more detail than would be appropriate here some specific limitations of both the electrical and the electronic analogs of animal fabric. In the present context the point will probably be readily taken that such structures do not give the cybernetic designer any scope. He has to build into his logical design circumvent ions to allow for the special limitations of his materials, and these are so great that his null design for the machine may incorporate more detail created to this end than to the solution of the basic problem. But there is a more dangerous difficulty than this, which can be illustrated with a particular example. The most lifelike analog, on the face of it, for vision is photoelectric scans ion. A traveling beam scans the whole ELD of vision quite impartially. It derives what is basically a linear record of this ELD, in which any quantum of length contains precisely the same amount of information as any other. This limitation, dictated by the fabric of the analog, precludes analogical thinking about the nature of recognition in the animal and the machine. For the animal does not scan in this regular way, nor does it register information with uniform intensity. There is always a penumbral zone in animal vision in which inefficient information handling is adequate to the recognition of basic facts. The physiological handling of pattern recognition is difficult enough to understand, and despite its inefficient use of available input data from the point of view of information theory, a vast channel capacity in the optic nerve is necessary. But if the limitations of electronic equipment cause the cybernetician to create an analog of vision which depends on photoelectric scans ion, then the completely undifferentiated quanta of information will require an innately greater complexity of recognition machinery. This result follows from the law of requisite variety. In the electronic system there is a vast amount of unwanted variety, that is information redundant to the pattern at any moment being recognized, which has to be absorbed and eliminated. The part of the animal control mechanism which it is most tempting to describe by the electronic analog is, of course, the nervous system. Here electronics can provide a very effective analog of the transmission of nervous impulses, and of their behavior in a logical network. But the danger to cybernetic advance in the use of electronic equipment for this purpose is in its capacity as an analog of fabric. This danger, which has already been illustrated with an example, may now be generalized as well. Since the fabric is unviable and unadaptive, the designer is bound to treat his machine as inflexible and rigid. The temptation will be to make good the losses incurred by this arrangement, by making capital out of the reliability of his components compared with their animal analogs. This means that there is a tendency in the situation to create a system more deterministic and less probabilistic than the biological model would strictly propose. Hence analogs of the brain, at the higher levels of the cerebrum, will tend to be treated as if they were no more than rexes, susceptible to conditioning in a fairly rigorously predictable way. The fear is that attempts to construct an analog of brain will thus stop themselves short at the cerebellum, that is, that all brain-like activity will be described in terms appropriate only to the lowest levels of nervous integration. But if this orthodox kind of machinery is open to objection when it is used as an analog of a nervous system, how much more objectionable is it in acting as a model of the rest of the organic control system? Now in the animal most of the basic controls that the cybernetician wishes to imitate in creating machines capable of adaptation are not nervous at all. They are biochemical. This gives rise to a particularly intractable problem: how can one represent, say, the homeostatic system of the endocrine glands in electronic terms? It seems unlikely that electronics will provide an adequate answer. Accordingly, attention must be turned to other possibilities, and if this is the case, cybernetics must examine very carefully the fundamental behavior of biochemical substances. The difficulties in the way of a cybernetic description of these elaborate biochemical systems are notorious, and this explains why cybernetic eons have turned to the study of the most elementary forms of life. Protoplasm is the basic material of living organisms, and this can be studied most readily when it is naked and not partitioned into cells. An amoeba is an animal susceptible to this examination. Considering the relative simplicity of this organism, it is astonishing how little has been known about its basic behavior. For example, a number of quite different theories have been proposed to account for amoeboid movement. This movement is known by the graphic term of streaming, which perfectly describes the locomotion of a jelly-like substance whose boundaries are endlessly changing. Goldacre 32 has now presented a convincing account of the operation of amoeboid streaming, in terms of the folding up of protein molecules at the rear end and their unfolding at the leading edge of the organism. There is no need to explain his theory here. But it is desirable to show how it is that cybernetic eons engaged in, for example, industrial control research should be interested in work of this kind, and why it is that Goldacre himself has recognized that his work is important in the field of cybernetics. The science of control and communication in the animal and the machine, which is cybernetics, is indeed a unit whole. It is impossible to ignore studies of this apparently remote kind, and if it is right to draw special attention to the problems implicit in the analog of fabric, then much more than interest is at stake. It is imperative that we better understand the role of the capacities and limitations of fabric in the construction of actual systems. It is this kind of thinking which has led me to make an almost unbounded survey of naturally occurring systems in search of materials for the construction of cybernetic machines. Enough has been said in this book to show that one is looking for a system which exhibits a certain fundamental kind of behavior, where the behavior belongs to a specied class of logico-mathematical descriptions. Any colony of living creatures, for example, which it is possible to affect by some input analogous to an industrial input, which then behaves as a black box for resolving the environmental disturbance created by this input, and which nally exhibits some other mode of behavior which is capable of interpretation as an output, would be potentially a cybernetic machine. It would have the advantages of being itself a living system, capable of regeneration, growth, and adaptation. A rudimentary experiment on these lines has been made with the tiny animal to be found in ponds known as DAP/MIA. This animal is a freshwater crustacean, and a small colony was persuaded to digest fragments of ironlings placed in their environment. It thus became possible to enhance the movement of the creatures by magnetic elds. The particular strength and direction of these elds is the analog of input, and the response of the colony is in part a function of this input and in part a random kind of behavior. This, it will be noted, fools the basic definition of a black box. Another electrical circuit in which the density of the colony affects an instrument provides the output from the system, which can be fed back to enhance the input. This is basically a homeostatic device, which will seek stability. The experiments made with DAP/MIA were, unfortunately, totally inconclusive. They are mentioned because they did in fact succeed in illustrating that a machine of so completely novel a kind is at least possible. It is worth repeating that any system is capable of employment as a cybernetic machine if it conforms to the simple yet precise description which has in fact been made available. It simply is not open to anyone to say, in my opinion, that any particular system proposed as an analog is absurd, or that we yet have any idea of the system which is in fact most appropriate from the standpoint of fabric. Finally, we have postulated another kind of machine, also having the characteristics based on the biological model, which will surely yield a satisfactory solution in the long run. This idea is based on the thought that living organisms grow. Could a cybernetic machine be constructed which would in fact, that is to say quite literally, grow its solution? Consideration of this thought has led to the recognition of a class of machine which we have called fungoid because of its growth characteristics. The possibilities of such machines were worked out in company with Gordon Pask, whose results on teaching will be remembered from an earlier chapter, and he has succeeded in constructing an experimental machine of this kind. It is in fact a chemical cell consisting of a colloid. The input to the cell is a set of voltages conveyed into the colloid by a number of Ne platinum wires. This input is a transducer of the input characteristics of the real-life system which is to be controlled. The O of electricity through the colloid causes the deposition of a magnetic substance on the ore of the cell, and this deposit grows like a tree in the direction of each electrode. Since the inputs are all different, this tree has an asymmetrical shape and varies in its robustness at all points. An output from this cell will, of course, vary with the formation of the tree, and this output can be fed back to condition the input. In this way the cell seeks to solve the problem, which is to balance the input transducer and from there to alter the real-life system. In effect, the fungoid machine is solving a set of simultaneous equations, without expensive equipment, and in a very small space. The numerical answers to these equations are not directly available, because the information-carrying system is so delicate and tenuous, but the point to remember in the construction of cybernetic machines is that one does not normally require a numerical answer. One can use a quantitative solution which has not been reduced to numerical terms through a transducer. In a homeostatic machine this is precisely what the cybernetician wishes to do. The particular fungoid machine which has just been described is also capable of a rudimentary form of learning. Suppose that the set of input data is held constant for some time. The tree which represents the solution to these input equations grows steadily and becomes well formed. At a given moment the input set is transformed to another. This causes the tree to reorient in new directions, which it does fairly slowly. If a further transformation of the inputs is now effected, so that their values all return to the original set, the cell now tends to take up the tree formation that it had in the RST place. Because it has only been slowly breaking down, it quite readily reforms. The result is that stability is reached on the second occasion very much more quickly than on the RST. The strength of this conditioning is proportionate to the length of conditioning time, since this determines the robustness of the tree, and is also a function of the time taken by the cell to dissipate that growth. This can in turn be specified by the actual composition of the colloid, the size of the cell relative to the electric potential, and so on. Such behavior does exhibit some features of learning, although after several different problems have been presented the cell will forget an earlier solution. In other words, its learning is at the present moment short-term, and readily extinguished. Nonetheless, the fungoid machine is yet another demonstrated possibility, and the mere suggestion that a tiny cell of this kind could solve complicated control problems, and at the same time be constructed for a few pence, is not lightly to be ignored. This ends these introductory and faltering comments on the problem of the cybernetic analog of animal fabric. It has been the main intention simply to gain consideration for this problem, because its existence is not generally recognized today. It has been with great diffidence that the various thoughts I have myself entertained about the problem have been advanced, and this diffidence should perhaps be extended to the form of a denied apology. No special claim is made for a serious step towards the solution of the problem. If, however, these remarks on the analog of fabric have succeeded in opening up a new vista for people who wish to assess the scope of cybernetics and the needs of its future development, I shall be well satisfied. Chapter 18: The Analog or Mechanism. Servomechanisms and incentives. From the problems of the analog of fabric we pass to those of the analog of mechanism. Once the question of the stuff of construction has been set on one side as a problem in its own right, the separate question of mechanism can be considered in its true perspective. The precise distinction thus drawn is illustrated in the following way. A man has an annual net income of 1,200 per annum, paid in cash by monthly installments which he puts into a safe. He draws this out from the safe, and spends it, in equal lots of 5-5, by making 24-0 calls on the safe at equal intervals throughout the year. We wish to decide whether this system is stable over a whole year by constructing a model. This may be done in innumerable ways, but we could decide to have two tanks, 12 inches square, one representing income and the other expenditure. These are mounted on each end of a 4-foot wooden bar, pivoted at the center. Water is siphoned into each tank in accordance with the model, allowing T1 inch rise in water level for each 1 pound of money. Thus the income tank LLS in L2 lots of L0 inches each, and the expenditure tank LLS in 24 lots of 1% inch each. To keep the model proportionate, the pivoted wooden bar is made pound 2 thick, that is I inch thick. Now this may appear to be a perfectly good model of the system. When completed, the water level in each tank will have risen to L0 feet, and the system will balance. This proves that the man's arrangements give him economic stability over the year. Unfortunately, however, the pivoted bar will undoubtedly snap before the machine has done its work. Thus the model, which holds in concept but not in practice, is valueless. In real life the man's circulating capital, averaging Q2%, can sustain the system, but in the model it cannot. This fault is due to the analog of fabric. The analog of mechanism is quite sound. The reason why this distinction is so important is that by far the most generally useful analog of mechanism for cybernetic systems is to be found in servomechanics. The fairly recent development of this science provides all the mathematical apparatus needed to describe a self-regulating system and to calculate its behavior, once it is set down as a servomechanism. This fact is extremely convenient, and is widely used, but it carries with it two dangers for the cybernetician which can be best understood in terms of the distinction just drawn. The RST danger is the one discussed in the last chapter. If we allow ourselves to be carried away by models involving servomechanisms, we risk forgetting the limitations of fabric in the ultimate physical version of the analog. It is too naive to imagine that these limitations can be overcome by the skillful use of materials. As was argued previously, the biological materials we seek to imitate have many special qualities. Overcoming the limitations of the analog fabrics may well involve radical redesign of the whole system, and in this way the analog of mechanism on which much care was lavished may have to be abandoned altogether in favor of a quite different model. Or, which is worse, the limitations may never be recognized, then the machine will fail, as did the pivot bar in our trivial illustration. The second difficulty is more subtle. A self-regulating servo mechanism needs to operate as a closed system. Porter, for instance, has shown the well-known result that open sequence control leads to instability unless the relation between output and input is known exactly, and is subject to no disturbance. But the whole point of homeostatic self-regulation in cybernetic machines is that the system should deal with disturbances, moreover, with disturbances that have not even been foreseen in principle by the designer. This requirement can be met only by a closed system in the servo mechanism model. Before continuing, an example of this will be given. Since the use of this kind of model in actual machines is entirely familiar, the example will be taken from another kind of system. This is the industrial incentive scheme. Its use will serve three different purposes which should be noted. Firstly, it illustrates the necessity for closed sequence control in a servo mechanism. Secondly, it illustrates the use of this analog in a system which is not mechanical. Thirdly, it shows how cybernetics may shed light on an industrial control problem which has not generally been solved. A typical industrial incentive system is installed in the following way. A work-study investigation of the process is carried out, and this results in a model of the dynamic system. That is, proper times are measured for each element of the work done, and suitable allowances are made for incidental factors. An assessment is made of the rate at which the operatives work, so that the answers can be adjusted against standard human effort. Fatigue should also be assessed, and a factor which allows for this incorporated. In this way the model is completed, and its predictions compared with actual results on the job. This niches the work study. Management then uses this study to devise an incentive scheme in which bonus payments are set out which are calculated to induce operatives progressively to raise their present performance, until the optimum output assessed from the work study is achieved at a wage level that the management regards as of maximum attractiveness to the operatives and of economic benefit to the company. This is an open sequence servo control on this pattern: basic wage payment, industrial output, order structure, process load, incentive, work study, bonus model. In this typical incentive scheme, the bonus adjustment to the input is calibrated according to the calibration required at the output, the work study model being used to determine the permanent scale of calibration. The system exactly resembles Porter's open sequence control for a steam turbine driving a generator, in which the valve is adjusted by a calibration depending on the speed required of the generator. As Porter says, this will work satisfactorily only in idealized operating conditions. In real life the load and the steam pressure vary, and the control is not effective. In the incentive scheme the operating conditions also vary, with the same result. In particular, a tendency to more favorable conditions than those assumed at the initial calibration result in the incentive scheme running away. Industrialists are all too familiar with this outcome. It has been known for the operatives to go home at the end of the week with a higher remuneration than their managers. The cybernetician, using an analog mechanism for this system taken from a servo mechanism model, would seek a stable control system immune from such disturbances, and this could not run away. This would be based on a closed sequence error actuated servo mechanism designed like this: basic wage, industrial work study, order structure, FA process H model, output load, incentive, correction, bonus operator. In this design the work study model is used as a meter of performance, and a continuous feedback is exerted on the system of payments through the bonus scheme. I have proposed such an arrangement in a particular and actual industrial investigation, but the recommendation was not adopted. Having considered this example, we may now return to the question of the second danger in the cybernetic application of servo mechanism models. It has been explained and demonstrated that such a system needs to operate as a closed system. Now cybernetic machines generally seek ultra-stability in the condition called equinality. This is the name given to the mechanism whereby a system has a specified goal, or null state, which it may reach in different ways from different working conditions. The goal, then, is equinal. But it has been proved by von Bertalan for 35 that closed systems cannot behave equinally. That is the second danger. There are practical answers to this paradoxical problem, but this fact does not eliminate the danger from too facile an adoption of servo models for the analog of mechanism in cybernetics. This will be fully understood only by developing an adequate theoretical insight into the real answer. I have proposed such a treatment before, at the conclusion of a paper published in 1956, 31, but it is best to restate the argument briefly, since it may be expressed more simply in the context of the present book. In Chapter 9 the question of metalanguage was discussed. It was explained that a control system cannot discuss itself, that a language of a higher order is needed in which to describe the behavior of a system expressed in a given language. Now this theoretical treatment of the undecidable sentence problem can be used to solve the present paradox. A system has to be described by a cybernetic model, and the analog of mechanism chosen is a servo control. In order that this basic behavior, expressed in language number 1, should be self-regulating in the automation sense, it must be described as a closed sequence servo mechanism. Let this be done. Now the whole cybernetic machine must behave equinally. So this overall behavior must be described in language number 2, which is a control language of higher order, and this system will be an open sequence. The metalanguage is capable of discussing the behavior of the closed loop, which is not itself equinally. This treatment of the problem may be seen in application to the homeostatic cybernetic machines propounded earlier. Basically, in no-L language, that is to say, a closed sequence control feedback is used to reach stability. According to the analog of mechanism employed in homeostats, this control may be described as a servo mechanism in the no-L language. It is therefore capable of handling disturbances which are themselves expressible in the no-L language. These are disturbances due to stochastic variations inside the loop. But the more important set of disturbances against which homeostats are designed do not belong to the system at all. They are environmental disturbances. They arise, that is to say, outside the system expressed in no-L language. Thus they must themselves be expressed in the RNT language. So when we say, there are environmental disturbances, or the whole system seeks ultra-stability, or the whole system is equinal, we are speaking the meta-language. And when we invoke the law of requisite variety, saying that more variety must be imported into one black box in order to kill the variety that has got into the other black box, we are speaking the meta-language. The theory of servo mechanisms demands closed sequence operation, and this might be called completion from within. But when, in Chapter 9, the principle of completion from without was enunciated, an open sequence was being invoked, that principle cannot even be said in language number 1. The general applicability of the theory of servo mechanisms to the cybernetic analog of mechanisms has now been brought out, its status as a model examined and its dangers noted. It will have been realized that the whole science of servo systems centers on the concept of feedback. In fact, the preliminary discussion of self-regulating systems in Chapter 4 is itself an elementary account of the theory. In the present chapter, 2, it has already been shown that systems other than assemblies of hardware can be synthesized in their control particulars in servo-mechanistic terms. In fact, much more can be done than merely using this model as a conceptual tool for describing and thinking about systems. Powerful mathematical methods have come to the fore in recent years which are capable of synthesizing a control system on this analog of mechanism, and of calculating its characteristics and critical points in a fully scientific way. Many authors have noted that a system of industrial production control can be modeled on servo mechanism theory, and several operational research workers have, like myself, actually installed systems on this basis. But no one has yet applied the full mathematical apparatus of servo theory to the details of this design. Perhaps the deepest exploration of the possibilities has been carried out by Simon. Some account of his approach will be given to demonstrate how much can be done with this particular cybernetic analog to prove a control design by rigorous scientific method. The input to a production system is raw material, and its output is a product. Work goes from the input to the output at a certain actual rate. The system is under load, represented by the arrival of orders. That is the basic system, and it may be represented as a servo mechanism by considering the two fundamental control loops customarily used to regulate its behavior. Firstly, the output has to be adjusted to the input. That is, there is a major feedback from 90 to 0, which measures the analog of error in the system. This error is fed back into the system through an operator which makes an appropriate adjustment to the rate of throughput which is being planned. The planned rate will be translated into the actual rate by another operator. Secondly, the order load which is affecting the actual production rate is also fed back. This simply says that the planners take account of the order book, they are gifted with a certain amount of foresight. So this control loop takes the load, and works through another operator to adjust the planned rate. The primary effect of this load, felt at the point of actual production, is directly upon the output. Its action is represented by the RST operator of all. This description of a production control system on a servo theory model is a somewhat simplified version of one of the cases considered by Simon. Here is a diagram, also somewhat simplified, to illustrate the system. In order to describe the system mathematically, it is not necessary to specify the input and the load, which are both independent variables which may assume arbitrary values. They have to be brought into the system unaffected by the output, a condition which is met by virtue of the fact that the feedback we are considering from the output cannot sensibly affect either of them. Of the Thursjoy variables, only the output remains to be described mathematically. The output is the rate of production as enunced by the order load, the enuance being represented by the primary operator. This gives 90 equals K1. Next, the error feedback is deemed as the difference between output and input. The actual production rate must be determined by the planned rate through its operator. And the planned rate in turn obeys two enuances, the error with its operator and the order load with its operator. These three equations, then, are, E equals 6, 90 F asterisk equals K4 L 77 equals K25 K39, the four equations mentioned deem the system in mathematical terms, and the object now is to manipulate this definition to discover how the system will behave. It is here that servo mechanism theory takes over the problem, with its battery of mathematical techniques. The most important of these is the Laplace transform, and this involves the concept of complex numbers. This book is not written for an audit 31166 of mathematicians. On the other hand, too many simple accounts of servo mechanisms abandon the argument at this point, saying that mathematics can now niche the job. Readers who have persevered thus far may well be willing to consider some explanation of how this is done, and for them the next VE paragraphs are written. Mathematicians should refer directly to Simon's own treatment of the problem. G_servo theory is assessing the behavior of dynamic, not static, systems. Therefore it considers all its variables as functions of time. Any actual rate of production has to be consolved as operating at some finite time, so the variable for this rate is called p. This t is a real variable, an ordinary number. The RST step in the analysis is to replace this wherever it occurs by a complex variable. This expresses the same ordinary number, but in two parts, one of which involves I. It does this by altering the amplitude and phase of the input frequencies. So if all the features of the system are transformed by the Laplace method, the behavior of the whole can be studied, as it responds to input, at the output all in terms of waves and their frequencies. What happens to the output for any particular setting of the input is called its transient response. In the production control model we are certainly interested in these transients, for we cannot allow the system to have any state in which a particular set of results spells disaster. But we are still more interested in the steady state behavior of the system, that is, its stability within desired homeostatic limits for the whole range of inputs. The whole system's ability to be stable in this sense is the criterion of control. Obviously, with these servomechanical methods it is possible to compare the relative merits of different control systems. It is possible to decide, also, whether the introduction of new loops, or the refinement in accuracy and speed of response of existing ones, will materially assist in controlling the system or are nugatory. The most immediate general conclusion to be drawn from this analog of mechanism concerns the oscillation of the output. A servo mechanism may so react to a bad outcome, in the form of an undesirable transient, that the output begins to oscillate in an ever-increasing amplitude. This means that the control machine goes into an uncontrollable oscillation, and is clearly not effectual. This is the trouble noted in an earlier chapter. It is the theoretical explanation for hunting in machines and ataxia in human beings. On the contrary, we require the transient response to be strongly damped, the output is to oscillate less and less until it is steady again. And here is the general servomechanical conclusion: this will happen only if the roots of the system's characteristic equation have large negative real parts. This useful result can be shown to be independent of the load. In his original work on this subject, Simon goes on to develop the mathematics of the system earlier described. It would be out of place to quote his algebraic demonstrations here, and any further attempt to describe the mathematical treatment in words would soon become tedious. But it is worth mentioning the sorts of conclusion he goes on to draw from his completely general and very simple model. None of these, it must be said at once, is sensational. Important new truths could hardly emerge from this preliminary exploration. What is important is that so much of the industrialist's insight into production control can be revealed by pure mathematics with so few assumptions about the actual details of the system. Initially, Simon assumes a XED lag between the planned and actual production rates. It takes time to bring a new plan into effect. He also assumes that the operator K3 equals L. He proves that inventories can be kept stable in these conditions only if the waveform of the order load is sinusoidal and its frequency an exact multiple of the frequency corresponding to the production lag. Other perfectly stable situations are discovered for other values of the operator K3. Continuing this experimentation with the system, he alters the assumption of a XED production lag, and distributes it. This can be done by expressing the lag as a probability of its being a Dineit-Gur. He shows how the mean lag in this case is still independent of the rate 17 at which production is planned. Next, Simon discusses the decision rules underlying the system. These appear in the model as the operators K2 and K3, for these are within manager Nenf's control. He shows which parameters of the characteristic equation must be larger than others in order to reach zero steady-state error. This is done by invoking the conclusion about large negative real parts. Finally, Simon turns to cost. He introduces a cost element into the equations, noting that stability achieved by higher inventories costs more in investment, while stability achieved by less fluctuation in production rates may also cost more in lost goodwill when orders cannot be met. He proves a case of the general cybernetic contention that managerial aims are often incompatible. The scientist dare not pursue one desideratum oblivious of the effects on another. Survival in the long run is what counts. In this example, the incompatible factors are minimum inventories and minimum fluctuations in production rates. This conclusion, and some more mathematics, leads to the optimal decision rule, that for long period fluctuations it is best to hold down inventories and permit production to vary, while for short period fluctuations the reverse is true. This is a good example of a fairly obvious conclusion from all this scientific effort. And it shows that this analog is capable of giving this kind of result. Therefore, in a particular case, with all the numerical detail provided, it is clear that the model could determine where to draw the line between long and short period movements. Any manager would agree that it is by no means obvious how this should be done. Another of the important points about cost is to investigate the best mathematical form for the cost function. Simon shows that using a linear cost function, the attempt to minimize cost yields a rule which exactly deans an ideal low-pass filter. That is, he NDS a filter which not only cuts out completely all cost variations above a certain value but also transmits the lower cost variations without any distortion. When he turns back to his original quadratic cost function, however, Simon discovers another valuable point. The characteristic equation transform of the system for minimum cost has real roots of opposite signs. One of them is positive, so a system with such transforms would be unstable. In fact, its transient output, which should tend to zero, would increase exponentially. This turns out to be because the transform to minimize cost was designed for steady-state behavior. But when a transient arises, the system is passing from one steady state to another, and the uncontrollable oscillation begins. Industrialists have seen precisely this happen to their control mechanisms too. We now have the theoretical explanation, and therefore more chance of avoiding the risk. Suicient evidence has perhaps been offered in this section to show the importance of servomechanics as offering an analog of cybernetic mechanism. The study just discussed would serve as a valuable model for an operational research project in production control. But to the cybernetician more is at stake. This system is a machine for surviving, with incompatible criteria of management, and its behavior may unquestionably be controlled by a cybernetic device. At the level of automation alone, much could be cloned. Recall the low-pass filter, which could surely stop the issue of automatically contrived production programs when they involved too high a cost. Add to an automated servo mechanism of this kind various other cybernetic tools such as learning elements, and again the goal of adaptive self-regulation comes into sight. Mechanism and construction. The null point to be considered under the heading of the analog of mechanism concerns the actual construction of a cybernetic machine, having regard to the limitations of fabric. So far, little enough has been done with chemical cells or organic fabrics such as the colony of DAP/MIA. Instead, at the present time, serious construction of cybernetic machines is inevitably concerned with electronics. How difficult is it to envisage a cybernetic machine of the more bizarre type translated from the theoretical status of von Neumann's general theory of automata, for instance, into actual hardware? We hope to show that this is not too great a feat of the imagination, and therefore not too unlikely a task of construction to attempt forthwith. Consider the most bizarre cybernetic machine of all, the self-reproducing machine, or better still the machine capable of producing more advanced machines than itself. In Chapter 11 we consider the theory of such a machine, developed successively by Turing and von Neumann. In that explanation, von Neumann's own image of construction was used. The parent machine was to be thought of as sitting in a reservoir of spare parts. On the directions of its master tape, on which it had specified its own construction, it was to search among the bits and pieces and to build a descendant. This is a difficult image to accept. No doubt von Neumann intended it merely to bring out the point he was making, and not as the blueprint of a proposed machine. But now that the theory is fully available, and a limited analog of fabric to hand, it becomes possible to offer a serious suggestion as to how this mechanical procreation might be envisaged. To understand this proposal it is necessary to grasp RMLY, the idea of packaged construction. Originally, electronic machines constructed in this general area of research were put together as a labyrinthine tangle of wires and valves, capacitors, and resistors. Many still are. As long as a reproducing machine is thought of in this way, the imagination boggles at its intending function. How is such a machine to manipulate its components? The thought picture extends itself into the shape of some Hindu image with innumerable arms, all tinkering with their own electronic viscera. No, the modern machine is of relatively simple construction, for it uses prefabricated building bricks. These are known as packages. For many years complicated equipment, such as that used in telephone exchanges and military communication systems, has been built in packages. The package is, in reality, a subassembly, but it is not intended to be incorporated indivisibly in its null assembly. It is itself niched into a small machine, so that then a large machine can be constructed quite simply by interconnecting packages. In the original context of communications work, this was primarily an aid to maintenance. If a package became unserviceable, it could be replaced at once with a fresh package. The detailed repair work could be carried out on the unserviceable package at leisure and elsewhere. It was not for some time, however, that manufacturers seized on this idea for building computers. Even today, many machines exist which do not embody the principle, although most production models, such as those built by Ferranti, use it most effectively. Thus, although the concept of the package is old, and its application for maintenance purposes current, the relevance of the packaging technique to experimental work is a new insight. An early use of the package in this kind of experimental construction was in about 1950, when K.D. Tozer designed a number of packages each capable of performing a simple logical operation. These had a standard chassis, consisting of a box with a handle and a pair of plugs. These small logical operator packages have become valuable tools of cybernetic research. For each can be tested with great care and precision, to be stored away as a building brick in an electronic machine. The skeleton of the null machine has also been standardized, in the form of a large chassis capable of receiving a large number of logical units, and neatly wired so that the units can be interconnected in any desired way by setting the switches of a master panel. The problem of constructing a cybernetic machine has by these means been reduced to its minimum difficulty. A specification of the machine, given in terms of the logic of its operations, can be translated into an actual construction by taking from the storage racks the proper numbers of each basic logical package, and plugging them into a standard chassis. The information between these various logical operations, given in the specification, is then copied by the setting of the control switch gear. There are, then, according to this approach, two main stages of construction: selection and connection. It will be appreciated that in general experimental research a number of modifications must, as a matter of fact, be made to this beautifully simple arrangement. Special provisions need to be made, and it is not always possible to use the basic packages and nothing else. But already a vast amount of the difficulty has been removed from this task of construction. It should be noted how readily machines built by this method can be altered, for research purposes, how readily they can be checked and rected, and how readily they can be dismantled when this job is done. For such machines need not be consigned to the museum or the scrap merchant, their parts are simply returned to the package stores. Today Tozer's research laboratory uses this approach very widely. Before continuing, it is worth remarking on nature's use of packaged construction in living organisms. The cells of an organism, plant, or animal, are basically all the same since all have the same genes. Functional differences arise between them during the building process of embryology, much as functional differences arise between identical logical units during the construction of a Tozer machine. It seems that the packaging technique has a rather long pedigree. Let us now return to the question of visualizing a possible machine for reproduction. No machine of this kind has yet been built, but the object was to show that, the theoretical techniques having been mastered, there is no desperate difficulty in envisaging an actual machine for reproduction. The parent Turing machine has the form already suggested, that is, it consists of a chassis bearing a selection of logical packages, and an immutable set of master switches which cause it to be the machine that it is and no other. It then operates as a Turing machine, and produces a tape containing its own specification. This is a process analogous to a parent organism's producing a group of chromosomes. The tape passes straight into the building machine, which is the analog of the process of gestation. For the building machine consists of a store containing logical packages, a store containing a number of the large chassis frames, and a switch setting device. Our problem of imagination is now reduced to this: can we visualize the building machine sensing the tape, selecting the appropriate packages from store, plugging them into a new chassis and then setting the switches in imitation of T1? Surely we can. There are no major engineering absurdities about this possible machine B. The offspring, T2, is now a completely new version of T identical with it in all respects. This explanation of a possible approach to the realization of one cybernetic aim can now be extended, again without overtaxing credulity, to the von Neumann machine for evolving a more complex progeny. Suppose that T1 has a packaged storage facility, on which it records information required in its calculations. Suppose that the human designers of T1 were unable to foresee exactly how large this facility needed to be. They therefore programmed the recording circuits of T1 to use a subsidiary and inefficient storage method, in the event of its running off the end of its proper store. S0 far, none of these assumptions is diicult. Computer programmers already work very much in this way with present-day computers. And they furthermore arrange to signal that the primary store has in fact been overrun. T1, then, we shall say, will record its own deficiency of storage space, and will, moreover, record this as a new requirement when the time comes to issue its own specification. The building machine B would then be able to incorporate this furtherment in constructing the reproduction. Turing machine T2 would thus have a bigger store than that of its parent T1, and the store would be inherited as a mutation based on the experience of living acquired by T1, rather than on some prejudice of the original designer. In this sketch, then, we have seen a machine reproduce itself, and also a machine reproduction involving evolution into something more complex than itself. Again, what has been said is not meant to be more than an aid to the imagination in so difficult a piece of thinking. But it really is important that the difficulties be dealt with, in point of principle, and one at a time. Machine reproduction and evolution is an astonishing prophecy to put forward as capable of almost immediate fulfillment. It is astonishing, RSTLY, because of its logical novelty. Can a mechanism specify itself, or move from the less to the more complex? This diiculty was answered in Part 2. The second cause is because of its scientific novelty as an imitator of living processes. Can we conceive of biophysical simulators at all? This diiculty was answered in Part 3. The third basis for astonishment is that such a machine, although seen to be theoretically possible, could actually be constructed. Is there an adequate analog of animal fabric and mechanism? This difficulty is being answered in the present Part 4. Now all these answers are available only in part, and it is not the intention of this book to give even these partial answers in their most convincing detail. The reader does not want a lesson in becoming a cybernetician. What has been attempted is the presentation of these new ideas and possibilities in a perspective which would show what cybernetics is all about. The claims that are made in this chapter, as in certain others, are primarily claims on the reader, his imagination, his comprehension, and his support. Chapter 19 The Analog of Uncertainty. The role of uncertainty in the behavior of real-life systems is paramount. At the level of relatively simple systems, the statistical treatment offered by orthodox probability theory adequately handles the situation. For example, there is no difficulty nowadays in treating the problem of industrial inspection, with its inherent uncertainty, by scientific methods. It is well established that the spread of averages of small samples of measured values about a target value is distributed according to the Gaussian curve, and that the risk of defective items following an accept-reject type of inspection is binomially distributed. Sampling schemes based on these facts are widely used and are known to work successfully. For complex systems, however, more diicult mathematical statistics must be invoked. As was said earlier, these methods center on the special subject of stochastic processes. The same kind of thinking has been extended to some sorts of exceedingly complex system. In particular, this approach has been successful in the domain of radiation physics, where, for instance, the emission of alpha particles has been usefully handled by a stochastic model. Insofar as operational research is confronted with uncertainty in the systems it studies, the description of that uncertainty inside the model adopted is invariably statistical. And, since the analytic technique of cybernetics usually passes from the stage of logical investigation to that of operational research into a given dynamic system, a cybernetic inquirer tends also to rely upon the statistical interpretation of probabilism. The RST point to be made, then, is that both subjects rely upon the same basic scientific disclosures about the nature of uncertainty in advanced systems. And the reason for this, discussed at length in a previous paper already quoted, is the interdependence of the two activities. For, I have argued, the discipline of operational research uses a corpus of techniques whose integrating concepts are cybernetic, while the science of cybernetics depends for its modus operandi on the discipline of operational research. This point is repeated because it would be unfortunate if the arguments of this chapter led to renewed confusion about the differences in status and intention which do in fact exist between the operational research discipline and the cybernetic science. For the topic with which we are to deal, the analog of uncertainty, is a problem in both fields stemming from their methodological unity in the nature of probabilism. This means that the discussion will continue in the common ground between them, drawing concepts and examples from both activities, and not stopping to point a separate moral for the operational research scientist and the cybernetician. It may help the reader to bear this fact in mind. The problem emerges. An advanced system has an input process and an output process. Either of these, or both, may be XED or stochastic. A XED process is one in which each impulse arriving at or departing from the system is predetermined according to a known schedule, which is to say that the process is completely predictable. The XED process, then, can be held to include a process which, although not as a matter of fact scheduled, could be scheduled because it is in the full control of the managers of the system, for such a process has none of the difficult features of an unpredictable input or output. For example, if the assumption is made that the production line never needs to stop nor to slow down, the output process of a motor car factory which delivers one vehicle into the dispatch yard at exactly 3-minute intervals is XED. Its input process is a large store of component parts, and if the assumption is made that this store is very large and is never in any risk of depletion, then this input process is also XED, but in the second sense. Conversely, the system of a retail shop has a stochastic output process. Considering any given item of merchandise, it is impossible to say how many units will be sold today. The parameters of the situation can be given, however. On the average we sell 100 a day, we never sell less than 23, we never sell more than 179. That kind of answer is, of course, a crude statistical analysis. Given some more information, it would be possible to draw the distribution of daily sales, from which could be deduced the probability that more, or less, than any given number of items would be sold today. Such distributions are very often roughly symmetrical, so that about half of the area under the probability curve falls to either side of the arithmetic average. Hence there is a 50-50 chance of selling either more or less than the average number of units in any given day. If the retail shop has a very large store, there may be virtually no chance of its running out of supplies. In this case its input process is XED in the second sense. Alternatively, it may be privileged to have daily deliveries of a given quantity of supplies from its merchants, then its input is XED in the major sense. But if it cannot rely upon its supplies, and has to estimate its requirements in the face of uncertain delivery dates, then its input process is stochastic. Notice that we do not say random. For the supplies do not arrive with a total absence of pattern. The retailer in this example knows, perhaps, that as each day passes without a delivery, the likelihood of his getting one next day goes up. Most of the time he receives delivery within a month of his order, quite often, it takes weeks, sometimes it is 6 or 7 weeks, once he waited 8 weeks. This pattern of experience conditions his expectation. There is statistical form to this input process. But within that pattern, deliveries arrive at random. So he cannot judge when this delivery will come, although he may end it convenient to expect it at the average time, and to expect also that it will not in any case be later than 8 weeks. These are commonplace ideas, it may be thought, but it is worthwhile to underline this situation for 3 different reasons. Firstly, it is important to emphasize the difference between XED and stochastic input and output processes, as these occur largely in what follows. Secondly, the difference between a purely random process and one which is random within a general pattern is very important indeed to the discussion. Thirdly, however much of a platitude may seem to have been stated here about the processes of input and output, it is amazing how rarely those managing a system act as if they recognized the true relevance of these processes. That third point, about the importance of this model, is the essential stimulus to serious thinking on this whole topic of uncertainty, and is worth a brief digression. The stock held by any large company is certainly a complex system. This holds whether we decide to talk about the stock of raw materials, of work in progress, of niched products or of spare parts. Despite the capital investment it represents, it is also a system which often has to operate with very little management. How large should the stock be? More especially, how is this question decided? Usually, some one person has an interest in keeping a given stock high. It is he who stands to lose if supplies are not available. Next, there is usually one person interested in keeping that stock low. It is he, perhaps, who will be held accountable for the money invested. The RST man has adopted a strategy for turning a stochastic input into a XED input, the second has adopted the opposite strategy. The situation is complicated by the probable circumstance that the stock has a large number of inputs and outputs, rather than just one of each. The two men concerned reach a compromise. If they are both very conscientious, both very knowledgeable of all the facts, and both very honest, the compromise may be a good one, for between them they are a kind of cybernetic device for evaluating all the factors and learning the solution. But even allowing for the aphorism that the management of situations is primarily the management of men, the technique described is rather remote from the objective facts. These facts are that the stock is deemed and created as a XED process between two sets of stochastic processes. The size of the stock is thus determined in the mathematical convolution of the 186 Cybernetics and Management RNR. Analog or uncertainty 187 features, which must be brought out and made clear. Firstly, it could have certain XED constraints. Let us say that these items of stock are always used in assemblies involving 3 of the items, so only multiples of 3 are ever drawn. Furthermore, when working to capacity, the shop using these items can absorb only 3 lots of 3, that is 9 items at the maximum. Secondly, the output pattern can have a stable parameter, such as its average. This, let us say, is 7. Thus, on the average, the input and output processes are in balance. Thirdly, there is the actual shape of the probability distribution, which is another sort of statistical parameter. Let us say that there are 3 chances of needing 3 lots of 3 items, 2 chances of needing 2 lots and L chance of needing L lot. This information is derived from an examination of historical records. The stochastic output process operates within this triple frame of reference. Within this framework, which is a sort of prediction, demand is in the last resort unpredictable. If there is no stock, and the chances so fall out that for the RST 4 days running 9 units are needed daily, there will be a deficiency of 2, 4, 6, and 8 items on the successive days. How can this system be examined by simulation? The use of dice to represent the input and the output processes is in this case adequate. The input is XED, so that all faces of the input die must bear the number 7. There is, in fact, no point in throwing this die. The die representing output, however, will be marked 3 on one face, 6 on 2 faces and 9 on 3 faces. The average throw on this die, for a long series, will be 7, and, as a model of the output process, it meets the other 2 constraints as well. An imaginary of the stock holding situation is now started. On the RST day 7 items are entered as delivered, and the die is thrown to see how many items are to be withdrawn. And so on. It is evident that if this game is continued for some time, sufficient insight into the situation will be obtained to say what the minimum stock size should be to run very little risk of ever running out of supplies. All the pieces for our picture of the analog of uncertainty are now assembled. The simulation, or game, is seen to be a quick method of evaluating a stochastic situation, and it is also one susceptible to experiment. And this is the major point. What is predictable about the stochastic process, its pattern and parameters, has been extracted from the real-life situation and built into the model. This has been done to leave only pure randomness as the element of uncertainty, and that randomness has been reinstated in the way the model is worked. This technique is very important, trivial though it may appear in this example. For the problem of uncertainty has been split. As it stood, the element of uncertainty was a strange, peculiarly biased influence on the situation. Now it has been divided into two parts, the pure uncertainty, which we call randomness, and the patterned uncertainty, which in the long run is, after all, predictable. Between them, these two parts generate stochastic behavior. The operational research scientist calls the simulation game the Monte Carlo method, because of the pure randomness which has to be injected into the system. For the cybernetician, this game is the essential tool of his black box technique. Uncertainty rules the natural systems he studies. These systems use that uncertainty as the source of requisite variety. So the black box of cybernetic research also incorporates uncertainty, and for the same reason. This state of affairs bequeaths two problems for cybernetics. How is the patterned part of stochastic behavior to be built into cybernetic systems, and how is the pure randomness to be injected? The answer to the RST half of the question is not very hard to formulate in any given case. If the required patterns are known in advance, any analog of system can be designed to load the relevant factors proportionately. If not, the analog off a brick must be made to generate the pattern as the game proceeds. This is what happens in the extant learning machines, where the pattern takes the form of a set of conditional probabilities. But to answer the second part of the L19, the analog or uncertainty 189 question is more difficult, because the very notion of pure randomness begins to break down as soon as it is probed with any care. What does random mean? It is easy enough to speak of throwing dice, but this little technique is not of much practical use. And who is to deal an unbiased die, and an unbiased throw, and an unbiased outcome? These are in my opinion some of the most intractable questions with which cybernetics is faced. They are the central problems of the analog of uncertainty. The philosophical paradox before this inquiry can be carried any further at all. Some general comments about the nature of randomness will have to be reneged. This task is attempted with special distaste, for the is a perilous one on which much controversy centers to this day. The underlying reason for this is surely that the notion of randomness is the same as the notion of unpredictability. Now it is at least possible to hold that any event is unpredictable solely and simply to the extent that we do not fully understand its causatory machinery. Every event, so runs the argument, is caused. If the causatory machinery were fully understood, the event would be entirely predictable. On this basis, randomness comes to be regarded as nothing more than a certificate of ignorance. To say of a process that it is random is to say no more than I do not know how this process works. Thus we are in an unusual and embarrassing difficulty. We are trying to discuss scientifically something in which it is at least possible not to believe. _hit_hate there has been a path of intellectual escape for the scientist. He has discovered that many natural phenomena whose causatory mechanisms are unknown occur to a recognizable and distinctive pattern. If there is no reason to expect that an event will occur in a given period a given number of times, but only the expectation that on the average it will occur n times, there is a random expectation of single, double, and so on occurrences spread about the average n. It is this spread that turns out to have a distinctive mathematical form, despite its appearance in a multitude of different situations, a form designated as Poissonian. So the scientist, on meeting a distribution which tests the Poisson law, takes the fact as prima facie evidence that the process concerned is a random one. But, in the light of the last section, this approach does not solve the present dilemma. For the Poissonian pattern is itself predictable. Hence the simulation of this kind of natural randomness would require, as previously, the acceptance of the natural pattern. Within this framework the process has to be generated at random. The basic difficulty endures, it is merely put back one logical stage. In this way the problem under consideration always returns to the same issue. Inside some special framework, selections have to be made by chance from a number of equally likely alternatives. This is at once the simplest and the most intractable statement of the question. In the long run of a million selections over 10 alternatives, each selection will be picked 100,000 times. At least, the process will tend to this result. In other words, we expect the pattern of pure randomness to be rectangular, each alternative having the same ultimate frequency. In fact, the attempt to split the problem into patterned and pure randomness components always fails in the last resort. If, when the pure element is being generated, it conforms to this pattern, it is no longer pure. If, on the contrary, it does not conform, we at once call it biased. The difficulty appears strikingly over the use of tables of random numbers. As most people know, it is usual to replace dice in an actual problem by a prepared table of numbers which are guaranteed to be in random order. Let us use up 1,000 of these random numbers on a job. The outcome of the job is suspect, so we study the numbers. There are exactly 100 representatives of each digit. This series conforms to rather too definite a pattern. We say, it is not random at all. But, alternatively, there may be 200 threes in the series. This is not random, we say, it is biased. Then we probably use a statistical significance test to say whether there ought to be as many as 200 threes by chance. But what does that mean by chance? The test itself depends upon the concept of randomness. And so all those concerned with such tables are caught in a vicious circle. The compilers, however, generating random numbers by the LLLIL19, the analog or uncertainty 191 million on a computer carefully programmed to give unpredictable results, are suddenly confronted with 10 solid pages of unbroken zeros. Certainly, in a long enough run, this is likely to happen by chance. Do they include this run in their tables, and if not, what about the series of LOOO numbers with too many threes? The users, on the other hand, are blindly judging their experimental results for significance against such tables. None is confronted with a more frustrating decision than the worker in psychical research. He compares the success of a soi-disant clairvoyant in guessing a series of cards, with the ability of a table of random numbers to make as good a score by chance. Then someone appears who claims that the result is a statistical artifact. Equally astonishing results can be obtained from the allegedly random tables themselves. Spencer Brown has caused much havoc in psychical research circles with such allegations, and his book, which is likely to be denounced by orthodox statisticians because it is not orthodox statistics, has nonetheless some telling points to make about randomness. Despite all the philosophizing which has been done and will be done in the future on this issue, our own working conclusion about randomness for the time being in cybernetics can be discovered from a very simple example. Here is an unbiased penny. I toss it by unbiased machine 100 times, and it comes down heads uppermost every time. What are the chances for the 1/0th throw? The gambler mutters that the luck must turn soon, and the chances are now astronomically in favor of tails. The theoretician declares this to be a fallacy. Each throw is independent, he reminds us, and therefore the chances are as they were and will be 45-50. The gambler is seeking a pattern he believes must mature. The theoretician is insisting on his a priori concept of randomness as something pure and therefore inviolate in the face of all contradictory evidence. For the practical scientist, and particularly the operational research man, there can be only one answer. You said the penny and the tossing were unbiased. You are wrong. In short, we cannot really discuss pure randomness any longer. Yet we still wish to infuse an unpredictable component into the pattern of stochastic behavior. What has been said is intended to show that this cannot be done safely on some theoretical criterion, nor need it be. All that matters is that from the standpoint QF the cistern itself, the injected variety should be unpredictable. In the case just fabricated, this condition is not met. Shall we say that the penny itself knows very well that it is not behaving in an arbitrary manner? Thus the split in the treatment of uncertainty, which was asserted in the RST section of this chapter to be the key to the setting up of an analog of uncertainty, is seen in its proper light. It must not be a complete split, for this divides not only the pure from the patterned randomness, but the system from reality as well. The randomness we require is an arbitrary ordering of information inside the framework of the system, as judged from that framework. A man may say that he proposes to take a universal electronic digital computer, and to turn this into a cybernetic machine. The computer itself belongs to the complex deterministic category of system. To simulate a cybernetic machine, a black box program must be provided for the computer which will endow the machine with its requisite variety for equinal behavior. Such a program involves the provision of a large store of random numbers. We do not consider that cybernetic theory permits this to be done in any of the most obvious ways. It would not be legitimate to write a tape to provide the store from a published table of random numbers, for the reasons already given. It would not be legitimate to invent a program which would generate what are usually called pseudo-random numbers, by some ingenious arithmetical procedure thought to provide a series free from autocorrelations and other non-random features. The reason for this has also emerged. It is that no one can vouch for the meaning of a so-called random series which is not defined in terms of the processes to which its variety will be applied. Disorder in the eyes of the designer does not necessarily imply that the machine will infer disorder. An advanced machine, in particular, may detect a form of order which is hidden from the designer. Yet another reason is now appearing for this objection to the generally accepted idea that uncertainty can be injected into a deterministic system by an external process. Suppose a table of random numbers is stored in the computer. Then when the major program of the computer calls for a random number, it will receive the next in line from this subsidiary program. The overall system is, once again, completely deterministic. The programmer, at least, can in principle precisely predict the outcome. Suppose next that an ingenious program for creating pseudo-random numbers is inserted in the computer. The anfractuous calculations which the total system now has to perform may be too involved for the programmer actually to predict the outcome. But he still can do so in principle. Putting the point another way, the machine could predict its own outcome. Therefore it is not equinal. The uncertainty is unreal. The probabilism has become an intrinsic part of an enlarged system which therefore embraces it and comprehends 1t. The same objection applies to a construction of uniselectors in which, because of the determinate system of wiring, a pattern ultimately emerges as repetitive. Therefore, in the context of some larger system which includes the whole pattern, the arrangement is, after all, deterministic. And a fungoid machine, for example, might grow into that larger system. Surely the key point is that the deterministic nature of a deterministic system is not something dependent on the ability of a man's brain to detect it. Nor is a probabilistic system one in which man's brain cannot detect a pattern. The brain of man was in no sense the arbiter of these arrangements. If the uncertainty process is not itself viable as coextensive with the system it informs, there is no probabilistic system. There is only a probabilistic outcome in terms of a failure in perspicuousness of man's own brain. And while the brain has been put forward as a cybernetic model, as the most advanced cybernetic machine yet created, and one, moreover, superbly well adapted by an evolutionary learning process spread over millions of years, it is not necessarily capable of detecting all kinds of clearliness. To claim as essentially disordered something which cannot be conceived to have pattern is an elementary mistake. It is anthropocentry. These arguments are admittedly complicated and even obscure, but they involve questions which cybernetics cannot afford to beg. There is an ancient theological puzzle which says that if man is endowed with free will to make a choice between a good and an evil course, and yet there exists an omniscience which by definition knows in advance what that choice will be, then the free will must be illusory. It was obvious that this paradox raises deep questions about the meaning of time, and about the meaning of knowledge, and about the meaning of freedom. Our present problem is of parallel form and complication. If uncertainty endows a machine with alternatives towards equinality, and yet the total system has complete information inside itself about the processes which generate that uncertainty, then the appearance of probabilism in the total system must be illusory, and the machine is not equinal. This paradox also raises equivalent philosophical problems. One could take refuge in thoroughgoing philosophical determinism, and say that uncertainty is no more than ignorance. All systems are in fact fully predetermined, including man. If one cannot take this position, then it is essential to avoid cybernetic conclusions which imply it. In the solution of Monte Carlo problems for operational research, I have myself used the methods to which this chapter takes exception. In the context of solving a given and understood operational research problem, the dangers seem to be trivial. But in a cybernetic system, whether a brain analog machine or an advanced industrial control procedure, the risks are too great in my view. The machine one is trying to create as an organic simulator cannot withstand criticism if it imports variety of an unnatural kind, on the assumption that the scientist fully understands precisely what kind of variety is required. This section has shown that he does not. In the past, the sharp distinction I have always drawn between deterministic and probabilistic automata has been publicly criticized on the ground that it is a simple and uncontroversial matter to transform a deterministic automaton into an equinal cybernetic machine. This section of this chapter has been written primarily to answer this criticism. I should agree that it is possible to simulate a strictly contained probabilistic system on a deterministic computer, to solve 19 the analog or uncertainty 195 operational research problems of the Monte Carlo type, and even to imitate usefully a cybernetic mechanism. But to propose that such a computer can be transformed into a cybernetic machine by ingenious programming on the lines so far proposed, seems to me to misapprehend the real nature of a cybernetic system. Not only the present arguments, but also this whole book, testify against the proposition. These assertions do admittedly carry the contention to an extreme. The central place of variety and probabilism in cybernetics, however, demands really careful attention to the analog of uncertainty. It is to this requirement that attention is drawn. For what it is worth, I will give my own tentative prediction about the way in which this extraordinary paradox may be resolved. The concept of patterned randomness seems sound, and it is likely to survive. The concept of pure randomness, by which behavior inside the pattern seems at present to be activated, and by which it is actually activated in contemporary operational research models, will, I think, be abandoned as meaningless because self-contradictory. I foresee its replacement by a vast extension of the ergodic theory introduced in Chapter V. The point is bound up with the remarks made several paragraphs ago about the meaninglessness of man's own mental processes as the ultimate criteria of the behavior of natural systems. Because the very notion of pure randomness cannot withstand critical analysis, I hypothesis that no purely random process exists. The fact that we all suppose purely random processes to exist, or that, alternatively, we must subscribe to thoroughgoing determinism, suggests the second hypothesis. This is that there are kinds of pattern which the brain of man is not adapted to recognize, and which has therefore not yet recognized, and that these patterns are probabilistic. This is what is meant by the reference to ergodic theory, which is concerned with the limiting forms to which probabilistic systems tend. If there is a whole realm of systems having unrecognized ergodic properties, this fact could resolve the paradox here disclosed. For uncertainty would then be an equinal machine. It would escape determinism because of its equinality, and yet it would not involve the pure randomness, which is a self-destructive. 196 Cybernetics and Management O, System NDS it disordered. This concludes a philosophical ramble which is likely to have aroused an emotional as well as an intellectual reaction. Philosophy is often tedious or exasperating to read, because its only tools are the very words which its main task is to reveal as inadequate symbols of meaning. A GHMPSE has been offered of underscore some meanings, we are committed to discuss them. Again, as in the previous 2 chapters on the cybernetic analog, no RM conclusion results. Again, the discussion has been concerned to emphasize a particular area of study as having an importance not widely recognized, and as involving some tough, intractable problems deserving of research. So this chapter ends, as before, with some comments on the present STA-CGF work, which is imperfect by the criteria adduced here. The on_ly claim is, once more, to a measure of constructive activity. This is our next topic. The mechanics of uncertainty. The emission of particles of energy in the process of radioactive decay has sometimes been called the only completely random and unpredictable process in nature. This, some will feel, is yet another illustration of the notion that randomness, like beauty, exists in the eye of the beholder and is a form of ignorance. Perhaps we merely mean that we have not yet discovered the rules which govern this activity. This means that apart from the engineering difficulty, and the cost, of incorporating an isotope as a source of unpredictable variety in a cybernetic machine, the proposal could not be recommended. For here is a randomizer which is not in the same language as the machine. The practical effect, in this case, of the general theoretical objection raised in the last section is that the so-called randomness built into a machine by this means might, unknown to the designer, be something else. It might be a very highly specialized technique for achieving stability at the microphysics level of matter, and as such a completely organized and law-bound mechanism. If so, this is the last kind of model we wish to use. This practical difficulty applies to most of the analogues of uncertainty at present in use. The scientist of whatever training who approaches cybernetics for the RST time, usually thinks at the outset that he can easily construct a device which will serve as a source of pure randomness. So he can, drawing on his training, and for Monte Carlo investigations in operational research, his proposal will usually be satisfactory. But his customary approach is not to look for a genuinely random process occurring in nature. He rightly doubts if he can ND one. Usually he proposes one of 2 courses. The RST is to take a number of barely or partially understood processes, and to superimpose them on each other, in the hope that this will produce such a muddle that it must be random. This is comparable with the pseudo-random number generating program for a computer, and is open to the same objection. For example, if we take a series of the natural numbers from loanwords, convert each to its logarithm to the base low and then choose, say, the 3rd digit in each of the new numbers, we shall obtain a series of this type. We might well expect the series to be random, meaning that the frequency of each digit would tend to reach 1/10 of the total number of examples taken. In fact, this proportional frequency does not tend to that limit, as has been pointed out by M.G. Kendall, therefore the series is not random in the way we should expect. Thus the risk about which protest has been made is not chimerical, and we would be rash indeed to rely upon our own insight to perceive that we had not been led astray. For, as Kendall also remarks, even as great a mind as that of Poincare was ensnared by this particular fallacy. The second customary approach is to deem a process which is not, in the scientist's own eyes, random, but one which will appear random to the machine it has to serve. For example, a group of arbitrarily connected uniselectors will produce an apparently random SEIIES until it begins to repeat itself. But if the machine for which this variety is supplied can be organized to complete its work in a time less than the basic cycle time of the random number generator, the randomness holds. This is an excellent arrangement, because it conforms to our specification that the process should be in the same language as the major process, and it is understood. Therefore it will probably not bring into the system subtle effects and laws from nature of which the scientist is blissfully unaware. For purposes of the embryonic machinery at present being built by the workers mentioned in chapters 13 and 14, and also for operational research purposes, this is an acceptable analog of uncertainty. In the long run, however, it simply will not do. This is why we have envisaged machines capable of some kind of evolution to structures beyond our own comprehension, machines capable of controlling at present uncontrollable situations, machines for amplifying intelligence, and so on. It is quite impossible to limit the activity of such future machines so that they operate within a frame of reference determined by the built-in limitations of their own randomizers. Again, the familiar dilemma is encountered, and it applies to more advanced pieces of hardware than the uniselector version of a random generator. If the scientist chooses to guarantee the randomness of the process by delimiting it, as to time cycle or in other ways, he is placing an ultimate bar on the machine's access to variety. To do this presupposes an understanding of the machine's intended working towards equinality. But the advanced cybernetic machine is precisely a machine for getting its result by an unknown method, a method which possibly outstrips the designer's own mental processes. It is in this that the scientist's second obvious approach breaks down for the future, if not for a present in which machines have not yet attained to the expected subtlety. Now, some of the machines mentioned in this book have been concerned with XED input processes, some with XED output processes, but all with stochastic processes as either input or output, or both. The machine which would preeminently be concerned with this present problem would be one whose input and output processes were both stochastic, and multiple processes into the bargain, a machine, moreover, whose rame d'etre was especially to convolve such processes. That is, it would not be a machine for doing some job to which variety had to be supplied as a cybernetic raw material, but one concerned entirely with being a handler of input-output uncertainty. This was the intention behind the stochastic analog machine, details of whose prototype forms have been published elsewhere in the account just quoted. SAM is considered entirely as a probabilistic calculator for Monte Carlo simulations in the field of operational research. In that context, the kind of stochastic convolution mentioned is naturally enough an operational research model of the stock holding problem. This was discussed in the RST section of this chapter. SAM was designed to deal with a simulation of this nature. It consists of 10 synthetic data generators, each capable of an output simulating a particular probability distribution. Given that an SDG can have this stochastic output, it is clear that SAM as a whole can have its 10 S.D.G.S linked together to perform a large-scale Monte Carlo simulation with several input and output processes. The present intention is not to repeat all this information on the operational research potentialities of SAM, but to consider the cybernetic relevance of the analog of uncertainty contained in each SDG. Now, the output of an SDG is a time series demarcated by the appearance of a small metal ball. A ball emerges from the machine to signify an event. There is then a delay before the next event, and this delay is unpredictable. The whole time series, however, conforms to the probability distribution desired by the scientist in charge. To achieve this result, the SDG contains analogues of both patterned and pure randomness. The analog of patterned randomness consists of a set of delaying devices, each capable of delaying the emergence of a ball for a different interval. In fact, the ball can be delayed for 1 second, 2, 3 or up to 40 seconds. Once a ball has entered the delaying device, its future is determined. In advance of this device is the patterned randomness mechanism, or distribution artifact. This consists of 100 equiprobability pockets, each of which has an equal chance of receiving the next ball. The desired pattern is set up in this artifact by dividing the area under the probability curve to be simulated into 100 equal areas. Under the left-hand tail of the distribution is one area, demanding a delay of say, L5 seconds. Under the right-hand tail is one area demanding a delay of, say, 36 seconds. So one of the equiprobability pockets is channeled to a L5 second delay line, and one to a 36 second delay line. The remaining 98 areas are spread over the intervening 21 seconds of delay according to their frequency distribution. Thus, if the mode of the distribution is at 25 seconds, and has a frequency of 18%, no less than 18 of the equiprobability pockets are channeled to the 25-second delay line. This achieves the long-run patterned effect. 4. Since balls arrive in the 100 pockets with equal probability, they will emerge from the machine somewhere between 15 and 36 seconds later, and the number of balls emerging after each time interval will tend to the proportion of the preset pattern. Yet, because the next arrival at the start may enter any one of the 100 pockets, it is impossible to predict what delay the next arrival will actually receive. In this way SAM performs the split in the analog of uncertainty of which we have spoken, and deals with the patterned component. It remains to say how it creates the pure randomness in the required input to the 100 pockets. This is done by making the ball pass through 3 different mechanical randomizers, whose task is to make its path totally haphazard. Now it has to be admitted that in designing the mechanical randomizers, many experiments were made and judged against normal statistical criteria. LLLL et al. 202 Cybernetics and Management. The analog or uncertainty 203 and may well be able to teach himself how the system he is studying really operates by experimenting with this analog in motion. So much for the claims of this machine as a tool of operational research. But considered in its cybernetic role, SAM comes nearer to the sort of machine required as an analog of uncertainty than the more sophisticated electronic mechanisms which have so far been envisaged. In studying the problems of an intelligence amplifier, for instance, it is good to know that the machine is drawing on so ingenuous a source of variety. The fear that an adapted computer, which is alleged to be producing results in advance of anything man's own mental processes can entertain, might in fact be disgorging a garbled account of how its own pseudo-random number transformations are operating, is intolerable. So, for the present, this is the cybernetician's technique of creating an analog of uncertainty, to split the concept of random behavior, to simulate the patterned component and then to sample from this pattern on a pure randomness basis. The way in which he does this may be critical in cybernetic machines, as opposed to Monte Carlo artifacts. So far there is no really satisfactory method. The approach here offered is an ungainly mechanical one, which seems to have certain theoretical merits. But the search for an ideal analog of pure randomness is in any case probably illusory, for the more the notion is analyzed for clues, the more self-contradictory is it seen to be. Research is required into the problems of uncertainty from a new angle, for none of those which have provided adequate reference frames for some branches of science is likely to satisfy cybernetics. The reason is simple. Other sciences have to recognize exceedingly complex probabilism as a dimension of their descriptions of the real world. But this is the very stuff of the real world of cybernetics. Chapter XX. The analog of language. It is merely tedious if the author of an account such as this continually interposes escape clauses in the story. If he succumbs to this temptation, he produces prose dripping with inelegant phrases, as it were, so to speak. These have no real value in any case, for the reader is unlikely to take them seriously. He feels that the author suffers from a verbal habit which is the equivalent of a nervous twitch. And so I have reserved until the end a careful explanation of the fact that the language in which this book is written is itself an analog of the language of cybernetic machines. Anyone who has read any portion of this book is earnestly requested to read this brief chapter. For, if he carries away an outlook on cybernetics untempered with this explanation, he will in an important sense be guilty of misquoting me to himself. Let us begin with a homely example of the analog to which I refer. The sky is overcast, but the sun is trying to break through. What do we mean trying? Again, water seeks its own level. What is meant by seeks? It is evident that words such as these are used as a convenience. Our language lends itself to descriptions of systems which suggest that there is a purposive motivation behind the systems when there is none. Trouble starts, however, as soon as biological systems are discussed. What is instinct? Physiologists certainly understand instinctive behavior as the emergence of a pattern which is latent in the animal. They do not, surely, say that animals formulate these purposes to themselves which they pursue with intent. Yet it is most difficult to avoid this implication in ordinary English. Phrases such as the urge to do so and so creep into the discussion. One zoologist, J.A. Ramsey, has recognized these difficulties explicitly. He acknowledges that in writing about biological systems an imputation of purpose, that is to say teleology, can hardly be avoided, thus he calls this kind of language teleological shorthand. The whole language of cybernetics is fraught with this danger of implying deliberate purpose in the system, and consequently much of the language of cybernetics involves teleological shorthand. In biology, the philosophical position of the scientist is well guarded by a statement that this shorthand abounds. In cybernetics, too, this safeguard can be invoked. But because cybernetics is precisely concerned with the study of all kinds of systems, and because it is indifferent to the question whether the system is alive or not, there is much more at stake than a misleading usage. There is some evidence that hopelessly unsupportable conclusions are sometimes drawn about the future development of the subject, by people who do not properly understand the insidious penetration of the concept of deliberate purpose into their arguments through the linguistic analog. The one sure defense against this invasion is a full insight into the operational research technique which cybernetics uses, and in particular into its manipulation of models. It has been said here that an industrial company is an organism responding to its environment. This statement is in teleological shorthand, because it does not mean that the company is in fact alive. Why, then, do we not express it as a simile, the company is like an organism? We do not do so because that statement would imply that there is merely an interesting comparison to be drawn between a company and an organism, and we want to say a great deal more than that. The nearest we can say to what is meant quite literally is, if the company is taken to be an organism responding to its environment, then certain consequences follow. And the model constituted by this conditional equivalence expresses an isomorphism. The cybernetics which flow from these propositions are identical with the cybernetics which owe from the proposition the company is an organism, they could not owe from the simile like an organism. So the analog, with the safeguard about shorthand, is reasonable. The point is that when the cybernetics is done, someone may turn round and say, for example, cybernetics has shown that the company RealB is an organism, and therefore it is bound to die. But cybernetics has done nothing of the sort, it started with that conditional if. For cybernetic purposes, and bearing in mind all we mean by models and isomorphisms, the logic of the situation is unassailable. For other contexts, however, which make no use of the operational research approach, arguments can be propounded which beg their own questions. This process may be seen working itself out rather terribly in the case of that special system, the psychology of man himself. Suppose that a man is schizoid, that is, his personality is withdrawn, he cannot match his own inner consciousness with the realities of the world outside. To psychiatrists, the syndrome is common enough in a world of intense contrary pressures. Now incipient schizophrenia is not a good thing, and so those working in the field of psychology took to noting the absence of any such tendencies as marks of a useful and reliable man. Phrases such as an integrated, balanced personality were born, and were useful. But these phrases are in teleological shorthand. They suggest, when seen and applauded out of their historical context just accorded to them, that a man ought to strive towards some new kind of ideal. It is from this misapprehension of the psychologist's teleological shorthand, in my opinion, that the myth of the reliable man of this mid-century has derived. By adopting a purposive attitude to a state which was originally merely descriptive of good mental health, man is sapping his initiative, curbing his imagination and limiting his effort. Great men retain a mental balance of their diverse faculties and disproportionate energies by their breadth of vision and bigness of spirit. To simulate that mental balance by an arithmetic averaging of time and activity is to strive for mediocrity. The horror of this development is brilliantly revealed by William H. White, who has studied these effects and exposed the basic myth. I cannot ascribe to him my view that the origin of this myth is to be found in the insidious spread of purposes derived solely from teleological shorthand, but the theory is at least consistent with White's thesis. Now that the extent of the possible ravages of this misapprehension has been appreciated, let us examine the implications for cybernetics, the science itself. At the end of the book, with all the explanations already made, it is quite suitable to deem a class of cybernetic machines, thus, a model system constructed to behave operationally as an isomorphism of a facet of the brain. But this definition as a whole, and several of its component words specifically, would be meaningless to someone who had not followed through the development of our argument. So the kind of phrase that usually gets into print in condensed accounts is thinking machine. This is not too absurd a vulgarization. But what of its teleological shorthand? Ah, someone says, so there can be thinking machines. From this we infer that human beings are really just machines after all, that we move into an epoch in which no human activity will be outside the range of simulation. It is all a question of degree. It is not long before we are confronted with a philosophy of scientific determinism, and with a science of man. These developments of cybernetic thinking are huge absurdities, they breed in the muck of language. Such claims must not be made for cybernetics. The subject is a powerful enough science in all conscience, it provides a new dimension of management, a concept of control far in advance of anything hitherto considered by either managers or engineers. Its major technique is to employ models in a special way which makes science convenient to handle in an unusual situation. Allied with new forms of energy, cybernetics is emergent to a new vision of society. In all this, it is specifically learning from biological systems, and trying to emulate their key features. Thus the measure of the importance of cybernetics is the backwardness of society's present outlook on control, not the imagined ability of the science to build a superbrain. There is not much that can be said about the analog of language without entering into problems of philosophy and logic which do not belong here. But what can be said is vital. A cybernetic system does certain things which can be described. To avoid misunderstandings, these descriptions should be written in the language of the system itself. Everyone has heard a dog owner say, "He understands everything I tell him." The dog does indeed react to his master's speech, and if we knew the dog's language we could say what experience that reaction wreaks. As we do not, we are driven to use an analog of that language, "He understands everything I tell him." The dangers are manifest. In cybernetics, the analog of the system's language has unavoidable connotations which we would like to be without. This is not possible, and so we must beware of invalid implications in the discussion of nervous systems, brains, and machinery. Are there men who would deny the meaning of ethics, of aesthetics, of religion, on the strength of a mechanical tortoise? Absurdly enough, there are. Let those who have some real insight into the power and promise of cybernetics renounce their company.